这个我最讨厌的日子又到了，我宣布，2026年愚人节取消！
愚人必须过节！哪里跑？
人鱼你好，请问有看到愚人经过吗？
我到。 这个我最讨厌的日子又到了。我宣布，2020年愚人节取消。
愚人必须过节。
哪里跑？人鱼你好，请问有看到愚人经过吗？
我到。
这个我最讨厌的日子又到了。我宣布，2020年愚人节取消。
愚人必须过节。
哪里跑？人鱼你好，请问有看到愚人经过吗？
我到。
这个我最讨厌的日子又到了。我宣布，2026年愚人节取消。
愚人必须过节。
哪里跑？人鱼你好，请问有看到愚人经过吗？
我懂。
Golden legendary! 重回赛场，其实感觉和以前没有太多变化。我会拼尽全力再次拿下冠军。
陈江生又被震到冠军之荣，还有震到，狼队现在状态确实火热。
我们逆袭的剧本还在继续。
总决赛是我们大展身手的舞台。
我会比 SR 的老队友先拿下冠军，让大家清楚地认识到 YZG 的实力。
抽了一波双抓，拍下去直接拿下。
最终也是孤掌难鸣，后续被对方的一个集火带走。
目标只有一个，冠军。
今天我们会竭尽全力。
几年前，我在 T 已经赢下了许多荣誉，现在重新身披 T 战袍的我，要让所有人想起那个时代。
真刀连续的并非一件包都有拆，这样子没意思，选小秒，有机会吗？有刀子吗？这波没刀子就肯定秒了。是的，那我们要恭喜 T1了，银河战舰就此扬帆起航。
去年 SR 最接近大满贯队伍，而今年的目标就是完成这个壮举。
应该是要恭喜 SR 了 ，SR 所有都是对的，他们已经完成了这个赛段的成就。
欢迎来到 NBPL 现场的解宝们，让我感受一下你们的热情，好吗？欢迎来到2026永庆无限职业联赛春季赛3排总决赛的现场，大家好，我是任栋。昨日轩辕，一日看尽长安花。今日在晴川大地，谁能够捧起身后的3排总冠军奖杯？让我们共同期待。现在。所有的战队准备就绪，现场的解宝们拿出你们的热情的呐喊声，欢迎战队登场！有请成都机器。成都积极战队陈香生、李新淼、330，让我们欢迎欧游记。欧游记、小玉宝、苏苏、匹克，有请2W 侠。 W 侠方圆、子龙、郑梦。欢迎小凯 Kimi。XKG 张新兰、巨贤、图图，有请成都狼队。成都狼队奈何桥扎克小南，欢迎 YCG。YCG 酷酷钱滚滚周涛，有请第二赛段3排冠军 SR。SR 小豪、小懒男友气。最后，让我们请出第1赛段冠军 TE。TE 战队小恶魔谭旭杰、晚风。四海英豪云集赛场，谁能携手冲破重围，登顶3排至高桂冠，一阵定乾坤。2026永劫无间职业联赛春季赛3排总决赛现在开始。
MVP.
Yeah, ABC.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Big 26 NBPL Trios Finals. I am the sparkling Raven PLZ, and I'm joined by the ultimate caster, Moxie. And we are excited today to crown the new champion for the Big 26 for Trios. Solos was super exciting. Shenyuan won it. Completely different meta, not something we expected at all, and I expect today to be fireworks of a bunch of crazy ideas that these guys are going to be cooking and showing us today.
Yeah, because we have a new meta as well. For Trios, we've patch hopped. So we're going to have Zip being nerfed, Eno being nerfed, Zai being buffed, and our latest hero. We didn't get to see her in solos, but for sure we're seeing her in trios. Say hello to Tara, and she's going to be on the field probably using the V1, I would imagine, unless some team really wants to go aggressive and go for the V2. Sort of like Wu Chen old school teleport swap style, but the V1, it does so much. Like being able to revive fallen teammates and give them a second chance at life, as well as being able to stop some of those fatal hits coming on through. Yeah, she's going to be an absolute powerhouse on the field today.
Just when we were getting comfortable with the meta rounding itself out, the new rules, all these teams adapting, I expect today to be just as chaotic as solos with the new character, like you were saying, Moxie, the Zai buff, and a big nerf to zipping. We saw this entire year being dominated with the synergy of zipping, Enor, and Hadi, and then counter strategies coming out with the old school 2025 Viper Syra eventually being paired with Akos, and then rounding it out with Chuan moving with Yushan to counter it. But now we're seeing the rise of Matari coming back with Zai and the new character. Now it's been something that they've been using in CN rank and even in some of the global stages with the new patch, but NBPL throughout most of this year was on a different patch. So today we get a beautiful, beautiful new prize. And speaking of prizes, ladies and gentlemen, watch today for 15 minutes for some Tay, 30 minutes for some Silk, 60 minutes for some XP bonus, and finally, what you've all been waiting for, we are watching the grand finals for those unique prizes. Make sure to stay watching for at least 2 hours to get some of these awesome prizes. We are finally here, and we are going to be crowning a new Big 26 champion. You know, I've always gone with TXJ. They won the first weekly. We were talking about this earlier, Moxie. And then I lost Ultimate Casters. I go with my gut. SR has really taken on the Pro League and just the world by storm. And they're my 2 favorite teams to watch, but I gotta choose SR this time around. They won the second bi-weekly. And they have Alliance's NY7. At first, there was a little bit of gelling, him being the position 1 of Alliance, but now SR being the powerhouse. I don't know, Moxie. They're going to be my team to watch today, but with the new meta, I'm very, very excited to see who is going to come up with some new ideas today and kind of catch everyone off guard, because now, with everything being on the line, only one can win this all, and we're so used to seeing the bracket playing for first place again is going to be a nice change of pace.
Yeah, and I mean, we could see a couple of different compositions, right? Because teams were starting to work out how they wanted to use the Zender in trios. We got to see most teams go for the V1. One team, FPX very specifically, actually SS1 with a team that went for the V2. Would be what they would play with the Temi and Tianhai Zender composition. Everyone else only played the V1. Then Matari started creeping back into the mix with the sheer amount of Vipers that we were seeing. She was being packaged alongside the Zender as well, so that sort of like split the teams and how they wanted to use the Zender comp. But as we've said, we've now moved patch yet again. The Zip Eno was already starting to fade a little bit out. It was still like the mirror match picks for the most part, but there were teams experimenting to see like, is this truly the be-all end-all? We had the likes of like TE trying to take out certain aspects of that composition so that you just kept the Eno and then you fitted it alongside a Viper as well as a Syra so that you could sort of game the phasing system and try and get the free Vipers into the phasing that way around. But we can have a look and see what exactly everyone everyone is playing for, because it's not just the championship title, it's also the money that comes alongside it. Something that I know Asia is going to be very happy about picking up an MVP yesterday with, even though unfortunately he wasn't able to qualify for match point threshold, he was still able to extend the day further into a insane game 8. NBPL finals always go down to the absolute wire, as we can have a look at our versus matchups. YZG versus OUG, XKG versus GEG, TE versus RW, before ending with Wolves and SR for the first round, before we take our winners and throw them against each other.
My favorite part of the day, the martial arts, looking at the brackets, is just only heavyweight titans going at it. I wish it wasn't single elimination just so we can see more of it. But you're seeing the schedule for today. It will go in 8 rounds if someone's not able to pass that threshold and win it earlier. But we've seen it before. Games ending in 5 and even 4 if someone's able to snowball the games, take advantage of winning the martial arts, being in an early group, and being able to play the strongest compositions. Now, what we saw in solos was a complete flip of what characters are going to be chosen. So I'm very curious to see in trios, are these teams going to just throw caution out of the wind, and instead of just going with the initial first pick, Enor zipping Hottie, are we going to see a little bit of a mix-up to shape the lobby? You pointed out before, Moxie, you were just like, oh my goodness, so many teams are just letting the triple Viper go through. And in trios, when 3 Vipers go through, the lobbies get cannibalized so quickly from just how aggressive the Vipers are off spawn and in the mid game that we don't really see heavy spirit wall action in endgame, because everyone is fighting for those Yang depletion situations.
I mean, looking at the versus matchup too, because that has its own meta into itself. Like, we got to see Valda V1, for instance, as opposed to V2, paired alongside Tianhai, which might well rear its head here when we head into that versus matchups. But like we said, Zip got a pretty hefty nerf coming on out. Like, the healing from her F ability, both the F1 and the F2, has now been reduced by a whole 100. So that survivability, that sustain for that composition, which has been able to get them past so many obstacles, is now going to be somewhat limited, and especially now that you're coming up against specific composition counters already to it, the likes of Fire Tick, so that the Zip's healing efficiency was already reduced by 50%. Then we also had things like the Viper F as well, to be able to just absolutely cannonball through all of that sustainability with the heal cut reduction, or even just silence as well, with the Viper and the Akos Cage being able to prevent the Hardy Cube. It was starting to see a little bit of a fall off. We saw it less and less pick up MVPs. It was good for getting kills, but it wasn't really getting those wins that you were looking for, as that was the pre-post points coming on through. TE, no surprises, number 1 will be walking away with the whole 8 points ahead of the lobby.
Yeah, that average team damage, pretty insane. 40k coming together, and this is, I would say, one of the most synergized, free-flowing teams that TXA has put together. Normally, it's taken them a year to really come together, find dominance, but since the early days of TXA running around with VVV, we haven't seen that type of synergy. But now it looks like Wonfong has really filled in those shoes of the GOAT VVV with TXA, and this team has been absolutely on fire. TXJ, you would think, after years of doing this, years of setting the meta, that he would slow down. But if anything, I feel like he's sped up, and he's taken even more challenges. A lot of 2025, he did actually play ranked and hold rank 1 in trios for the public CN Immortal War. Usually these guys will play for fun, be in practice, but they're scrimming so much just in the pro league, just against the other pro teams, that going out and doing more outside of that is kind of unheard of. But TXJ did it himself, and he's continuing that same volume of practice. As you see, just the posture of their team, just how confident they look going into all this. Another team that we're seeing in the camera now, YZG, one of the strongest martial arts fighting teams. I was very surprised to see that YZG, out of all the teams, it's probably one of the top 3, top 4 fighting teams right now for the martial arts fighting. Now, martial arts is a little bit different than the Battle Royale because everything is technically fair because everyone has the same loot, same armor, can choose any character. There isn't that looting aspect like there is in Battle Royale, where how quickly you can get the best loot possible to go into that first Yang does affect matchups a lot of the time. In martial arts, it's really no excuses, which is my favorite part. You get to fight mano a mano, and we've seen the level of team play this year really step up. The fighting in solos has stepped up, but the team play is out of this world, and I really got to credit to the new rule system. Going from 12 teams to 8 teams really stress the importance of fighting and putting on display. Normally teams were, they didn't always want to go Yang with every single composition. They didn't really have that confidence, but now that they were forced into the deep end, I would say it elevated all the teams in the league because of that consistent pressure to be better. Martial arts at first was kind of like, is this really that serious? But now with the point system that's been figured out and just the amount of advantage it gives you from winning it, setting up momentum, it's really elevated the beauty and team play inside this NARAKA Trios, and I cannot wait to see what curveballs they're going to be sending us with a possible new meta. In solos, it was complete mayhem, so I'm hoping I get to see the same mayhem in trios today.
I mean, we know that we're going to have the Viper Akos Syra comps. We know that we're potentially as well going to have the Tianhai Viper comps in martial arts only. We've got to think about what we could see Tara with, and I mean, the good news for Tara is that Zai was not being used because Zyphon fell off a cliff in the past meta, and Mitari was just not able to keep up with the pacing of the lobbies, but now she's back, and it means that you have 2 heroes who are pretty much free to be able to slot in with the new one to instantly bring Zyphon 2.0 back into the mix. So hey, you've still got your Mitaru for multiple casts of the F2 on your Zai for the Fire Stick debuff application. Then you can also use that for your turrets to be able to get multiple casts of the F1 or the F2 coming on through, which also means higher sustainability uptime as well. Although Mitaru was actually starting to be paired alongside Zender, so we'll have to see if the Mitari sticks with the Zender or moves over to the Zai and that Tara. But then there's also a potential composition where Tara just gets put into something entirely new that we're really yet to see works out. And I mean, that's when you're going to be looking at the teams who are known for cooking up compositions, the likes of GG, but most notably TE with TXJ. Something to talk about though, as well, is the fact that because we have the ranking points, the pre-post points, if you will, of the ranked spots that all of these teams are coming in from, if a team who's in the upper half of those ranked pre-post points does well or even wins the martial arts versus, they then gain an extra 8 points. So if you're TE, who's coming in with 8 points for being in first place ranking wise, and then they win the martial arts tournament to get another 8 points, tally that together and you're almost halfway to the match point threshold, which has been raised. It was previously 36, it's currently 40 for today's grand finals, but TE and Dessa in the past, both of them hit plus 40 within 4 games, so could be a short day, could be a very long one.
I think the teams are so evenly matched, unless, that's why I keep saying, I'm very, very excited, someone figured out some type of strange gimmick that no one else has seen, and it's always been a copycat league where, hey, that team's running that, you want to stick to your guns. A lot of these teams, you prep so much in the certain compositions, but if something is so strong that your opponent is using, we've seen mid-tournament switches now. We only got 1 day, but we do have 8 rounds. A lot of these players have very, very deep pools of characters. Do they switch it up? Do they go to a very, very dominant comp if that composition is just running everyone? We saw it at Jacob this year where Yushan Shuhan came out of nowhere, overperformed, was dominating the Viper composition with Syra that was crushing it the entire year, that everyone scrambled to switch it up, to try to run it, or to at least find answers. But right now, we're not going to have that lead time. If someone figured out some crazy good counter to the old meta, everyone is in for a rude surprise. So I'm so excited to see what new stuff that these guys have been cooking in the kitchen.
And I feel like it's going to be off of Tara, surely. Like, the ability to bring your teammates back or let multiple of them survive fatal hits is kind of wild. That being said, there are like ways that you can counter it. It's not wholly unfair. The fact that it teleports them back to not just the health and armor that they had 4 seconds before, but also position, means that if you're counting your time, and a lot of teams are very experienced with counting time because of having to track yang depletion situations and last hits, you will be able to actually calculate in your head where they were 4 seconds ago and then send your attacks to that position before they get the opportunity to be able to react to it. So I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot of calculations and mental maths that these players will have to jump through the new hoops to be able to keep up with as we're heading into our first versus matchup of the day, which will be YZG versus OUG, 2 teams who normally make it pretty far through this bracket. Since they're matching up this early, one of them is going to be knocked out with 0 points. And let's get right into things. Is it still going to be the Hardy Enor Zip comp opening up, or are we going to see new stuff right out of the gates? Let's find out.
What we were seeing in the past was where it's always a Viper Akos Syra looking to snipe the Hadi zipping, and we are gonna get the Takeda Monk Karumi versus the Akos Viper Monk. Monk giving a little bit of sturdiness to the Wombo of the Akos Viper as we're going to kick things off. Akos is going to be ready to be popped. Double Monk is going to be going through. Peak with the shove. 17S jumping in twice to get out of range of the Viper execution. And Kukutu eats 2 spear bonks to the dome and instantly gets blown up as OUG is going to take a commanding lead with a man up. YZG reeling from this in a 3v2 situation. They still have that Takeda ultimate, but SS is going to slow things down, go for the skill rush, try to flank a QGG, but nice job from 17S coming in with the double charge flank with the flying knives, keeping their hopes alive. OUG has to be careful right now. None of them have any armor to their names. Peak is going to get shredded down as Baby U goes for a reset as SS opens up, trying to lock down this menace 17S, and nice job getting the parry. Very, very close there at the end, but OUG with a decisive victory with that quick Wombo comp.
I mean, the fact that they got the Karumi before she could use the ultimate allowed them to be able to, after the Tianhai ult had ended, despite losing one person, still be able to finish off the fight. You just have to worry about that Takeda ultimate. Now we've got the mirror matchup though. Both of these teams are actually going to be keeping the Hardy Eno Zip comp in full. Currently trying to put the pressure onto the Enos, force out the Thunderlord state. Now do they try to put pressure on the Zip to force out that ultimate prematurely? Or is it going to actually be onto the Hardy to force the cube earlier? Yeah, OUG's 2 players have turned on to 17S and he's evaporated. No chance of getting the ultimate up, no cube, no combo break for the Zip. Now all of the pressure will come out onto Cuckoo, and this is just going to be a horrible time for the Zip to have to deal with. Without that Hardy ultimate up, Cuckoo 2 has no disengagement opportunity.
Baby U coming out of the inner war, taking the dance with the zipping, but Baby U wisely slows things down, getting back with the teammates, but Peak is going to get shredded and taken down. Now OUG in the 3v2. No, it's down to a 2v2 situation, but Baby U very, very low. He's going to get uppercutted. F2 is going to come through, shredding him. And now YZG in the commanding seat. SS, the leader of OUG, is going to sneak that double charge through, but Kukutu with the zipping, going to slow things down, get the heal off. SS fishes for the parry, not going to get it. And now we're tied up 1-1.
So far, no Tara spotted. Zenda Feria Lee versus Feria Lee Yushan coming on out. This is one of the Zenda comps that we've seen before. Gonna be watching Peak, see if he tries to find an opening F2 to scoop someone out of position. He's not looking for it at the moment, just looking to grapple onto players and potentially come through with that spear. There's the F2, trying to land onto QGG and just get him out of position to be able to take this isolated 1 versus 1 with the fire from the Feria cannon off of the side. 17S getting actually stopped in being able to shoot from his mech by the cannon shots coming on through from SS. As we do have the Zender ultimate now coming out onto the field, firewall for Peak to be able to take Sanctuary into. Now starting to put up the pressure, ramping up the damage with all of those shots concentrated onto Cuckoo. Jump LMB off of the spear. He's low enough, takes him down. Peak still got dashes, is able to get out of the pocket from that opponent of 17S. Up onto the pillar, into the Scouish. F2 scoops 17S up, so no peel potential from the team. And it's just a reliance on QGG with the Yushin ultimate to keep OUG off of being able to secure another elimination on his last teammate. QGG's gone down though, and this is just clean up. Now OUG walk away with the win 2-1.
Ooh, outlasted. Now we are going to get GG versus XKG mirror matchup. It's a little bit of a fun closer competition from the last two teams, but nothing really super out of the ordinary. Those compositions have been used, a little bit of a personality pick, but this has been the meta we have seen the entire year. The mirror matchup, last round, everyone plays this. Usually it boils down to who can force out the zipping ult first, as we are going to be watching GG's CGS. They are going to connect to ZXL. Zipping forced so far away from the safety of the pillars, skewered against the wall, but he is able to pop her ultimate, able to tank a lot of this damage right now. She's getting bounced around like a pinball, as ZXL is going to gain some distance away from CGS as the Enords go at it, but 330 gonna lock him down. And finally, the cube is gonna be used just to reposition, just to try to lock down the ZXL. The zipping of XKG. She's desperately trying to stay alive right here, overholding over and over, but great teamwork from GG as LXM comes in with a nice flank, and we are down to a 2v2 for all of the martyrs. At F2 is going to be used. Potty F going to be used. No more combo break here, as Tudik is creating some space for his teammates to pop that heal right here. CGS trying to close the distance, not able to. He's going to eat a Dragon Slayer for his troubles, and now down to his last leg. Both teams have both 1 HP players, but XAG not getting the better of the trade. They do get a nice clutch up with the uppercut combo, with this sliver of health. They are going to find the kill, the tricky 2v1, but now we're down for a 1v1 with the reset.
I mean, both of these Enos are about to have ultimate. 2-tick, one little bit of chip coming on through from those knives, and he'll have that extra safety line. The question is, can he get to use it? The grapple bump into the extension, into the charge LMV. 2-tick's just creating as much space as possible to be able to pull off the ultimate. And now it's just a matter of CJS trying to live. Execution stance comes on through from the Thunderlord mark, but CJS gets his ultimate off in time too. And 2-tick knows that he has the disadvantage now, because that ult will outlast his. This is so close between both of these players. 2-tick about to lose the ultimate, uses the last moments of it to try to get up onto the pillar to be able to dodge away from CGS before his ultimate is done, but the Thunderlord is still on the field, and CJS is able to overcome the competition and take his place on the Thunderlord's throne.
Wow. What a close matchup. It came down to the last little bit of cooldowns. Tudik dropped a combo there and ended up eating a combo for it. He has to be kicking himself, but we have to go to round 2. We got to shake it off, my man, as immediately the rushdown is happening. Akko's ult, Cyro's ult, XKG jumping in, but CJS, Justina defending the line, finding the parry onto Junxian as XKG is trying to reel back with the Cyra ultimate, but Justina ult is up. Justina, CGS finds the double freeze right now, but nice peel from the teammates of SKG, but it's not going to be enough as GG's able to connect off of the surround, and ZXL from XKG is going to fall, and now all the other players not having a chance to breathe, drowned out, and GG not going to let that one be close.
Yeah, clean 2-0 win on the side of GG as RW open up with the usual Hardy, Enor, Zip, and unfortunately for them, run right into the counter comp of TE with Viper, Akos, Tianhai. So is it going to be Tianhai ultimate to force out and essentially put us into a limbo state against the Enor ult? Or are we going to see a huge investment on the side of TE? There's the Enor ult coming on through, the Tianhai ult at the same time. Pressure being put onto TXJ, who's just using stamina to be able to keep himself out of the range of most of these connections. Does lose a little bit of the purple armor to one of them, but we've got the Akos cage coming on through, and Youth now is going to be stuck in that position until he breaks the chains twice. Viper v1 stun is going to land onto 2 of these players unless the Enor's able to get out of it with the iframe cancellation of the ultimate. Unfortunately though, AB not given that same luxury. Hardy removed, no cube. Yuan now going to be going low, having to use that Zip ultimate to try and keep his teammates up. As we can see that EXM actually is on the run. The Akos is looking a little bit vulnerable, so both TXJ and One Fang stepping up to try to give him an opportunity to be able to heal. TXJ with the F manages to find the silence onto 2. Youth's now going for the overhold of the blue to try and buy himself a little bit of space, but the Akos F2 sets up the flank and direct hit of those flying knives, and that's TE's coordination in full action. As I think we have to get a heart check on One Thing here at the moment, Raven. That's 170.
As opposed to RW's Youth, my man, very, very youthful, 90 heart rate. Definitely works out and does his cardio to have a 90 resting heart rate under this amount of pressure. RW is going to be running the Monk as Zai Kurumi. We haven't seen this composition in a very, very long time. Zai with the recent buff. We are going to see Monk all going to be coming out. XEM from T's Hottie. Going to put down the cube. Standard openers coming out for both teams. Oh my goodness. But AB getting a delicious grab from downtown, and TXJ snatched out of the air. Armor gonna be stripped on him, but he still has that Eno on. He's gonna go and transform. Kurumi has to tank a ton of this damage, getting put into the lightning kebab against the wall, but Kurumi's teammates surrounding, threatening the damage, and XCM, the hottie of TE, taking a ton of damage as TXJ tries to slow down the tempo, tries to split up a lot of this damage, but now it's gonna be Youth's turn on the new buffed Zai. Ability change focus, trying to get some momentum going, but the damage from TE surrounding him is putting Youth in a precarious position.
Oh, the Hardy ultimate. You just can't manage to start charging up the chain scythes. He's trying to keep up the pressure. He wants to be able to just have that burn tick going up against that Zips ultimate. Gets a big parry actually onto TXJ on the left side coming on through with that scale rush, but he's just too low and too far away from the rest of his team. That will be the first elimination. Now TE just having to make sure that they don't lose TXJ. He's got the Eno F, will use it to actually change his position. Exium with a big parry. There's the follow-up coming on through from his teammates, and TE came close to losing TXJ, but they're able to keep all of their ducks in order and finish out with a full teammate living against their opponents as we head to our next versus matchup, which will be Wolves versus SR. No Zai Tianhai here. It's just your basic Tianhai Takeda Kurumi.
Yeah, the ducks were indeed quacking, Moxie, as SR gonna go with the tanking composition, see if they can outlast the wombo of Wolves. Akos Viper Monk. We are going to see Zhao, SR's Monk, looking to get some boxing going, pushing ZK into the wall. Get you out of here, as Zhao is going to come over, assist with the pressure of NY7, but this is what SR wants to do. Tank this situation of Akos is going to be coming out. Kurumi F3 is there, and Takeda ult is going to follow up. NY7 is going to need to get a ton of value out of these shoves. Already 2 down, 2 left to go, as XN is going to look for the silence onto them. XN is going to find one silence, but the Kurumi ult does get off. Wolves doing a good job of isolating Rico, but Rico in surviving with a sliver of health, as Zhao with the peel is going to get parried on the flank, but Rico coming in, keeping them alive, keeping this on the edge, as SR is doing their best to survive with a sliver of health, but Wolves is going to walk them down and close it out.
Oh my goodness, Rico caught by the Viper stun outside of his Kurumi ultimate. I was watching that health bar absolutely tank, but the wrong kind of tanking, not the kind that SR wanted. Thankfully, he's able to live long enough to get a recast off, but it's still not going to be enough to be able to turn that fight, as we get a very early Ina ultimate now coming on through on the side of Wolves ZK. Full mirror matchup for the team, as NY7's also going to follow. There's the usual pressure onto the Polo Zip. You can see Rico just trying to stay away from the Thunderlord as much as he possibly can with the double jumps and the movement distance, as everyone else tries to turn the pressure. NY7 using his Ina ultimate to peel ZK has meant that the rest of his team are going to be relying on things like the Hardy ultimate, just keeping themselves away from Wolves being able to secure a 2 versus 1 kill. As ZK now out of his ultimate, NY7 also out of his ultimate, going to be relying fully on the Hardys. Cube is set up, so if one person goes low, they're going to be able to book it out with that combo breaker. Zipult's on the field as well on the side of XN. Rico throwing out that F as well as the flying knife. LMB just trying to chip any form of damage in that he can, as we see a swap over to the spears from some players looking for the Dragon Slayers to set up that gold frame focus, scooping everybody in and allowing the rest of the teammates to follow suit with damage. But as is the case with the Hardy Uno Zip comp so far, no one's actually gone down because of the pure amount of sustainability that there is. NY7 gets parried, but it's okay. You've got a Zip F to be able to stabilize your position. And we could well see another iteration of ultimates before a player goes down.
NY7 with the Dragon Slayer, finding against the corner. Wolves very, very low across, but ZK in the Ina ult able to slow a lot of this damage down. ZK trying to lock down Zhao, but Zhao doing a great job of minimizing the effectiveness of the Enor of ZK, and now NY7 is going to have his ultimate down. NHQ is going to go down for Wolves, as SR is surviving on very, very little, but Wolves is going to be able to return the favor, taking down Rico, but ZK from Wolves is going to go down now. 2v1 situation. Zipping, doing her best to find an opening parry, but she is going to get juggled, followed by the Dragon Slayer, but she's so tanky with those heals, it's not going to matter. The stagger from the double spear is too much, and SR is going to tie it up 1-1.
Heart rate's starting to climb, as you can see from the player cams. We hit 178 for NY7. That case currently 175, as we've got Zai, Yushan, Shenhuan Li on the side of SR, with Wolves opting for the Yushan Farrier Li. NY7 trying to engage in with that Zai F2, looking to apply the burn tick damage before coming on through with that V2. But here comes the pressure now. There's the fire tick off of the comb, right on top of the Yushan's damage off of the Terracotta Warrior state as well. But NY7 knows that he's going to be squishy, wants to try and get away, turning the pressure onto NiHQ, who's actually been able to get him very low. The F2 being used not aggressively, but for NY7 to just try and keep himself alive as long as he possibly can. Behind a pillar he goes, might be able to find a heal, but there's just no place of safety because of the Farrier neck and the cannon shots with how slim those pillars are. And Wolves will draw first blood before very quickly taking the full team down.
Wolves, no fear, releasing all of the blues, flying through those blue skies, slowing down one of the favorites, SR. That's tough. That's real tough. And now we are going to get the old Titans, the old guard. These two teams have been going at it forever. GG versus OUG. And for the first round, we are going to get the Hadi Enor versus the Akos Viper counter. Are we going to be able to see the Wombo combo come down? Alex M on the Hadi, already setting up the queued peak on the outside, setting up the defense. All three OUG members trying to create some space to draw DG out into the open for this ult, but SS gonna pop the Viper ult, swing and a miss. No stuns for him, but the Hadi now coming in, sweeping strikes as the zipping of GG putting on the pain of SS, and the leader of OUG is going to fall. And now GG with the momentum surrounding peak with the staggers, and nothing he can do. OUG is going to clean up that first round, making it look easy.
Yeah, I mean, they just did not get anyone stunned up with the ults. No TN high grabs, no Akos Cage victims, no Viper V1 stun connections. It was just a case of live the ults and then manage to win in the aftermath of how good that composition is in base form. As we get now the Justina, Syra, Shenhuan Li versus the Unort composition. No ultimate's coming for just yet, as now we get that Justina looking for the dashes, gets a freeze onto Baby U, but good peel in the form of the Hadi ultimate, knocking players off, allowing Baby U to be able to come through with that Unit ult transformation, and now turning the aggression against GG. LXM's going low, Syra V2 is going to try and stabilize, OUG wanting not to be caught out on the exploration with the powerful Dazzle, staying clear of the Syra, but Peak does get stunned, and GG Piranhas, sensing the blood in the water, jump on the opportunity. OUG now down to a 2 versus 2. GG having lost that Justina just now, free with a big uppercut though into the full extension off onto Baby U, with the follow-up of that Shenhuan Li bouncing atop their head to get that extra damage off. This is just a case of sending out the LMBs with the flying knives and chipping the last little bit of damage off of the health bars. GG walk away with the win against OUG in round 2.
Flying knife still deadly. Those flank focus attacks coming in big today. It seems to be whoever is willing to release more and sneak them through with the parry chains. Everyone's a little bit more hesitant to throw those focus attacks just because you do get silenced when you get parried. As we are going to move on to TE versus Wolves. TE, the other favorites to win this in the mirror matchup. We haven't seen this yet. Wombo versus Wombo plus Monk, as ZK is going to find the first grab. Akos ult is out already, as Wolves going to pop their Akos ult. But Wonfong in the background is going to peel for his Viper TXJ. TE very, very healthy, sitting on the outside, but Wolves rallying back and resetting themselves. Both teams posturing very, very well with their positioning, as TXA coming in with the big flank. Double charge is going to be coming through, but unfortunately Wonfong just takes so much damage. TXA is not able to get there in time. Again, XEM is going to get surrounded and immediately deleted. The spear, just too much stagger. The follow-up from the flying knives, just too much damage, as Wolves is going to take a commanding 1-0 lead.
Big Akos F2 as well, finding the connection onto TXJ when he had the Tian high, getting pretty low in the uppercut combo off of those flying knives, was not able to secure the kill off of the back of that stagger, and could not manage to try and take it a 2 versus 2 instead. As we've got mirror matchup from TE and Wolves. Now, ZK using the Enor ultimate. At the same time, we've got the Hadi ult on the field, almost securing here. As Wonfang staying away from danger at the moment, just playing around those pillars. TXA seeing that ZK is getting a little bit too close to the Zip's comfort, called in the cavalry to try and peel him off of him as those zips are going lower and lower. One goes so low that you have to use the Hardy Cube to be able to book it away, but that means that XN is going to be vulnerable. TE know that there's an opportunity to be able to take this zip down, and they want to be able to find it. TXJ with the glider changes his position, looking to set up a flank hit with those flying knives, but ZK is not allowing him the opportunity to. But XN has lost his peel, and one thing is hot on his heels. TXJ still, he did this the last time, but this time Wolves are ready for it. XN with the parry, keeping a track of where TXJ went up into the sky looking for those drop downs. This is all about who can actually get these focus strikes past the parry windows and find the connections. Uppercut with the follow through of those knives into the charge L and B. Eno F for the extension. TXJ is trying to hound down XN, but ZK steps into position and keeps the zip up. And yet again, Raven, it feels like unless Wolves can take one thing down now, we could well see a second lot of Eno ults before a player actually falls in this round.
Woo! TXJ moving and grooving, slides through the R&B and then finds a nice dodge parry into ZK. ZK not able to get his ultimate up, and it was getting to that point, Moxie, with the reset. But no. TE is gonna find that follow-up. I feel like the adjustment is being made that TE sees that Wolves has done their homework with the flank play, but they still have more sneaky team play ideas that they are adjusting for. And now TE on the Feria Juan versus more Feria compositions to close out. Very interesting. A little bit of a slight variation as we are going to go over TE, popping the ultimate, blasting the arrows in, getting the staggers through. Both Feria pillars are down right now, but XCM has to be careful. He has to sneak in right now. But last sliver of health, he has to jump away. He is going to be able to stabilize, find that heal. Very close for XCM, really putting it down to the wire. Now TXJ tanking a lot of these bullets from ZK, now sitting out in the open, using his teammate as a shield. You see NHQ coming down from the top ropes, looking for the flank himself, but XCM, even with that sliver of health, doesn't stop the heal, continues to get the pressure, and he is going to find that first kill onto XN. But TE, even though they have a lead right now, XCM is very low. It's not going to matter though, because XCM finds the opener with the tag team from TXJ, and TE brings it back down 1-0 and reverse sweeps 2-1.
Oh, that's a psych moment. That's such a psych moment. You thought XCM was vulnerable and low health and one-hit situation. Psych! Get Zenda F2'd! That poor Wolves players. Okay, just like has to take hands off the keyboard. There's nothing you can do. There's no way that you can break out of the bird grab when it hits you, as TXJ is able to land the silence onto CJS, which means time to go for a ride. Viper V1 stun, Acres Cage, you're not going to have a fun time. CJS here is just having to rely on LXM's Hardy ultimate to peel for him, but there's very little you can do when TE get you that low in an open. And I mean, this is instantly a 2 versus 3 situation where you've lost your Eno before you can even go for the ult off of the original silence hit.
Yeah, a little bit of an audible from TE. Normally you try to go for the hottie, but Enor with the overextension, and TXJ makes him pay the ultimate price with his life, as now TE is going to find a kill onto 330 and now cleaning up LXM. TE has to be feeling that one. GG, you see it in their camps, a little bit of frustration, a little bit of a mishap, but it can happen to anyone. If Viper gets a silence on you, you can just get blown up around the corner.
I mean, yeah, TE, fair play to them. They understood the situation instantly and knew how to capitalize off onto it. This is dangerous for the rest of the teams, though, because like we said, if TE wins the martial arts tournament, they're up 16 points before we even go into the first battle royale. CGS on that Justina loses all of his purple armor almost. Sees the Ina ult coming, utilizes that Justina V1 to try and turn the tables with the freeze hitting onto the Transformer. So now he's got the space to actually find a heal, is able to come through with another dash onto that Ina. Pressure onto the zip, forces out the ultimate as well, but CGS now is going to have 2 of these dashes left, relying on his Syra V2 to be able to keep him hale and halfy so that he doesn't have to cancel the ultimate early and still have that dash pressure. But the Hardy ult's on the field. CS dodges out of one of them. 2 versus 1 situation here, so XCM has to be very careful that he does not overextend as TE decide to bail out of that part of the fight and look for TXJ flanking with the flying knives yet again as the open instead.
Yes. Stuck in a 1 HP situation, but TE's TXJ doesn't get dragged into 1v1 and immediately leaves his target and comes over with the flank, and it's going to reward him with 2 kills. Does he get the 3-piece to go? Full team white. TXJ does find the parry, but XCM's going to get that last hit going through. But TE, the favorites of the tournament, keeping that energy going forward. You see the boys are fired up. They know they came out and performed. They were down against the ropes, but they rallied back and they secured a very commanding victory. And you were talking about it before, Moxie. They got the pre-position points plus the win here. They're going to be going on, moving forward to the Battle Royale rounds with a nice little lead.
Oh, they're feeling happy. They were flashing the heart. You know the heart that you make with your hand with your thumb? They were doing that to the camera. They're very happy because that is 16 points that they now take forward before we go into our first Battle Royale match, which, if you cast your mind back, it was Stage 2 finals that TE had the exact same thing occur. They were coming in rank 1, they won the versus matchup, and then they MVP'd in game 1 to take themselves onto match point threshold availability game 3. That's potentially going to happen here today, Raven, if someone does not step up to still light this momentum. But you can see TE, they're feeling very relaxed, although the heart rates, well, they were showing a different side of TE's story. Those were some very, very high heart rates.
There were some new interesting teamwork concepts going on from TE. They never ever took a 1v1 fight. If they were running a 1v1 fight, someone was always coming in from the flank, and normally TXJ is in the position to be the main player to be looking for the flank. So we saw everyone fill in that role. Anyone can find the opener, and that flank was coming through. It didn't matter if it was with the weapons. It didn't matter if it was abilities. Everyone made sure to surround their opponents. That was, I would think, the most defining difference I saw from TE's success and every other's team is that they always surrounded their opponents. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have our first question of the day. Answer for some treasures. Which team won in game 1? Was it A, SR, B, OUG, C, GG, or D, TE? We were just talking about this and summarizing this, Moxie. I appreciate the easy first question for all of you Twitch fans. Make sure to get your answer in for the screenshot and let the best lucky person win, or the one who copies the one who's actually paying attention.
I mean, I don't think you have to copy to know the answer for that one, considering we said it like multiple times as well before it even flashed up on the big screen. But no, I think that's probably like the worst case scenario for a lot of these teams who are lower down on the leaderboard standings. I mean, it is a silver lining, I guess. If TE are the only team to hit match point threshold, then they are the only ones with a target on their back. So it should be a lot easier for teams not to have to split their attention between multiple players on match point threshold and just look to shark out TE very early on. But it's very, very good for TE starting momentum. Like, they're going to be coming into this next round very, very happy with how they played, whereas some of those other teams made some pretty hefty mistakes, which they were punished for, and you have to feel like that might actually impact the start for this next round. Like, not being able to use your ultimate because you got hit by a silence because you were in a position that you shouldn't be, or if you used your ultimates but weren't able to find the connections with them with like the Viper ACOS composition, that's going to lead to a little bit of not like tilt, but still it's going to have consequences when we head into the next game if you're not able to shake yourself out of it.
I was chatting with the top global players competing now, and at first one of the big mechanical changes that happened in the patch was the silence parry. And in solos, it wasn't felt that much. And even in trios, most of the players didn't think of it that much. But one thing we did see in martial arts is less combo break and more combo starters. Just because you're not able to break out anymore if you get parried. In silence, you are going to eat that parry punish. You are going to eat some type of flank blue. So is combo break as good when you can just open up someone with a combo starter? Well, why not just like, let's just trade out that combo break. And if you don't have a combo break, you are for sure going to get 2v1 and exploded, as we are going to see that explosion of points from TE. 3 pose points, 8 game 1-8 at a nice 16, more than double the points of Wolves at 7 points. SR tied with them at 7 points, YZG at 6, GG at 5, OUG at 4, XKG at 4, RW at 3. And this is actually probably one of the biggest leads I've ever seen TE kind of take, and they've always been known for doing super well during the actual regular season, and in clutch time I saw some great adjustments actually from Wolves to deal with TE's team play, but TE had another year involved by everyone being able to find the flank, everyone filling in those roles, as we are going to go to the highlights to hear the vibes of TE as they are just firing on all cylinders today.
I mean, the comms are on fire. The team is on fire because of the IV too, but the comms are on fire as they're all just talking, saying like, okay, this is an opportunity, this player's low, look for the flank here, come in at this time, especially with the Hardy ultimate. You can see here, we saw it multiple times just looking at TXJ. It did not matter which character he played, it did not matter which weapon he was on. For the most part, it was flying knives. He would always, like you said, be looking for those flanks. This is the moment here. Zenda F2 scoop, nothing you can do. Get put into the full combo blend off of that one security hit from the F2 bird. It's so risky with the Zenda F2 since it's not a combo break for you, but if you can get it onto an enemy, it's so good to be able to set up those early eliminations when there's very little they can do to outplay. Hardy combo breaker as well being used, not for TXJ to dodge away from damage, but to be aggressive, to set up his position in an unexpected drop down with those knives and put the damage pressure out on a 2 versus 1 situation that they've been able to set up from that reposition. And that's pretty much what TE did, no matter what composition they played.
Woo! I mean, my pick was SR, but my second
pick... You changing?
No, we can't swap it.
I'm going TE. I'm going TE all day, baby.
I made against you last time, Ultimate Caster. I went with a try, and technically, I could have gone with SR. I did have the early pick, but you know, after seeing TE's opener and just what a commanding lead, I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna be a tall order for anyone to catch up if and only if TE blows it out of the water their first round again for the first Battle Royale round. If they have a massive first game again and take a huge lead, it's gonna be very tough for these teams to catch up, because we still have to see whether or not in martial arts we saw a little bit of mix up. We didn't see the new character, we did see a little bit of variation, a little bit of personality from teams running a little bit of some unorthodox compositions. Now, we normally see a lot of counter comping with Hadi being basically countered. You want to get that Akko's Viper into it if you can, and then throw in that Monk that before it wasn't Monk. Now we saw Monk kind of go into that opener to try to catch that initial composition. In Battle Royale, though, very, very different. You're not only fighting for inside Yang, you're fighting on the outside, and you're fighting multi-way. So, will we see something new? From what I've seen so far, I don't know, Moxie. I want them to try something new, but there's a lot of work that goes into team play. I feel like teams might stick with their guns, but I'm still going to be holding my breath. I want someone to come out with some weirdo strategy or composition. So already, even in martial arts, normally we talk about comps, the ability rotations, but we've seen different weapon compositions, spear coming back, even double spear coming back, and then following up. Do you share the flying knives around? What is going to be your follow-up weapon depending on character? And how do you play these scenarios? In the past, we've always looked at trios as position 1, 2, and 3. You got your tank, you got your flanking DPS, and you got your support. But now we're seeing closer to everyone playing every single role depending on the situation, who has ultimate, who's very, very low. And I thought TE did it better than any other team in that martial arts round.
I mean, I should point out that TE have been in this position before. Like, for the Stage 2 finals, TE blew it out of the water for the first half of the day. Like, they won everything, pretty much. They won the pre-post points, they won the martial arts tournament, they won MVP for the first game. The problem for them was just closing out. Like, that first half of the day was insane. The best NBPL that we've seen them play. The second half of the day was awful. Like, parts of it was just really, like, unlucky. They had some horrible drops. They got some horrible loot. They ran into teams that were really, really strong. They ran into the wrong teams as well, like, on specific counter compositions. But, like, you have to start asking yourself, if that happens so many times in a row, how much of it is actual misfortune and how much of it is that teams were able to just keep a track of where TE were and purposely made sure that they stacked the deck against them. And that was how SR were able to come out on top of the Stage 2 finals, because literally for the first, like, 2 games, both TE and SR hit match point threshold on game 3, had it in game 4. SR almost won. They almost won on Pedoria, and then they got griefed. They got hard griefed by Wolves, actually. Wolves and OUG. Wolves and OUG. OUG they took a fight with on Azov Peak, and it meant that they were not guarding the Soul Altar. So Wolves did something very sneaky, which was that they got 2 of their teammates back via Rebirth Charm and played Devil's Advocate, so that when a fight broke out, you had to deal with Wolves' whole crew as well as the one last player from OUG, which meant that poor old SR just could not close out the round and pick up the MVP. But they did manage in the end. It took them all the way to Game 8, but they did manage to walk away with the Stage 2 final title. Fortunately for TE, though, they fell off a cliff after those first few games, so I would imagine they'll be able to take an MVP here, depending on which phase they find themselves in, especially if they're in one of the earlier phases. But closing out the day, that's a curse that's followed this team for a very long time, even when they were JL. There was actually a superstition in the NBPL League, which I found insane when I learned about this. Everyone knew that JL did, like, really, really well in all of their just, like, base games, but there was a superstition that they would do so well in their base games, they would be awful on the actual titles day.
Well, you know, that curse is, it's gone. It's gone at this point. And today, all the teams will be gone for this season, with the exception of the actual winner, the MVP for this round. And will we go the distance, or will it end very early? TE with a commanding lead. It's looking like we may be clocking out a little bit early. if TXJ is able to lead their team to a commanding victory. Now you see the body language changing for a lot of the teams, a lot of high hopes going in, feeling the vibes. SR, you know, they were probably one of the biggest teams. They looked very cheery, high-fiving other teams, but they looked locked in, ready to go for this first round. No more funny business. They did happen to get an unlucky matchup going out a little bit earlier than they would like, but now Battle Royale, like Moxie was saying, you get unlucky off spawn. You can just, everyone gets great swords for some reason off spawn. No one gets an armor. And the time is ticking. The lobby is so ferocious with off spawn timing attacks. Do you want to hot drop, or do you want to try to come in and loot? You never know what's going to actually happen, because if the two teams fighting hot, landing on the same square, finish their fight early, that team now has ultimates and your timing doesn't matter. Now both teams take a long time because everyone has a great sword for some unlucky reason. Then you come in perfectly, coming in, knocking all the 1 HP players down, snowballing those soul blooms and getting a 2-for-1 deal. Now afterwards, we've seen some teams really concentrate on moonbaiting instead of going for armor. That slow, very GG-like macro playstyle where you're just trying to get nice and thick with all the loot and just like winning out endgame has really been phased out with just how slimmer the lobby is. 8 teams versus 12, same amount of aggression, same amount of fights in that early and middle, just not a lot of meat left on the table by endgame. So waiting to the last second to having the best loot hasn't been the best strategy so far, and we've seen GG struggle this season because that's what they were known for. That was their playstyle. Same with Wolves, kind of a different brand of it, but just playing very, very solid, very, very safe, and letting their endgame speak for themselves. But now it's more like guerrilla warfare. You gotta hit and run, you gotta take some risk very early, you gotta give some to get some. So now, are we gonna see the weird phasing though, Moxie? Because you said early in the season, the Vipers were getting away with shenanigans. First round right now. At this point, in NARAKA, the phasing is no longer new. The coaches, the players are very accustomed to counter-stratting and identifying who their opponents are depending on who's in what group in the phasing. So now there is a little bit of a deception game that teams run where you think they're going to just run the meta comp and they end up running a different composition. So you can't really snipe.
They're doing it.
Oh. And we are going to get that first round. The Moxie PE not going to go with the traditional Hadi or zipping, and Wolves going to be odd man out. Going to have to be dealing with the triple Viper aggressive opener.
Stack the deck. It's time to stack the deck. SRYZG, no comp is more expensive. What do you want to go for? Do you want to stack the deck with Hardy comp, or do you want to stack the deck with Viper comp? Oh! Wait, the 50-50! For 2 phases! we got back to limbo! YZG and SR, there is no chance that we flipped the coin and both times it did not land heads, it did not land tails, it landed perfectly upright. That's wild!
No shenanigans. Shenanigans prevented. You end up splitting teams, and this is the more vanilla meta we've been seeing. Hadi, Ino, zipping, followed by the Akos Viper. Now we got a little.
She's there.
We are gonna get the new character coming out. XKG is gonna ride it with Temmie in his eye. Very, very interesting. Zyphon coming out with a different variation. Now, in the old school days when Zypin was created, Zai, her strength, well, she doesn't really need much to get online. She gets her power spikes very, very early. You can just get her a purple armor, get her not even a purple, just a purple weapon, and she's going to be doing work, especially if you're able to use the other two characters to blow through the enemy team's defensive cooldowns. Zai just has a field day, and we saw it in martial arts. Zai's new armor for her attacks does give her a little bit better action versus the Transformers. Now, unfortunately, flying knives exist, so she can get hit from a mile away. Her whips and chains are not the longest attack in the game. Flying knives double charge still can hit you with that flank. So I'm very curious to see whether or not this team can get some value out of this.
Yeah, especially because they're removing the Temi from the Tianhai comp.
Tianhai hasn't gotten a lot of action just because Spiritwell just getting hard focus. He's just too much of a big target.
True, but multiple teams with the Zenda comp, though, there would be like a couple of comps that you would play the Zenda with. Some teams would go the Zenda Yushan, right? Some teams actually went Zenda Temi Tianhai was their turn. So I feel like maybe that's them wanting to move away from the Tianhai Zenda comp and more field towards the Zai, while also actually depowering the other Tianhai comp, because Tianhai always does better in a lobby where there's more of him. Now, there's only going to be the one. It's going to be interesting to see what ability loadout they go through. I imagine it's going to be the V1 instead of the V2 if you're playing her without a second support. Like, maybe you can get away with the V2 if you're running something like a Syra or Karumi with her, but with the Zai and the Temi, surely it's the V1.
Surely. Now we are going to be looking at the average points of the teams.
V2!
Over 10 is going to be very, very solid. OUG, the only team with not having an average over 10.
Raven, they're running V2.
V2.
Yeah, the one that's aggressive and is the Wu Chen teleport swap. They're not running the V1.
We're gonna see swap meta back? I mean...
Yeah, we're seeing Meteor Strike. Oh, wait, do you know what they might do? Oh, that's diabolical. The V2 means that basically you summon a meteor, right? And who gets hit by the meteor gets marked, and then they get teleported to that position in the next 3 seconds. If you're running Zai Temi, you can literally anticipate the teleport and throw out a Temi Wisp into Zai follow-up.
It sounds like a lot of cooldowns for
It does sound like a lot of cooldowns for one potential kill. That's my worry.
It's a lot of cooldowns for one kill. I mean, they wouldn't bust it out if they didn't have success in it. Now, having success versus the most organized teams, a little bit of a different story, but I'm hoping that they got something special cooking, and other teams have some special sneaky gimmicks that they're going to be able to get through, because today is the day we crown the Big 26 NBPL Trios Finals. If you're just joining us, this is game 2 going on to Battle Royale, as we are going to get XKG versus YZG off spawn. Junction going to be taking down the first player, healing for ZXL, and XKG is going to take the top of the castle. We're setting up for that Volpine, but on the south of it, we are going to get OUG versus SR, landing on the Fireflies. Baby U trying to get out of there, but SR Rico is going to chase him down, taking him down, getting the kill, and SR is going to win this Firefly battle. Now, the question is, are they going to make their way for the Volpine immediately, as Peak is going to be wasting some precious seconds right here, using that great sword to helicopter away, then using his F to just burn some time, but he is dragging them to XKG over here, as NY7 is not giving this up. XKG, you see him on the mini-map immediately setting up to grab that Volpine, but SR and OUG's Peak are here right now. As SR, they want this kill. NY7, we still got you in our sights, sucker. No grapples. We need this. We need. Where are you going?
Wait, XKG hid instead of taking the engagement. They let OUG pass through. Xin Chuan, by the way, definitely running the V2 because he got the cast off at the 60% mark. So that is one of the other benefits with the Tara V2. You can see it here, it's colored in on 64%. You can actually use it at 60% rage. So very good for hot drop. There's the F2 coming in, knocking everyone back. But SR, having gotten those early eliminations, got enough money to be able to come on through with a Moonbane Charm by, and they'll drop it right on Arcadia, meaning that XKG cannot hold this position for long. They have to try and space away from the additional damage coming on through. Also invites the third and fourth parties, since everyone will see it coming out on that map. Big Barry setup, NY7 with that Eno F now coming through with the Eno ultimate. Temi ults on the field as well, trying to fully lock these players down and give XKG an opportunity to get a few heals through, but NY7 does not care about the sand, goes directly through the wind wall and keeps up the pressure, not allowing XKG any opportunity to sustain. And this was my fear when they ran the V2 instead of the V1 without a second support. How do you win heal situations when the fight goes long? Zhao has gone down, so it's currently a 2 versus 2 situation. Make that potentially a 2 versus 1, but no, NY7 actually not able to follow up on the opening created by his teammate. Instead, he falls, and XKG are able to turn the fight instead.
That's tough when you Moonbane a team and you take a loss, as SR is going to run into the stacked XKG. We are going to move over to GG versus RW. AB going to get one grab through. Psalm's coming in, looking for the scoops. Where's my second scoop? We got a cone ready for the scoop. AB is getting just shoved back. He's going to lose his Temi, U1, and now his other teammate, Youth, is going to fall. AB not able to set up the Monk Sunday. No scoops for him, as GG is gonna surround him, take him down, and now GG, you know, they didn't look so good in martial arts, shaping up, winning their off spawn, gaining some momentum here. Now we are going to look at the lobby leaders. TE already up to 1 kill, 17 kills. SR up to 3 kills. XKG up to 5. GG at 3, and now the gap is going to start gapping as teams picking up these points. But first part of Battle Royale, it's always that first Yang. First Yang says it all. TE, I'm curious to see whether or not they're going to go for ambush strategies. TXJ is the pioneer of using the catapult to scout out the lay of the land and really extend their kill potential, traversing all the land, where one person spots a team, calls in the reinforcements, and everyone comes skydiving in looking for that burst strategy with the Akko's Viper. You know
what's weird though? We had Moonbane and no other team came to third party. That's actually what a lot of this lobby has been. It's been fighting, but it's been concentrated fighting. It's like 3 versus 3s. Very rarely have we actually seen multiple teams take fights in the same area. XKG only have 5 kills because they ran through 2 teams in 2 separate positions, basically. Or I guess more accurately, 2 teams ran through them. As TE turning onto Wolves, forcing ZK to have to use the Eno ultimate, and then trying to cage lock him down with the ACOS into, the Syro Beam. That's not a fun one for Wolves to have to deal with, but TE do have one thing going low, and that was a lot of ultimates they used, so they're actually going to vacate the premises, or attempt to, as QGG grapples after them, forces the Viper V1 just for TXJ to zone QGG back. We've got an ACOS cage this time from YZG's end, as they've been able to spot down one of TE's players. As QGG gets put into the uppercut, but unfortunately the terrain means that CGS is not able to find the follow-through damage with the Nunnies. Comes on through, now having to worry about the Viper V1 stun, locking everyone down, because Cuckoo 2 comes through with the Syra V2 to stabilize the Viper's lifeline, and GG now are the ones taking pressure. A lot of damage onto QGG, very good peel coming off from through. CGS got locked into position, both with the Viper stun, but also the Cyber Powerful Dazzle and has to use the Justina dashes, just try and put pressure onto TE's players, grab a Soul Bloom, and then get back to his team. As we were talking about TE trying to ambush teams, they just absolutely forced 3 teams to have to all in ultimates and take away their chances of Realm of Yang entry.
Well, there's just a lot of space on the map for all these teams to take these ISO fights. Kukatu from YZG is going to get chased down from GG. Now, first Yang is going to be up as XKG going to be one of the first teams in, waiting for all challengers on this new composition on the Zai. Now, on the outside, though, Wolves just going to claim a nice, safe Spirit Well. Nothing to scoff at. You're going to be able to get the nice res for the teammate, as well as a weapon. First Realm of Yang, though, is going to be this Big 26 Xiphon composition versus the Rushdown of GG. Now, the ideals comp that you run into with GG is you're looking to execute Viper teams with your Yushan, but they are going to get this weirdo composition. Are they going to be able to adjust and pick this apart as XKG is opening up very, very slow? Yushan ult is already out from 3-3-0. Hemi ult is going to be coming through. Yushan should be able to buff them so they can walk in and out. And what a weird fight as now Juxian out of ultimate is going to have to deal with this Zai ult, but I spoke too soon. Juxian's ultimate is going to be back online at that 60%, but GG looks like they have ZXL locked down right now. The surround's going to be coming through. Meteor comes down, but nice pill from Juxian as 3-3-0 is going to get traded out, and now we are down to a 2v1.
Ooh, just the finish. Yep, the F2 comes on from the Tara. Xin Huan, by the way, doing really good. Like, opening with the V2 so that you can start chipping the damage through with that pole sword off of your Scale Rush bonks, so you can build up the ultimate back as quickly as possible. 2 versus 1 situation, still potentially losable, so they're not going to play with their food and take LXM down now. But that means because he opened with the V2, yes, he catches no one on the actual, like, first ultimate, he gets it back again, and then he baits his teammate effectively to be able to catch the Meteor Strike onto 1, and then come through with that pole sword chunk of damage off of the security hit when he's teleported back into that position 3 seconds later. So we can really start to see why the V2 is being used here for that Realm of Yang, as RW play it pretty safe, very slow at the moment, just going beneath the river. You can actually still see their presence if you look very closely. There's little air bubbles that pop up from the stream, but that's a very hard detail to be able to catch when everything moves as quickly as it does in NARAKA. And RW will be using that one to hold on to the Vermilion Birdsmite for as long as possible, because both of the other Realm of Yang fights went the distance, it looks like. OUG only now pick up their own buff.
SR and GG do have Yang depletion. Wolves did pick up Spirit Well. They have the Draco Storm traversing the land, looking for any shenanigans going down. Looking at the total points, TE still only at their 3 kills off spawn at 19 points, and XKG having a massive game, jumping in from the depths, already up to 8 kills, 12 points for them. SR with 5 kills at 12 points, and GG with a lot of kills as well at 11. And TE, they had a cushy start, but not having the best of luck finding all of these timings, as we are going to move over to Wolves versus XKG. Now, XKG does have a second life, Vermilion's buff, but it's always tough just to have Vermilion for that second life when you're going against Draco Storm. Draco Storm with that AoE gonna have the fighting advantage right here, but this cliffside in the zone pushing everyone in, making the fight super awkward for Wolves. Juxian is gonna secure some damage onto ZK, dodging the F2, forcing ZK to ult, as Temi ult's going to be invested. Everyone's in zone right now. Like, who is this? XKG, very, very low. No armor to their name. Drakenstorm is doing a good job of keeping them up, or taking them down, I mean. And surrounded by wolves. And wait a second, RW showing up to the party. What's up, guys? Fancy meeting you guys here in the zone. You come here often, as RW is gonna find the easiest 3 kills with that nice zone kill.
TE, SR, GG, OUG all fighting here. These were the teams that had Yang Depletion. OUG, the only team left with a million birds might at the moment, more than happy to continue taking that fight. TE not having that luxury, but having their ultimates up, will be able to have a lot of control of the tempo. Sara V2 from one thing, still got the Viper V1 in case you get third-partied or have to use the damage reduction qualities of the ultimate to be able to hold your own life through. But one thing now is coming low and actually does go down. TXJ spots out that maybe it's time to try and book it out, but the grapple gets interrupted by LXM, who's able to catch on top of him. Out comes the Viper V1 just for TXJ to get the opportunity to scale rush with the dual blades off of the cliff into a grapple, but GG are not going to let him silently go into the night. A little bit of movement error is going to be able to keep the Viper a little bit too close for comfort. The good thing for TE though is that that was the sacrifice play. They'd already lost one thing. They had a rebuff charm. They had 2 rebuff charms. They were able to safely secure their ACOS's exit from all of that fighting, with the Viper tracking OUG further away. And TE closed up the distance onto Assault Altar instantly by their 2 players back.
Yeah, TE is known for this zone shenanigan reses. They're like cockroaches. You just can't get rid of them. They just keep surviving. They keep coming back for some more. 22 points for them. Still keeping that nice cush lead ahead of GG. But GG started off the day very, very slow, but they're coming out swinging with their Justina Yushan, finding some very nice timings. And this is the fun part of Doria, getting the catapult all around. And unfortunately for OUG, they're going to be looking across at a gold armor Yuan. But armor doesn't win you fights when the damage does. So can OUG get that damage to, as AB already going to be opening up with the monk hold. OUG's SS taking to the skies. He has a gold pulse sword. He's going to do a ton of damage, but the Temi ult is going to be coming out already, as OUG's peak, wait a second, is going to get shredded out of existence. Still a little room for SS to make some work, but no room anymore when you get scooped up from AB. Freeze is going to be coming through. And they are going to trade down youth. Wait a second, OUG is rallying back.
Oh, the Justina freeze was huge. It caught both the Tianhai as well as the Zender, who was looking to capitalize on the grab player with the damage. AB going to cover his teammate with the F1, trying to set up the flank knife play coming on through. Gets the parry! And that's the turnaround. RW clutch out the situation and managed to win the second Realm of Yang. The only Realm of Yang that actually went for a Raven, which means that there's only one team with Yang depletion. Unfortunate news for OUG to have to bear, because it means that no one else is going to want to take a 1 versus 1 isolated fight off into the far reaches of the map, where they're not going to be discovered by the rest of the lobby, as second Realm of Yang was entirely free. No one even tried to gamble on the second Realm of Yang to get the free buff.
Fortune favors the bold, as the fortunes are not favoring OUG. SR's at Y7 inside zone, decides that this is unwinnable, is going to deny the kill here, as GG going to check the vibes, find this fallen SR member. Last SR member is going to be eliminated, and GG in a commanding position to MVP the first game of the day. Now we are going to tab over a lot of teams inside Pretoria, just kind of hovering to wait out this Yang depletion situation. OUG, all the pressure's on them to make a move. RW and Wolves both have Mystic, so they're able to scout out the lay of the lands, see if anyone's fighting, see if they find any duos or solos kind of straggling. Now we fortunately have all of the info, so there's no duos and solos, only full teams right now. But it's all about the fight selection going into Spirit Well. Can you find this Yang depletion team when they choose to all in another team and kind of take advantage of it? If both teams end up overextending, you're going to get a nice 6-piece, but at the very least you should be able to pick 1 or 2 off the Yang depletion situation if you're one of these stacked teams. And RW definitely very stacked with the double gold armor.
I feel that GG might catch a stray though, with the fact that everyone knows the Yang depletion team is running Justina, Shenhwan Li, and Yushan. What is the comp that GG are running? Justina, Shenhwan Li, Yushan. So poor GG are going to have to really make sure that body language does not in any way indicate that they could be the one on that composition with Yang depletion, because everyone will turn on to them to try to get those final hits. Unfortunately for OUG though, everyone's just traveling as a pack right now. There's no team left isolated other than, well, I was going to say RW, who we saw from Imperium, but they've joined the rest of the teams too, which means that OUG has gone from bad to worse. Not only are they the only team with Yang depletion, they've also run into no one to be able to get the damage to be able to extend that timer of Yang depletion. Now they're going to show up, they're going to try and jump onto TE. They've spotted that XEM has blue armor, so we're going to see an all-in come through onto him with a Temi ultimate, actually, as everyone sees OUG coming up from the rear and decides that they'll throw TE to the Wolves. Well, not Wolves, Wolves are ahead of the rest. They'll just throw them to OUG. TE get caught out by another team's Temi ultimate, and they lose 1, and are now so far away that OUG divert their attention to them instead, and everyone else is home free.
Tough break for TE. They're not going to be able to snowball this lobby, but where they fall short, OUG comes out of the depths. It's a nice 6-piece, but I spoke a little bit too soon, as XKG is going to catch them out, find them rotating into zone. Peak, still one of OUG's last members, gonna survive, run the Yushan ult, but he goes out there, he's just gonna be running into a GG and Wolves, but OUG's Baby U very low. Yushan smacking him around, all the teammates trying to facilitate the kill, gives CGS an opportunity to back up here, get back with this team, get back to full health, and kind of check out where the lobby is at right now. Second Spirit Well is going to be coming up. Who's on the other one? It's not GG. It's not XKG.
RW got, and then XKG got flag.
We do have the Avengers moving along here to cap, but RW, oh my goodness, triple gold armor. Looking at GG, they don't care. It's like triple gold armor mean nothing. They just keep smacking and cannoning, putting on the pressure, but they barely did any damage to this stacked RW team, as XKG lurking on the outside.
They got cap. They got cap for free. GG and Wolves are the only teams with Yang depletion, Raven. RW got the Yang line, and yeah, XKG got cap because GG and RW were all looking at the last player from OUG. Which means that someone's going to have to take the plunge and take a fight, and then the two teams without Yang depletion will be able to benefit the most because they can just sit on the sidelines and third party, which is excellent news for Xunhuan, on the Tara, because that means that you can literally just set up your V2 and teleport everyone into one very cozy position for your team to be able to play off of.
I was saying that Monk doesn't have that much success, but now I'm eating the words of talking as RW very stacked going to this end game and climbing the leaderboard, closing the distance TE. If they're able to MVP this round, they can get into striking distance of TE, but still 80% Moonbane is going to be coming out of Spirit. Next Spirit Wells will come up as well. GG, this is what they're known for. They're nice close quarter combat tactics as a team, always moving hand by hand in these tight endgame situations. But little do they know, the cannon, we're all stacked up. One cannon shot doing 1 billion damage to all three of them. Alex M very low right now, taking so much damage. F2 gonna come in. ZK initiating onto GG. Very stacked right now. They are gonna try to defend Alex M as 330 creates some space for them, but they have to be careful right now because they are rotating into the gold armor of RW. No problem though, RW wants no part of it as the 80% Moonbane, forcing all these teams onto the outside, and Wolves just so aggressive onto their rivals. GG, he's sick of it. Gonna be turning around with 1:21 and their Yang depletion. Gonna let Wolves have it for trying to poke them out of position.
RW's third party though.
You know where it's gonna be coming. And RW is looking in from the Spirit Well. Do you go for kills or do you go for Spirit Well?
Oh, RW with the Tianhai, I think decide GG's options for them. Yeah, there we go. RW get another Spirit Well. XKG waiting on the outside as well. At least it's not Draco Storm, but it is Mystic Might, and it is another cycle of ultimates, which means that AV will use this Tianhai ultimate and then have a second one good to go instantly after, which is great news for him because here comes the all-in from XKG. Tianhai ultimate dropped, Zai engaged with the F2, and AB just uses the second Tianhai ultimate to be able to cover for his teammates as Youth gets a second cast of the Zender V1 as well. ZK now is looking a little bit out of position from the rest of his team, is able to get out thanks to that movement before he gets grabbed by AB, but he's the only Eno left for his team. Everyone else outside of RW and XKG are reduced to one player. It's a 1 versus 1 versus 3 versus 3, and potentially ZK goes down since he's used his Eno F and does not have the reposition opportunity. Blazing Cyclone from the Whipsword catches the last player from GG side, and we have a 3 versus 3 to determine who will be the last team standing in this lobby.
The AB, no Monk ult to his name, is getting ran down by XKG. XKG doesn't even let him back into zone, and now RW, no Monk to their name. They still can find the res here while these fighters are very active, and RW not happy that their Monk got ran down right there. Beadley comes in with the scale with Youth, finds a pickup right here, but now XKG with the Temio is going to slow things down. Not enough though. The double charge from the dual Howley's coming through. CGS can't do anything on Justina. No combo break to his name. He is going to get walked through with RW, and now RW, the triple gold armor, just too much to deal with. SR is going to take the first Battle Royale game of the day. Game 2. That's why I picked SR. I picked SR. EE may be the fancier fighters, but...
Wait, what do you mean it's RW?
Is it RW?
Yes. SR got knocked out, like, pretty early.
That's my bad. RW. RW. They look red SR, red RW. I forgot the bug team. Climbed up. Well, I didn't say RW is gonna win. Will RW win? You know, any team could win because everyone in NBPL, you know, had to fight tooth and nail to get to this position, and RW, you know, maybe this is part of the mix-up. The weird gimmicks is Monk getting value in this current meta. RW, it's very rare that we see a Monk team get online that much, like triple gold armor going into endgame.
They got pretty lucky in the first Realm of Yang because it was empty. They went into Realm of Yang with very little like armor. I think one of them actually was still like on gray, if I recall correctly. And then no one was in their third Realm of Yang, so they got just the buff and all of the upgrade loot for free. And then that allowed them to snowball from there, picking up Spirit Wells, getting free lots of legendary armor, so that when you do get to the Spirit Well where you would be contested the most, no one's in a good position to be able to challenge you. No one wants to be able to step into both the Temu, who's so good at being able to control those points of interest with the box comp stylings, but also no one wants to challenge the Tianhai in case you get double grabbed out. Plus, we only had 2 Viper teams in the lobby, and those went out before the Spirit Well line came through as well, so his main counter was removed from play very early on. As we'll be looking at our second answer for treasure of the day, which team got the most kills in game 2? Was it A, RW, B, XKG, C, GG, or D, TE? Now think carefully on this one, because just because a team MVPs does not mean that they got the most kills in the lobby, so you might get a little bit game systemed in terms of that one. But no, RW are going to be able to walk away with the MVP, being the only team on the Tianhai comp. Which is astounding, because we both talked about it, right? You said that Tianhai is not having that much value recently. I said it's the only Tianhai team in the lobby, so the moment it gets scouted out, everyone's going to be able to turn on to it. But it got all the way to endgame to hit the power scaling that it's looking for.
Yeah, and when you get gold armor onto that endgame team, this durability steps up. The damage gained from everyone, the follow-up from everyone with that extra durability, it was just too much for the lobby to handle. Now, everyone knows how to game plan, possibly to take out the other compositions, and just figuring out, hey, maybe the Monk comp, you know, we'll just catch him off guard. We'll catch him later on. It'll be an easy pickoff, but they didn't really get slowed down at all, because like Moxie said, they got a free Yang. Now, looking at the points from game 2. 21 points to RW, not SR. I mean, their jerseys look pretty similar, I'm not gonna lie. XKG at 13 points, GG at 11, OUG at 6. Now, the overall stats of this weirdo comp.
That's a lot of damage on the Zenda.
Zenda is doing the Zenda work. Now, combo starter, the Monk being pure support, just grabbing it and letting his teammates go to work, just giving them
he's car control.
3 kills. He's the wizard grabber here in the background, but really good stuff from RW to make that Monk composition work with a 21 point opener, and they skyrocket from the depths all the way to first place, overtaking TE at 22. XKG with a massive 13 point game, jumping up to 17 points. Only a 5 point difference from TE, and only a 7 point difference from RW. So still in striking distance. Same with QG. Now we're gonna go to highlights, as GG had a wonderful time catching all these teams off guard inside zone.
Oof, OUG not having a fun time there, as this was the moment that TE started losing some of their players and had to buy them back. As we've got CGS with that Justina V1 big parries coming on through into the blink state so that you don't get caught out by TE trying to turn the damage onto you. RW here, this was why the Zender did over 20,000 damage. The fact that you got 2 casts of the V1 back to back with legendary weapon scaling. Yeah, that's going to be absolutely monstrous on the field for teams to have to deal with. You can see just how quickly the health bar drops the moment those shots start finding those connections off of the arrows and the halberds, as I believe Youth is likely going to be walking away with that overall MVP, given the amount that he's able to do. Yet again, back into the V1 state, arrows up, almost half health gone in an instant up against Temi. ZXL forced to have to come through with the combo breaker because he had no choice. That's the only way he would live that long against the Zender. And we get a scoop of the F2 to be able to set up the next kill onto Xinhuan before RW drop down, and now start looking for 2 versus 1 situations as they'd lost their Tianhai. Blazing Cyclone comes out. Youth spaces back, grabs the legendary armor reset from the Spirit Well capture earlier, and with that semi-ultimate fully locking the space down, CGS falls before they turn their attention onto 2-tick, Zender F2 into RMB from Halberds, and goodbye Zai.
Goodbye Zai indeed, as we see RW with their victory sip. You know, nothing is more delicious than hydrating after a nice win. RW making some moves here. We thought it was going to be SR. We thought it was going to be TE. We got to move over for RW, as we are going to see Youth's MVP. Lots of damage, you know, just kind of standard though. Triple attack Jade and triple defense. Now, look how much damage comes out from his skills and ultimate. Over 10,000 damage. My man is pumping out, printing value out of his ultimate. Good googly mooglies. And the second most damage, dual Halbies, the tried and true. Close your eyes and release, get those hits in, but you know, dual Halbies not used as much in the current meta, but still reliable in trios because of how much range that dual Halbies has. Plus a gold weapon might be the secret. We see a dual Halbie comeback now in Battle Royale. You know, everything's a little bit unfair. You can get unlucky off spawn. There's still a lot of NARAKA to be played. That was only game 2 if you're just tuning in. Game 3 is going to be coming up. And for a lot of teams, ideally you want to hit the road running. We saw TE come in with the advantage coming out of martial arts. And now RW is going to have the advantage winning the first Battle Royale game. But will one of these teams be able to have another snowball game? If TE picks it up in game 3, can they get the match point threshold? We're already seeing 20 bombs being pulled off, so it's very easy within the first 3 games for the top 3 teams to really push for an early match point eligibility.
Well, we'll have to see if TE will be able to pick up that momentum, or if RW will be able to back-to-back MVP and put themselves onto match point threshold in game 3. We'll be back with that. Words are hard, apparently, after this short break. Hello everyone and welcome back to the grand finals for the NBPL Spring Split 2026 Trios as we get ready to head into Game 3, our second Battle Royale match of the day. Our W were able to take the MVP for the first one, but we did get to see the new hero in action, and XKG, despite not MVPing, did pick up second Raven. Even though, and I find it so surprising, they were using the V2 instead of the V1, but with the frequency that they have those V2s coming on through, I can see why they think it's more valuable instead of going for the V1.
Yeah, the defensive meta hasn't been playing out this year, especially with the new rules. Fighting and getting kills is just so important. Getting that rush down going through. But surprisingly, you know, I was saying that we haven't seen a lot of dominance from monks. RW gets a ton of value of their monk composition. Now, you did point out, though, they did get a free Yang, so they were able to scale up for free. And maybe they lucked out with their rotations. And, you know, the least likely scenario where one of the lower ranking teams was able to have a big game to slow down TE's role. TE could have blown this out of the water, had a massive first game to go to 20 points, getting very, very close to match point. But now two teams are very, very close to having a big game and having that match point eligibility. We are going to get a 3 or 4 game series. It's probably going to be going the distance, Moxley. I'm not going to lie. Most of these teams are looking very, very sharp right now. It's very, very close between all the teams, and no one's letting anyone pull with the lead. But like you were saying, new character, V2 getting value off of it. What other crazy new things are we going to be seeing today? New patch. I'm not going to lie, seeing Zai back into the meta, still a little bit strange, even though there was a big portion of the NARAKA meta that non-stop we saw Zai running around forever just because of how much value she got off all the loot she got. But today, yeah, the high budget composition. Today we are going to be moving on to the next time. Perdoria is one of those very, very hectic maps just because the catapult gives so much mobility to the Viper composition. Normally we've seen Viper just get a ton of value off being able to kind of cherry pick and find those good engagements, but we just saw so much discipline from all the teams to not really give an opening and overextension for other teams to follow up. You pointed out that we pretty much only got very, very isolated fights, and off spawn we saw a couple upsets, even Moonbane's not getting a ton of value off spawn. So, you know, everyone's coming up with their A game, a little bit of upsets, and still a lot of NARAKA to be played as we move on to Game 3.
Yeah, it sort of felt, it was weird. The multi-way fighting, instead of being on the hot drop situation, moved closer to the first realm of Yang spawning. Like, we actually saw it, TE on Imperium get the jump onto, it was OUG or YZG, one of the two of them. And then that kickstarts into motion this huge chain reaction of like GG get pulled into it, YZG get pulled into it. There's multiple teams all in one position that lose players, and because it's so late into the game, they don't have those revives available. They don't have those second lives. So those deaths, they stick. And we have to see those teams then not be able to go into the realm of Yang because they're down a player, or they're fully eliminated. Like YZG literally got fully eliminated before the first realm of Yang had even allowed teams to step through because of the chain reaction of fighting happening around Imperium at the time. That also had the butterfly impact of meaning that TE weren't in a position to go into Realm of Yang as well, and that's why their sort of gameplay was slowed down to a little bit of a crawl. They couldn't go into a Realm of Yang, they couldn't try and scale up, they couldn't really find an isolated one team versus one team, and were left at the mercy of all of the rest of the teams coming through with buffs and Yang depletion when the multi-way fighting happened after the first Realm of Yang had ended, which they unfortunately were not able to survive fully intact. I really do think like we have to go back to that moment as well when it's one team, second Realm of Yang, only one Realm of Yang is actually fought through. and there's only one team with Yang Depletion, and so everyone just starts going into this like pack where they all want to try and huddle around each other for warmth, a little bit like penguins. But we get a true planet Earth moment where the teams around them work out, wait a minute, there's someone who's weak here, there's someone we can throw to the wolves, and they just drop a Temi ultimate on poor TE and send TE off to have to deal with the Yang Depletion team, which OUG cull through them, and the rest of the teams in the lobby use basically TE to bait out resources from OUG, the ultimates, the cooldowns, so they can get those kills as quickly as possible, cleanse the depletion, and then they just turn on to them instead. So it was all that, like that Temi ultimate really unfortunately meant that poor TE just did not get a chance to play in the final zone.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of teams showed up today with their A game. No one's looking unprepared. Everyone's game plan seems to give them some type of solid footing to stand on to keep up pace with the rest of the lobby. Now, it was the first game, and what's surprising is normally I always say we've seen this very, very successful teams, the champions, the top 3 teams, always start out with a very, very strong first game, and they seem to carry that momentum throughout the tournament. I would say most of the lobby had a very, very good second game, technically, because it's Battle Royale. We always, it's very easy to call it the first game because it was the first Battle Royale game, but all these teams came out swinging. No one really hesitated. Everyone was very, very aggressive, going on to each objective, trying to squeeze out every potential kill without overextending and giving up like a weak point, losing a member to something silly. And even when facing eliminations, we saw teams find the classic reses going into zone, being able to recover their games. That's a big difference between the 8-man versus 12 team lobby. There's just a lot more space on the map now. And with that space, even if you get eliminated, since there's so much more loot, most teams are already so gluttonous that you can go back and salvage your body, find your armor, find your weapons, just because other teams are not going to be able to take all of it up. Since past the midway point, the one nice part of the rule set is you're able to get your team looted up and not be fully in poverty going to end games, not having a ton of loot. It's very rare that we see a team with only blue armors running into end game. Usually at that point, teams are already able to consolidate a little bit where they at least get a purple armor. Now, the big surprise we saw for that second round is the weird phase pick where TE tried to mix it up and force the Viper shenanigan with a 3 pick. And if they got a triple Viper, they would have had an edge in the game, but the second phase denied it. We went with the split with the Hottie Enor zipping and another Viper comp, making it a more fair traditional vanilla lobby. Now we are going to see the same thing happen, just in the more classic way. First phase, double Hottie Enor zipping. Second phase, double Akos Syra Viper. Now in the third and fourth phase, like third phase was Yushan, Shenwan Lee, and Justina. But the fourth phase was interesting last time. We'll have to see if we are going to see any mix-ups for the last 2 phases.
Well, XKG were one of the teams in those phases, and they were the ones who went with the Tara comp, but they're currently, because they jumped up in standings, they're currently in the second phase, so we won't see them there. SR, though, going to be employing the Zai with the Yushan and the Lee as we get Wolves going for, yeah, there's the staple. This, I feel like, is the default composition with the Zender. Some teams have tried with things like a Shayol. We've seen her with a Yushan. We've also seen her more often than not with the Tianhai and the Temi. So not surprised that Wolves will feel towards it, especially because in the past they've actually double picked this multiple times in stage 2. YZG also following suit, going for the same composition.
Whoa, getting a little bit more of a balanced lobby. I'm excited to see NY7 again on the Zai. He put Alliance on the map with his Zai before and his Viper, but mainly his Zai. It was a very heavy Xiphon meta, and now with Zai getting the buffs, can he show why he was such a force to be reckoned with on his Zai in the past? Now, I mean, this modern Big 26 NARAKA just has so much more mobility, and we saw Zai struggle against a very competent usage of flying knives. Now, unlike martial arts where pretty much everyone has flying knives, inside Battle Royale, not everyone is going to get to the point where they have purple flying knives. It's obviously one of the weapons that most teams will prefer and choose, but you gotta be lucky with your loot. And sometimes you're just gonna get other Jades. It's a big part of martial arts that you don't see, is that Jades plays a very, very important role on how your team will play. Sometimes you get very good defensive Jades like advanced heal, group heal, or sometimes you get a ton of great offensive Jades that get you a ton of combo value for your team to play off of. It really depends on the round, a little bit of luck, but mostly preparation of how your team is going to play off of it. Now, going into game 3, no one has a huge advantage going into it. There's a little bit of momentum, but the top 6 teams are keeping pace with each other, and it's still anyone's game to pull ahead. Now, if you're just tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, we are going into game 3, and we are under the Grand Finals MVP match system, meaning we are trying to get to 40 points, and if you're able to MVP, the tournament will end there. And the best part of these MVP rounds is you get that extra moolah for MVPing. So every single round, all these teams fight tooth and nail to try to get that MVP. It's kind of like a mini tournament within the actual big tournament.
Well, none of the Zenders opting for the V2. There was potential for both YZG and the Wolves to field that direction if they wanted to, because like SS1 actually found a lot of value with the bind variant of the Zender ultimate when paired alongside both the Temi and the Tianhai, but no, it will be Firewall coming on out from the Zender, so massive amount of damage, also very good defensive capabilities of being able to just hide within the wall itself to block some of those attacks coming on through. As we get ready to head into the game, TE, like, they had a little bit of a cushion off of the fact that they were coming in ranked 1 and then winning the martial arts matchup. That cushion has since evaporated due to how early they got picked off on the second game of the actual day itself. But RW, they have the opposite. Like, they'll be feeling that momentum now. They did not do well in the martial arts tournament. They came through with a total of 0 points. They were 5th in terms of our teams coming in to start the day, or actually 6th, I do believe, yeah, because they came in with 3 proposed points, which meant they were 6, and then they were able to MVP the first Battle Royale round. And because they jumped up in the standings, they then get to elevate themselves into the phases, which means that they've got their hands on the same composition as TE, the Hardy Eno Zip composition, which, again, we're yet to see MVP so far today. Zip got nerfed, Hardy got left untouched though, so we'll have to see if he's able to keep the composition fully rolling.
Yeah, and this is going to be a very, very balanced lobby. 2 of each variation for the most part. We are going to get XKG and OUG to start things off. Another Firefly location in OUG not getting the best of it. Already a man down as SS is going to make his way into the Temi ult. And SS is going to retreat, accepting defeat in this position, but Juxian is like, no, where you going, son? We want to get that extra kill, as SR is going to make a nice little timing onto them, as well as TE finding the leftovers of XKG. Onefang, XCM, TXJ coming in with the ultimates just on the outside of Celestia as ZXL trying to survive, trying to get some damage through, but he is going to get taken down as Ult is going to come out from TXJ. So many Fireflies in this location as SR, the other part of this sandwich, showing up to the party, running into the rivals. Enor on Enor action right now. Zhao on the Enor is going to get shredded down to half health already. TXJ firing on all cylinders right now, trying to get that kebab for that last little bit, but Zhao does a really good job of cutting that out as NY7's gonna pop the Zio, shred up this Hottie. Hottie gonna Q away, stay alive right now as NY7 bobbing, weaving, looking for the connection here. He is gonna get the burn. Nice attack onto XCM. It's very, very close versus TE. Both teams keeping up with each other, but TE is going to find the first blood. XCM finds a kill at the Zhao, but Rico is going to respond and find one Fong. 2v2 situation as TXJ looking for the scale rush with the pole sword going up, looking for the flank, but nice job from SR to keep both players from TE in front of the TXJ. Has to go in, sends it, finds the wake up, but SR again posturing so well, keeping this fight going as NY7 very, very low, but Rico with the peel gonna send TXJ for a ride, find the uppercut combo. TXJ looks for the armor reset, but that armor is empty right now as SR is gonna get the best of TE.
Oof, a long drawn fight. Back and forth, back and forth. This time the hot drops much more on top of the teams as opposed to isolated free versus freezes. We had Wolves and YZG battling it out at the same time. You could see it's popping up occasionally in the kill feed. A player from Wolves going down, a player from YZG going down, and YZG will be able to get 2 kills up against Wolves, who walk away with 3. So very much back and forth between those two as well. As GG, a little bit of a slower start to that game. No eliminations on the board at the moment. No purple armor, but they do have purple weapons at least. As RW out into the reaches of the zone they go. Purple armor for Youth. You'll be very happy about that one, as you're just looking to try and find some resources that teams have not yet already gone through, as well as trying to track down any teams who lost the hot drop fight and are trying to just come through in a position where they would be less noticed, to give them the opportunity to recover their gameplay, as everything has died down a little bit. No fighting, no one really investing in the money to buy things like Moonbanes and using them at the moment, which means that everyone's just taking an opportunity to go to the store, buy some Soul Jade, some bag slots, and make sure that they're in a position as best as possible to take the first realm of Yang, as GG actually pick up a Valiant Challenge scroll, so they're going to be looking to start hoarding the money as quickly as possible, as YZG rolling through what we lovingly refer to as money spot, but it looks like it's already been picked clean by teams running through the warehouses and breaking all of the valuables.
Yeah, YZG getting the ball running already. Double purple armor on the monk composition. That's what you want to do when you're on the Transformers. Get looted up, set up for that first Yang, that nice isolation fight as Wolves following suit has the southern part, it's western part to loot up. Not as lucky with the purple armor. It's a little bit of the tough part of Battle Royale. Sometimes you get that purple armor, or other times you get so much money that you buy it, but you still got to buy it versus everyone else. That purple armor goes fast as everyone's clicking on it as soon as it goes alive and available. So you got to get lucky with that click speed to get that purple armor, as TE recovering. Did lose off spawn versus SR, but already postured, looking nice with the blue armor. Just to the south of them though, OUG recovering their game as well. They are going to be coming through. Are they going to want to take a fight before first Yang, or are they going to posture to go in first? TXJ has to be careful right now, could get caught out away from his team, as OUG getting dangerously close to them, wanting to buy themselves. First Yang is going to be coming down.
No ban.
That is true. We did not see a Moonbane off spawn. Everyone invested in that armor.
I mean, no Bane as well now to be able to block off or secure one of your portal entrances uncontested. Everyone's been using coins to buy gear instead. Which, I mean, I guess it makes sense, right? Everyone's really hungry for kills if you use a Moonbane. Comps have so much mobility these days, or sustainability with just like heals, that it's very unlikely you'll actually be able to pick up kills off of Moonbane, and they'll just move the fight to the outsides of it, but then you're still giving up your position on the map for everyone to see. And third, fourth, fifth party their way through, as it does mean now that everyone is going to be trying to get on top of those portals, but only a select few can make it through. SRGG will be two of the lucky few to be able to make it out for the Food of Realm of Yang entrance. Now have to go head-to-head. Zai, Yushan, Lee versus Akos, Viper, Syra. Y7 already using that F. Does have the V2 for one refresh, but no Matari for a third. Akos Cage comes in, and Y7 caught out, breaks the chain as quickly as he possibly can to have a little bit more mobility to work around those pillars when the Viper stun comes on through. As Alex M's going very low. Comet used yet again up further into the sky as opposed to landing on a player from GG as Froyo breaks out the Viper V1, but it's too late to save LXM, who's already gone down. Double jump back behind the pillar, no stuns coming on through. That Viper ultimate was not to win the fight, it was trying to just peel his teammate, but that plan's already fallen through, and now is going to be relying on clutch potential instead. Parry's good, but there's no follow-through because of the Zai connection from the F2, and that's SR just finishing up the fight very quickly.
Ooh, SR NY7 is back, as we are going to go over to RWNT. Both of these teams 24 points, tied for first place, as RW's Youth is going to get juggled up. TE in the driver's seat, finding the uppercut onto Zipping. All ultimates are used right now, as Youth is going to get surrounded and executed by TE. F2 going to be utilized by TXA to try to get the lockdown going, moving through, getting the flanker AB to slow his roll down, as U1 on the Zipping is going to get taken down from RW. Now 1v3 situation, AB versus the team of TE. Not this time. TE is going to find the win, as you see TXJ hyped up that his team is able to pull through. Remember, off spawn, they lost to SR. Inside first Yang, we take one back against RW. So with that momentum now, they stabilize their game, and ideally they want to have a big game here to get to that match point to put the pressure on the rest of the lobby.
Ooh, it's the mirror match for the Xander, but it's not the full mirror match, as ZK gets a double grab. Yeah, that will finish any Realm of Yang here. It's just one now that Wolves have to try to deal with, and SS is already very, very low. Good Dragon Slayer setup, but we won't be able to set that up into a fight win, as we get Dragon Slayers basically exchanged from both of these players, setting it up into a 1 versus 1 situation. Baby U actually commits the pole sword focus attack. ZK not looking for the parry, lets it through and loses all of that armor, but does manage to just suction cup his position on top of the player with the jump LMVs off of that fan before he can scale rush away and try and create some distance to get a heal sustain off his GG. Someone is on Ballista, taking advantage of the fighting going down between TE and Wolves at the moment. 3-3-0 is going to get hit off of the Ballista hot seat, at least, so he won't be able to complete the kill onto one of these players from TE or Wolves' side, as 3-3-0 instead decides to drop down with the Viper V1 stun. Akos Cage also in play, but doesn't really look like it's been able to find all that much setup, as there's so many teams in the area having to fight blindside of Ballista, because GG might have been knocked off of it, but now another team's rolled up to take possession instead.
So much action going down here next to this Ballista Tower, as TXJ, even though he's an Eater ultimate, he's getting shredded up right now. Baby U's gonna be coming through, finding kills SR jumping into this mosh pit, and OUG wants nothing more out of this. They got what they needed, as RW still needs to cleanse their Yang depletion. We see YGG in the kill feed right there. Everyone is here right now. YGG, OUG, RW. Half the lobby has engaged on this position. YGG does have the advantage with the Draco Storm, as GG is going to be showing up, finding TE's XCM, and just like that, GG surrounds him, puts him out of his misery without his teammates, as RW posturing on the outside is going to pop the Enor ultimate just to escort to come out there, as the very, very stacked team XKG shows up.
Someone's still on Ballista.
They are in distance of Ballista.
RW had 2 ult spawns because of Ballista. That was Zippel and Enor ult Raven. Oh, that's brutal. They're all still just fighting. Like, they have to just disappear. OUG will use a rebirth charm with the confusion of the commotion. At the moment, we can see an attempted Zenda F2 engagement now coming on through alongside their Temi Wisp. Youth getting force held in position long enough, but not anyone able to close up the distance far enough to be able to capitalize on that lead, as CGS unfortunately does fall now, making it, I believe, only the ACOS left on the side of GG's team. They were the one probably coming out the worst of it, despite being the ones to grief on Ballista at the start.
Well, GG this time around. The previous round we saw TE get the double res. GG inside zone, able to go back and salvage the spirit well, find the double res themselves. Now they are, I mean, it is first Shadow Corruption, so not the biggest deal, as we see how little damage it does, and how they're able to recover their game. But second Yang gonna be showing up, and now TE came into the first Yang, all with blue armor. Now we're looking a little bit better, double purple armor with the blue armor, but more importantly, the gold pole sword on TXJ. That gold pole sword going to be doing a ton of damage, and rare mechanical mistake from TXJ, as he doesn't get the grapple up that he would like. But now finally connecting here, he is going to be looking to create an opening, as the Akos Viper ult is going to be going down, and TXJ does manage to pop that Enor ult, and now it's going to be his turn.
Very early Viper ult before TXJ had ulted, which means that he's actually using the activation of the Enor ult as opposed to the deactivation of it to iframe the stun. Won't be able to get out of the Syra V2 powerful dazzle stun coming on through, so takes the knee temporarily before still having the ultimate on the field and turning his attention onto Tutik, who's very, very low and does go down there. It's the horizontal swing coming on through. Uppercut into Flying Knives flanks, but TXJ still got his Zip F sustainability. Will be able to survive a little bit for now. Meter dump coming on through from the Nunny, so TXJ has to make himself scarce. Fight out away from all of the players. Space out, get a heal, come back onto the pillar, look for the scale rush, gets chipped off of it, so instead opts for the F to be able to open the space instead, as he gets the Zip F and tries to keep up the pressure onto ZXL, who will fall. And that is now 2 in a row on the side of TE for Realm of Yang fight wins. 2 sets of buffs, 2 sets of legendary weapons, and something I want to really quickly talk about as well is the fact that TXJ with the Enor F has actually been using it to leave his presence behind players. Like he'll put it behind, then he'll turn his attention to a different part of the map, and then he'll use the F reactivation to teleport back into that position to set up the 2 versus 1 when his teammates call for the flank.
Nice utilization of his full skill set, as looking at the overall scores. He with 9 kills, jumping up to 31 points. And remember, just tuning in, this is the Trios Grand Finals. 8 potential rounds, but an MVP threshold, and that threshold is closing in as TE has 9 kills right now, close to that 40-point threshold. Now, RW did have a massive game previously. They're at 25 points, but who's having a massive game besides TE right now? SR is with 12 kills, and they're up to 24 points themselves. If they keep this up, they'll be able to get a 20 bomb and be in striking distance of this match point. We are on RW's youth, going to be jumping into the action on the inner or versus OUG, and OUG Peak gets connected on and deleted from the lobby as YZG on the outside is going to be showing up to the party with the Monk, with the Temi, and Yang Depletion. They have to find a kill right here onto multiple members. If not, they're gonna have to play some weird zone action. The good thing that I like to see from YZG as we took the fight to these teams very, very early, so we're not gonna get timed out by some weird things as he is putting SS in the blender, but the blender is fighting back. OUG will not be turned into a smoothie, gets a couple hits in, but 17S does secure the final member of OUG and gets SS down.
This is such a weird fighting position as well, because Ballista has actually been going off. Second time in this map that we're seeing Ballista influence these fights as 17S falls to XKG just fighting full team 3 versus 1 against the Tianhai in that zone. You can see where TE exactly ended up. Instead of going for Draco Storm, they opted instead to pick up Mystic Might. So having a little bit more information, very much more cautious approach. And they know 2 teams with Yang Depletion. It's later on as well. Potentially it's the team with Yang Depletion who won the first realm of Yang, so could still be carrying something like a legendary weapon. You don't want to run afoul of a fight that you don't want to have to take. So going for the information as opposed to the aggressive plays, since they've already been able to secure 10 eliminations, is just the safer approach. So it's not a sprint marathon style of playing out the battle royale aspect, so you don't get caught out by some of these other teams when the multi-way fighting kicks on off. Something that SR are finding themselves in the middle of at the moment. One of their players down all of their armor, potentially going to be forced to have to come through with this ultimate, but TXJ thankfully has his Hardy's ultimate already set up, so it gets the cube to reposition away before GG can catch him away from the rest of his team. Dragon Safe from CGS though does connect into the gold frame scoop, but LXM is low enough that TE's players organize and take him down. Temi ultimate locks them in position, at least for a while, and that sets up for Wolves actually to try to come on through and jump onto TE with that showing of Palm Lightning. But Wolves also not wanting to overstay in the fight. They know that Draco Storm's about to end, so they'll just lock TE down and force them to have to fight out between both GG and YZG before they can rotate away.
Yeah, GG's last member, CGS, desperately trying to break contact, not able to. He is going to get taken down. That's going to be GG's third game, eliminated from the lobby in 6th place. Now YZG trying to make it away from TE, chopping his legs down with the double pole sword, flying knives. XEM finds the kill. Now looking at the overall leaderboard, TE getting dangerously close to match MVP, already at 35. RW, nothing to scoff at, only 9 points behind, as SR is right there with RW as the first Spirit Wall is going to be coming up. We are going to get TE versus Wolves. Wolves already invested that Temi ulted, slowing things down, but TXJ has held on to the Eno ult. It's going to get max value off of here as Wolves already trying to set up the kite path. No one's locking down NHQ. Those slippery rocks using the terrain perfectly to minimize Enor's impact. And now TXJ, recognizing this team, is able to hold their ground, is going to space out a little bit, wait for his next ultimate before he makes another decision. You see him scouting around for those fireflies. There's a plethora of fireflies in this area as Wolves sees the weak body language and was like, there's no way you have ultimates. Let's just all do you, Smile.
Well, Wolves got buffed, so they have 2 casts of them. That's why they were okay with using the Temi ultimate earlier. They had one of them take Spirit Well, and the other two go put pressure on TE. Which means that TE here, losing one player, reduces both the Hardy and the Zip. We know that the Hardy ultimate was already used, since they got really quite pressured by the Zender ultimate from NiHQ. So yeah, XCM does not have it to be able to kite away. One thing, not going to have a combo breaker, just fully reliant on grapples, which he has none of, and scale rushes to just try and keep Wolves occupied. This is devastating for TE, who are 5 points away from match point threshold and done in yet again by a Temi ultimate. Zender F2 takes no prisoners, Zip brought to heal into the whole of Wolves' team, and XEM is the one next on the chopping block, so he's not even going to be able to outlast another team to secure TE any more points. That's them fully eliminated from the lobby.
Yeah, RW, not much you can do right here. Can't play for res. Might as well deny the kill on RW, not giving him an opportunity to bring this back. But still, get a... Wait, we have a Monk full trios team and a duo and a solo. I'd be very surprised if Wolves somehow loses a member here and doesn't play on top of each other. As Wolves ZK is going to connect to NY7, but he has to be careful right here. That...
It's done. It's done. XKG have just decided to have ZXL try to go down to zone damage to deny Wolves getting the elimination.
We hit him.
Yeah, he did not hit ZXL, but he did hit Jun Xuan. But unfortunately,
doesn't matter.
Not within the time limit. That's the first time, by the way, that a Zender comp takes MVP. It's come close, but finally it happens.
It's the first time for everything, Moxie. First time for everything. Unfortunate. I saw the bow shot connect, but unfortunately it connected during a dodge. No damage was exchanged. He's not able to pick up that free kill. There's now Wolves now. We're just some musical chairs, taking turns, MVPing rounds, keeping that lobby nice and rounded out. Now, still, TE had a very, very big round. As we're going to look at the overall leaderboards, no one's on match point. So if you're just tuning in, we are past that halfway point, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot of NARAKA to play. We're going to move on to game 4. And we've seen a new rise of the Zenda coming in, getting value, playing with the Monk. We saw Monk kind of been phasing out, not a ton of value, but now getting a ton of value. Still though, the tried and true composition is doing very, very well. And even though they're doing very, very well, we're not seeing any shenanigans that we've seen in the past in NBPL, where people try to get the triple Viper composition. Any triple of any composition kind of gives you an edge. It's the more compositions that look like you, the more chances for you to play off and not get focus fired. And also,
you do not look happy.
Doesn't look happy.
I mean, you have to feel for them. Like, that's twice now they've been griefed by a Temi ultimate. Which is not even designed. Like, the worst thing about it, right, is that it's not by the team that's looking to kill you with a Temi ultimate. They're literally just trapping you in position so you get slowed down in your kite long enough for other teams to jump onto you so that the attention diverts to you instead of the Temi's team. And, like, TE, 5 kills. 5 kills away from match point threshold. They now have to play one more game without burning through hero points to pick up those 5 kills to then go into the next game with the MVP threshold. If they MVP in this next game, Raven, they're going to be extra unhappy. And Wolves, they'll have done it again. They always grief the MVP teams. They always grief the MVP teams. That's just the MO at this point.
I mean, I would go with disappointed, because unhappy, I remember when the teams get the MVP, we're getting an extra bag. It's basically winning like a tournament within a tournament. So you can't really scoff at that. Now, ultimately, TE shoots for the very top as we are going to look at the results of this game 3. Wolves going to take that first place with 18 points, 14 kills. SR with the second place at 14 points and 13 kills. TE 13 kills and 13 points as XKG, OUG, YZG, RW not having okay games with a couple kills. It's something interesting in trios. It's very rare that teams just goose egg. Usually a ton of the pack, and before when it was 12 teams, a lot of the times it was 6 to 8 teams, so almost a whole lobby. So there's still a lot of NARAKA to be played. The last 2 teams can still turn their tournament. It's not fully cooked. Only a little cooked. But as you see there, TE with a commanding lead, still holding on to an 8-point lead over RW. But at RW, all the way down to XKG, we're only plus or minus 3 points. RW got 27, XU got 24, Wolves and SR in the middle. And GG and OUG, these are legendary teams, legendary leaders, still in the hunt of it. They could still have massive games themselves. They're at 18 and 16, so they could, they could go crazy like RW and get a nice 21-point game, put them in striking distance of the match MVP. And what's interesting about the match MVP, we saw solos go the full distance. If all the teams are doing decently in trios, we could see the same thing happening and no team pulls away. We are going to get the highlights of Wolves win here. And immediately, I said Monk's not playing as much. Monk not getting a ton of value. Monk easily gets double pick and gets I don't think
it's so much the Tian hire as much as the Zenda. Like, all of these characters enable everyone else from your team to have damage to convert into kills. Alright, Zenda can be set up, but she also has massive amount of damage in the V1 form. Temi can be full setup, Tianhai can be damaged all setup. Like, there's a lot of avenues that you can play this composition. Which means that, depending on which ultimate you have up, you can be very defensive or you can be very aggressive. Just look at that. How do you respond to a Zenda F2 grabbing you into literally 2 players who can just have no caution, throw it fully to the wind, and throw out full charge up focus? There's nothing you can do.
A lot of characters have combo starters too. What if we get the hottie scoop? We'll get over here with the hook in. Are we going to see a meta where combo starters are just more value? I mean, Yushan, for the longest time, always used a combo break, but more in the modern day NARAKA, he's always his combo starter. It does damage reduction as well, and he gets a lot more value of it. And the Zenda, if the combo starter is the way, maybe more characters should be running the combo starter variation instead, which opens up another door. We are gonna give credit where credit is due. ZK on the Monk, gonna get the MVP. Ooh, got some group heal, a little bit of big Zodia. Most of his damage coming from his purple Hound Sword and his ultimate. Now, we saw Monk kind of fall into this role, especially Healing Monk, where he's kind of just like this space creator, part of the sustain, part of the tanking to really set up his 2 teammates. But tell me, the Zenda running around with the potential of the Wisp, potential of the feathery grab that you can't get away from. Are we going to see more of it? Which is, it's kind of weird to see, what is that? Monk is being, what, last phase picked? getting so much value, getting MVPs of the round. We've generally seen almost all of 2026 Hottie composition taking first, or a Viper taking first.
Well, we will have to see. We'll be back with more matches after this interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our post-game interview. I'm your host, Jing Jing. Our player is standing with us, so let's say hello to our audience first. 先请跟大家打个招呼吧。
我是 T14 的小魔。
欢迎小恶魔来到我们的赛后采访。So welcome 小恶魔 to our post-game interview. And your performance was absolutely outstanding for today's competition. And how would you comment on your performance? And please give yourself a score from 1 to 100. 那么你们今天的表现也是非常非常的出色，并且在第一局就拿到了我们的天选。那也想请问一下，你怎么样评价自己的表现
？80分吧。感觉等惯了，再评一个高的评分，评100。
还是有点太谦虚了，80分。那你们其实本来是这局想打开赛点的，是不是？
这局可惜了，可惜最后就是没算到，就剩跟狼队两个满编了嘛，就被他们打过了。
So we have expected to open the match point, and I think I can give myself 80 points, and the remaining 20 points is for the championship. Okay, so let's move on to the next part, answer for treasures. So today's question is, which hero was not used by TE in Game 3? 那么今天这道问题呢是 TE 在第3把中没有用到哪些英雄。Okay, so let's go back to our games. The sprint split has also been really challenging for all of you. And how do you think your performance have grown since the start of our sprint split? And in what aspect have you achieved growth? 那么也想请问一下，因为我们春季赛也即将迎来尾声，比起赛季初而言的话，你觉得自己队伍在哪些方面有一些进步呢？
我觉得整体吧，就是多练多磨合，就是越来越厉害嘛。
So we have practiced a lot, and I think our performance is better than before. Okay, so I think our player is prepared. So let's start counting. 那么也请用3、2、1为我们倒计时吧。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, so let's find out the correct answer. 也请为我们公布一下正确答案。
正确答案是 D。
Yes, the correct answer is D. Congratulations to our lucky ones. Okay, for the last question. When do you think you can finish today's competition? And which team do you think that will be your biggest opponent? 那么最后一张，请问一下，今天打算第几把终结比赛？
第5局吧。
第5局。哇哦，好。那你觉得你们就是夺冠路上最大的竞争对手会是哪个队伍？
没有对手，全部拿下。
太自信了。Okay, so I think we can finish today's competition in Game 5, and we can get the championship in Game 5. 好的，那再次感谢小恶魔接受我们的采访，然后也希望你们后半场的发挥可以越来越好，早日拿下冠军。Okay, so thanks Xiaomo for joining today's interview, and we are looking forward to his performance at the later competition. Cheer for TE! Okay, so let's take a break, and we will be back later.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. I am Mr. Sparkles Raven PLZ, joined by the ultimate caster Moxie. We are past that halfway point. TE is looking to close this out by game 5, but RW and the rest of the lobby has something to say about it. We might be going a distance, or we might end it up in 5. Now, if you're just tuning in, this is the grand finals of the Big 26 Nbpl Trios Match Point Grand Finals. We're nearing that 40-point threshold. We're not exactly there yet. Next game, multiple teams can possibly reach that match point threshold and the tournament a little bit early with highly incentivized. Every round has that MVP bag that all these teams are playing for. So, do you think, Moxie, they can end it in the exact same? I don't think so. I think
they can't. Mathematically, they can't. They have to get 5 points if you're TE, even if they MVP'd in this next game. They still wouldn't get the trophy because they're not MVP eligible just yet. So it would have to be game 5. Which is what they said in the interview. They said, it was actually a really good question. They got asked, like, what would you score yourself out of 100 for how you're performing so far today? The answer was 80. And they said that they believe that they would be able to close out the day overall by game 5. But obviously they have to get 5 points, 5 kills very early on in game 4 to secure that MVP threshold availability headed into game 5. But there's 2 teams currently on 27 points tied up. So that's 13 points that you need to get. And given we've already seen some teams walk away with over 20 in one go, it's very realistic to say that we could have 3 teams on match point threshold to divvy up the attention when we do head to game 5.
What if they goose egg is the question, Moxie. T?
That is the worry.
there have been a couple teams that have gotten 2 or 3 points, so they could get less than 5 and completely knock the wind out of their sails. Now, is that going to happen? Unlikely. They most likely will get over that threshold. But in the chance that they do, I was saying that the rest of the lobby is still in striking distance to catch up then, because they cannot close out the tournament in this next round. But in game 5, they possibly can after getting 5 points.
So do you think, because they'll still be phase 1, do you think that they'll go for the hardy, zip comp, which will be made more expensive, and start eating into hero points? Or do you think they'll go for a composition which allows them to get 5 kills off of the rip, so they can count those and be safe in the knowledge of, like, okay, we know no matter what happens, we are MVP available, like, we're there. We got past the 40 points. We can now go into game 5 with the hero points that we want and play a composition that we want to take the MVP with. Because you don't want to have to keep paying out for the hardy, zip comp if you're not going to be able to close out on it in that match.
What we've seen so far, a lot of unlikely situations where other compositions have been getting the MVP. It's not as clear cut, and I would really say, like you said, Moxie, it kind of depends on which comp TE feels is the strongest right now. We've seen them in this position before go with the least strongest meta comp to just get those 5 points through. But I was saying, since they're known for doing this, what if they goose egg? What if they get under 5? It's a possibility when you start playing a little bit slow and start playing for just 1 or 2 kills. A lot of the times I always tell players, if you take your foot off the gas when you get really far ahead, it puts you in weird positions, because the reason why you are even in that position is that you're taking so many confident, aggressive actions that keep putting yourself in good scenarios. The second you take your foot off that aggression and kind of slow things down, you can find yourself in very awkward positions and have to rally back uncomfortably. I would say keep running, doing what they're doing, don't slow down, but be smart with the points, like you were saying, instead of eating the hero points. But that's what TE generally has done in the past.
That's where it gets a little bit weird, because the last time we had a stage finals where it was hero points being used as opposed to, like, the composition being fully locked if 2 groups play it, was the Stage 2 finals. And what ended up happening was both TE and SR were on match point availability. They were the only teams on match point eligibility. So they were in the last phase. They were in pick 5, pick 6. And what ended up happening, because they had 5 Euro points each, Viper got picked and was made more expensive. And both SR and TE, when they were the only 2 teams on MVP eligibility, I kid you not, blew 4 hero points in 1 round to be able to buy the Viper Syra Acros comp. And were not able to MVP with it. So had to go into all of the next rounds with only 1 hero point. That's why we went to 8 games. Because they spent it all trying to MVP early on game 5.
Dicey position for all these teams, but in good spirit. You see Wolves in good spirits are just like, you know, it's another day in the office, just another day finding the upsets, finding their footing on the biggest stage. Wolves known for having like a okay kind of middle of the pack seasons, and then just coming out big and winning it all. Really challenging the top end. But this, I would say, this NBPL finals is special because the meta shifted. The meta shifted right before an actual finals, and everyone's a little bit reeling. Not drastically. We haven't seen something super stand out that completely shattered the meta, but you definitely see a little bit of wind taken out of the sails of Hadi. Hadi used to fly around with Zipping and Enor and have a ton of momentum. It was very clear cut that this composition dominated. And then Akko's Viper, clear answer to it, got a ton of value. But today, we've been seeing phase 4, the later phases compositions take MVPs, put a wrench in a lot of those teams' momentum, and we're not seeing the triple same composition coming out. We have triple Vipers coming out.
Yeah, both TE and RW don't want to have to spend points on the Hardy Zip comp. Which means that phase 1 instead, Justina, Shenhuan, Yushan. TE aren't looking to MVP, they're looking to get 5 kills and clear MVP eligibility. They want to have all 5 hero points when they go into MVP eligibility. Now, SR also going to be hot on the heels of TE and RW. What is the choice here? Is it the Hardy comp that comes through first? Is it the Viper comp that comes through first? Or will it be the Tianhai, which would be a huge surprise, but a very good indicator for how strong he is when paired with that Zender?
My pick was SR to take it off, but they gotta heat up SR. We gotta have one of those massive games. They seem a little bit rattled, but I predict a little bit of a rally this round. Now that T is gonna take a little bit of a coast action, play things. I
mean, Raven, they still haven't picked a comp
because they're rallying back.
No, I'm pretty sure everyone got thrown by the fact that the Hardy Zip wasn't in phase 1. So I was like, what do we play? Which means that do we get free Hardy Zip comps?
What? We're not gonna go Viper? Oh no, SR made a miscalculation. Wait, it's so possible to get the triple Viper. So possible.
Yeah, in last phase. But do you want triple Viper, or do you really want to? Because like, would you go Viper when you see that Yushan's been made more expensive? Because Yushan would just be able to peel the Viper stun. So that's is this going to be Tianhai Zender instead?
Nah. We ball out, Moxie. We ball out. We go Viper. That's what I'm talking about. Everyone wants to get oogly in here. We got to get some momentum going. You hear you see the coach yelling in my man's ear. He can't hear it. But YZG, they're looking to ball out. Everyone's going to get on that Viper and start burning through everyone.
So that's what, free Vipers And free
hotties.
Free hotties.
So that's where Yushan, Justina, Duhan doesn't do as well. It's a worst case scenario, but they do only need to get 5 points. But I was saying, Moxie, it would not surprise me they don't get the 5 points and they're going to be holding a pretty salty L if TE's not able to get to that match point threshold.
Oh, that would be awful. Like, if you go out of the lobby early and you just have to sit there watching other people play when you can't do anything. So you start just, like, sitting in the tilt of your failure and then not being able to practice as well. So you start losing warm-up and go into the next game cold. That's a worst possible situation for teams. But for those of you who don't have like professional experience, the way that professionals approach these games is that you have warm-ups before you go into your actual like matches, and then normally in other esports titles, if you have like downtime between the games that you play, say it's like 1 hour, you go up against another team who you wouldn't be playing in your bracket for 30 minutes just to make sure that you're still keeping warmed up, that you're not losing your muscle memory. If you have to sit through a whole lobby of not getting to do anything, that's going to be brutal trying to recover within the next round.
Exactly, Moxie, exactly. But the crowd is heating up. They know we are on the brink of that match point eligibility, and momentum is key right here. We finally get the triple comp. Not what we're traditionally usually seeing. Usually we see the triple Yushan versus triple Viper because you want to slow it down. I feel like we got SR, YZG, and OUG. 3 of these teams very, very strong on their Viper. So I feel like we're going to have a nice, fast, quick lobby with not a lot of scaling. I feel like GG and Wolves, known for trying to play it slow, anti-burst, but the Fireflies be fireflying. And if these Viper teams are able to get their ults online, find these third parties quickly, unless the Hottie team plays extremely passive, they're going to find themselves in a world of pain of spawn. Now, it is on Holoroth, so there's a little bit of opening. You see YZG. Remember, YZG's a Viper comp, OUG's a Viper comp, and SR
He's in between both.
All
T on the Yushan.
All 3 of them are landing on Fireflies. All 3 of them.
Yeah, that's OUG's spot. This is like the GG of Holoruff for OUG. They always go Salvation Podium. They always go to that specific Firefly spot to the left of it, pick them up, and then trek down to Salvation Podium. And it's got them into hot water before. Teams knew that they would do that, so they actually started rotating into Salvation Podium to cut them off on Ballista and then drop onto them when one was solving the puzzle working at the arrow direction below to take a 3 versus 2. As TE and YZG go head to head, as XEM's already got that Justina V1 online, looking for as many freezes as possible. Trying to just find these kills. As we said, TE, they're looking to get 5 kills. They're not looking for a round win. They just want the kills. They've got 1, 4 more to come through. They have to now deal with OUG third partying on through, as they were able to get Fireflies themselves for free with that Akos cage, but there's a Yushan ultimate on the field for TXJ to be able to keep himself up. But one thing's fallen. XEM gets parried, dodges the riposte damage with the F, but now has to space out of the fight fully because of the Syra ultimate coming into the mix for OUG, and that is not how TE wanted the hot drop fight to go.
No sirree. 1 kill going to TE, 1 kill going to RW, and this is that tough part. They're gonna have to hold. SR already up to 27. Same thing with Wolves. And so one tough part about the new map rotation is that we have so many Fireflies, and I feel like it definitely gives the advantage of very, very offensive competitions to get their ult online, especially the initial raids trend on the purple glyph side. as we are going to see GG battling it out with Wolves right here. Both these teams, well, actually Wolves a little bit further ahead of GG. Wolves wants to have a big game here, possibly get into match point. SR, Wolves, and RW barely behind, you know, TE. Only a 9-point difference here, which is, in solos a lot more, but in trios not as big of a deal. You always have a chance at 3 kills right here as GG 3-3-0 gets very, very low. I was gonna say Wolves gonna take one to go. Now not able to. Nice job from GG denying the kills right here. And now GG, Kings of the North, up to 21 kills, clearing out this area. So now they're gonna be able to loot up, set up for Yang. But it looks like Moonbane was put onto puzzle.
Yeah, so there were 2 teams actually that bought Moonbane. SR was one of them. OUG was the second. Since OUG are currently 2 players in soul form, I would assume what happened is that it was a race for who could actually use Moonbane first. And SR were able to win and dropped it on Salvation Podium on top of OUG. And off of the back of that advantage, we're able to win the fight and secure up legendary weapon, which was that flying knives? I believe it was flying knives that the Syra was carrying. So SR going to be very happy because that's on a character who not only will be able to use the legendary weapon for the highest amount of scaling possible in the ultimate, it's also, if it is flying knives, probably the best weapon default in the game currently in your base fighting, as now OUG will have to recover their gameplay, potentially also lost the Moonbane that they bought, unless their third player was able to ferry it out.
I wouldn't sweat losing a Moonbane, you know. Sometimes Moonbanes are cosmetic, sometimes you don't get the value. What you need to do is set up for this first Yang, though. It's inexcusable. Wait a minute, where's this Firefly? Have I seen this Firefly before? Where am I? Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's the Ballista Tower.
Oh, yeah. For some reason, I thought we were top right of the map. It took me a second.
It might have been the Firefly Cage. Firefly Cage can spawn in a lot of different locations on a hollow.
It's a Firefly next to the Ballista Tower on the left side of the map. As we are getting towards that first Yang part, Kings of the North, GG. They always land up here. And it's slightly different. They took a more aggressive line by taking the off-spawn fight. But generally, they just loot the top left and move into this area, slowing things down. But it looks like Wolves looting up. Blue armor. Do we go Yang still?
I mean, TE surely have to try to go for Yang, right? That's 3 kills potentially without worrying about third-party situation. And if you win, great, you get Vermilion Birds mode. Like, they're literally just playing for 4 kills. That's all they want to do at the moment. Play for 4 kills. The problem for them is that they're in a top-heavy lobby. We've got 3 Viper teams, we've got 3 Hardy teams, we only have 2 Yushan teams. So if they roll the dice and miscalculate and run into one of the Hardy teams, it's not going to be a fun time for them to have to deal with.
Now we did use the Moonbane to zone all these teams out, as RW gonna be spacing out to go into Yang. They want to spend all their money out. Does TE go? They're kind of scuffed. Are they scuffed? No, they're not scuffed because it's blue flying knives, and then we got a 2 double purple
2
weapons.
purple weapons, yeah.
We're hoping that we run into a Viper Com too. We're hoping. TE's execution lines are actually very, very good. Unfortunately,
but they might get gripped by GG though.
Aggro GG, but GG Is they trying to fight on the outside? They are fighting on the outside. Oh my god, 330 has jabbing right here. And TE's going all in right here as XCM is going to activate on the Justina. Look for the freeze. Is going to go max range here as 330 is getting low from the rest of TE. But XCM is just buying some space here, getting Enor to chase him very far away. But GG does get the full reset. And it looks like TE, a little bit of a hesitation to go to his teammates, and this might cost him as XCM out of stamina, F2 pressured by the Enor. But wait a second, my man's knowledge of the little gates coming in big right here, getting a two big kites off into a heel, and now they're jamming in onto LM 3v1, not able to secure the kill right here. A little bit of some cat and mouse games as both teams are posturing to try to get the numbers on one of their players. But nice double try going to be coming out from Alex M. Knew he was staring at Hottie. And again, a drop down focus attack from, I believe, TXJ. And GG does pick up a kill from XEM. I was about to say, T's looking very, very good to take down GG.
That's TE. They're all gone.
Wait, are they all gone?
They're
oh my
all
god.
Gone.
I cursed them.
They got 1 kill.
I told you, Moxie. I told you, Moxie.
Of the 5. They got 1 kill of the 5.
I told you, Moxie. And now all the momentum they gotta hold that.
Gone. It's gone. It's all gone. They're the first team out. They just have to sit and watch the rest of the lobby play.
And the big problem is RW is on the same composition and they're doing just fine. I really think that TE took their foot off the gas pedal once they picked that composition. You're like, oh, we're just gonna get 5 points. This is whatever. It's a throwaway round. Which I gotta say, even though we talk about match point threshold, there's been a lot of tournaments where it's gone all 8 rounds and gone to how many points you have. Especially since, like, if you can't win first, it doesn't matter. As long as you get second then in points, you're still way further ahead than the rest of the leaderboard.
RW got a Viper team in Yang? Oh. Tia, like, why could this not be us? This was the realm of Yang that we missed, by the way. We missed all of them because we were watching GG versus TE for so long. Yeah, it's Yushan versus Viper, so even if the Viper V1 comes through, you can just use the Yushan shout. So that's why they're waiting with the Viper V1 for the Yushan ultimate to be done, so that you can't— What a parry from you! Back-to-back parry from you off of 1 parry frame is able to come on through into the full team fight with that F still being up, even though he's low, down all of his armor, half health at the moment. Yuan's also very, very low, so everyone from RW just trying to occupy the attention of these players on the side of SR so they don't get past, and Yuan's able to get a heal off before you can find that kill. RMB off of the fist blades, and RW are on absolute fire right now. We thought that TE might be the ones to come through onto match point threshold, but RW are 7 points off being able to qualify for eligibility, and since they've got Vermilion Bird's Might for the next minute, they're going to be more than happy to continue taking the fight and look for more kills.
Yeah, it looks like all the buff teams are over here. SR's over here, but SR's buff is going to be running out, but RW, 37 seconds left on their buff. XKG has to be careful as well. 29 seconds. GG could show up at any time with that Mystic Might and play cleanup right here, as XKG is going to be finding some freebies over here, but SR, no free kills on their watch. They're looking mad salty, finding all these kills right here and climbing up the leaderboards. And it looks like SR, XKG, and RW might make it to match point as long as they're able to keep up pace and eliminate the rest of the lobby. But it is going to be weird right here as OUG is going to connect to Wolves, and Wolves doesn't have ult, I believe. I think OUG knows this. They can't even go try to exchange 24 seconds left. Wait a second. We need a Soul Bloom. Peak is going to be able to grab it. And they are going to get flanked here from XKG.
And RW.
And OUG in the back. Well, everyone's here right now.
Well, no, OUG just won the fight against Wolves. And then XKG and RW show up. And because the fight had just ended, it's a case of like, okay, we lost the opportunity to be able to get some damages and some potential last hits in. We'll at least be able to scoop up some resources, but let's not overextend in case it takes a little bit of a downwards turn before the second realm of Yang can come on through. Although RW and SR are still relatively close. But with the second realm of Yang spawning up, it's probably, yeah, it's just everyone taking turns to be able to go to the rift dealers.
Well, second Yang is going to be popping in. YCG's already posturing to go in. GG's making their way to the bottom right. RW, a little bit of an awkward position. Do we go in? I feel like no comp has like a huge advantage, even though they designed some of these comps to counter. It's just been counter to the counters, for lack of a better way of saying it. A lot of the ability rotations have been figured out. As SR
Sparrow
does have a bounty on.
Oh, it's Sparrow fight. RW and SR both want Sparrow.
Want to play it safe? Not very safe to fight RW though. They are very stacked.
Yeah, SR, not so much. They've only got one set of purple armor. So, GG, okay, everyone did make it through. GG going to be matching up against OUG, CGS on the Enor. Going to be put under pressure by the Viper V1. Has to break away behind the pillar. He gets stunned and gets hit by both the Viper stun and the Syra Powerful Dazzle stun. And is now going to have to try and use the Enor F to be able to reposition out of the fight and get an opportunity to go for a heal, but 2 versus 1 situation. Velocity is revealed, and he's able to hold the space long enough for his Hardy ultimate to come through and peel him, and they get to pick up onto P because of it.
Wow. Great clutch up from GG right here, and OUG's baby U. Can he find the 1v3? No, he cannot. GG getting some momentum here late in the day as YZG is gonna find the uppercut combo. Looking for the flank, but XKG is doing a really good job of sneaking into those folks attacks. GG a little bit bamboozled right there by XKG, and the rich are getting richer.
RW just camping out Sparrow at the moment. They have not picked up a buff yet. I guess they're holding it so that it matches the Realm of Yang lens. Well, saying that, they're doing stuff around the map. Like, they put a bounty just now into XKG.
Maybe, you know, we slow things down. Play the bounty scenario. You don't want to pull a TE in this spot. Nice and calculated and aggressive.
Yeah, they are. Youth is just camping out Sparrow.
Optimal.
And then when you see someone come towards you, or you get the information off of the bounty that you put onto XKG, you'll complete the cap, and your buff will outlast both XKG and GG's.
Yep.
So, is Spiritwell actually the more min-max approach on second Realm of Yang? Like, first Realm of Yang, Vermilion Birds Might's OP. But second Realm of Yang, it's Mystic Might or White Tigers that you can go for.
I would say second Yang in trios is harder than second Yang solos. Because the scaling that you gain in trios benefits the team a lot more. And as long as people like play around your scale, you're usually gonna be empowered to get maximum value. So,
I think it's harder to come back from too as well. Like if you get Yang Depletion on first, at least there's normally 3 teams who have it. If you get Yang Depletion on second run with Yang, there's a chance that you're the only team with Yang Depletion. And then you just get put in an unwinnable situation.
There definitely is. We are going to see XCG spot RW right there. They're like, wait a second. We see someone.
Oh, they found Yuan. The Lee's health bar is starting to tank. He's losing some of that purple shields. Someone made a very aggressive play, but it's the teams with Yang Depletion at the moment whose hands will be forced. Yeah, Apis Cage. Venn diagram coming on through. QGG standing on business with the 5v1. Trying to get the stun off his. Here comes OUG's peak with the Syra V2. Looking to beam players down off of the setups from the Whip Sword. Having that powerful dazzle as well to try and expire on top of 17S, but he stays ahead of the Syra ultimate. Fighting in the zone though, that's particularly tricky, especially when GG spots all of it going on and decides to invite themselves to crash the party. Forbidden Seal probably means that CGS loses the Enor ultimate. Yep, there it goes. But unfortunately, it won't be enough to keep GG off their backs.
Yeah, GG. They were in the depths before. And now we're profiting. We're living pretty right now. 15 kills from like 7th place all the way up to 2nd place. They are climbing. Climbing. And it's all due to TE taking their foot off the gas. That's
I mean, Raven, look at how many teams are on 33 points right now.
3 teams. And then the SR's 32, but SR needs to get 1 more point so we can be symmetric.
Yeah, there's 4.
33, 33,
there's
33,
4
33,
teams.
33, 33, 33.
Oh, there you go. They got 33. The XKG, GG, and RW all got 34. It's ranking points. OUG just lost their last player to zone.
Oh my god, this means... Wait, no. Is there a chance still that GG can get to match point?
Yeah, there's a chance that GG gets a match point.
If any of the 2 teams is like team wipe.
XKG have Flame Breath and Dreadful Oil that they're currently showing off, and Spirit Well for free. No one's contesting them on Spirit Well.
They just don't want to fight on this other side. But, you know, more power for GG set up the win, but it's not over yet. Not over yet, as XKG still in striking distance to steal this away if they clean out all the kills. For RW and SR, all you're hoping for is the maybe Yang Depletion situation second. But you most likely are going to get focused out.
Surely no one goes for the flag. Oh my goodness, RW are going for the flag! There's no way this happens for free. Calf-Bloom? Is that for you? And we'll have to see if he tries the lawnmower in. Yeah, they haven't been able to get the flag onto the altar. They dropped it to see if they could bait a different team from picking it up instead. And you know what? GG took it! But like, if you want to try, then we will. We'll just put it on our Enor, have him hold the altar for 10 seconds with flag, and we'll get the cleanse, which now means that there'll only be 2 teams with Yang Depletion. So the next Spirit Well has to be capped by one of those 2 teams to extend the timer, or we will see a bloodbath when that Yang Depletion is about to expire.
Oof. Wait, SR, 2 minutes, 23 seconds. They gotta start posturing to find a kill right here. RW is playing a game of chicken with SR. Do you want to go first? No, I insist you go first. No, RW, you go first. No, see, SR, we think you should go first. Just because in these end games, usually
Wait, they're bullying the two teams who are clear of Yang depletion. Both SR and RW are turning a GG and XKG.
I was saying if you... I forgot what I was saying now. Well, GG has double gold armor too. SR has to be careful here. A minute and 30 and we're not cooking a move right here. There's no way we get the flag now. I guess we...
No, flag's done. GG cap flag.
No chance of no flag right here. You're in a super awkward position. And you're so close to match point again. 6 points. It's going to be a tough one to swallow. Again. As there's no freebies right here.
It has to be the Spirit Well. If they want the extension on the timer, it has to be they have to cap the next Spirit Well. So if you're the teams who already cleared, oh, SR's not having a fun time. And the Moonbane as well. Xiao gets hit by so many of them, which means that he's vulnerable. There's the Spirit Well. SR are going to have to try and hold their space against it, but unfortunately for them, the Moonbane situation's already forced their hand into using the Syra V too early, and GG spot the opportunity and get the kills. RW tried for the same, but GG are just a little bit faster. This time they'll get that one though. LMB from the dagger into follow-up from the dual blades. In the meantime, everyone's looking for kills. No one's contested XKG, who come through with another Spirit Well cap for free. And will now turn their attention to the whole rest of the lobby.
Yeah, it's interesting. I guess you can't really contest with Chuhan Justina. Had to have someone else go in. It's technically not RW's fault. It's GG's fault. Why are we letting XKG just get everything? Right here, XAG, you know, very strong position to secure the win here. He sees the XL. He was on the brink, but he gets that armor reset back to full health. Cancels the zipping ultimate. They are going to be down the Enor ultimate though for GG with 3 teams left. Still anyone's game right here as GG has to be careful right now. Both teams putting a ton of pressure on them. You got to get out of the middle here as XKG is going to stabilize. Find themselves pressing RW and GG to fight against each other, but GG's not having any of it. 3-0 just laying down the law with these cannon shots as forcing out XKG's Tudik to pop the inner ultimate. He is going to come flying in. Look for GG. Sees a bunch of players hiding behind the tower, and he is going to connect to GG's CGS, and now 3-0. XKG's Tudik getting tons of value off this Eno Ward and slowing down their rivals. Big plays from XKG.
With the res? No way does LXM pull off a res. No one's guarding the res. GG will get a player back. They got their Eno back. That's insane. XKG now take the kill onto RW's Youth, taking them 2 points away from qualifying onto MVP eligibility. CGS comes back, but unfortunately does not have the Eno ult for the health reset, so all you do is actually provide an extra kill for the XKG, which means off of the back of this one, MVP eligibility before we even factor in ranking points. There it is on the leaderboard, 41 points for XKG. They're the first team in today's Trios Grand Finals to cross the threshold, and they could close it all out in Game 5.
We did it. XKG was not the team we were predicting to get the match point. Although I did kind of give like a frame where the middle of the pack was so close to qualifying that any of these guys, if they would pop off game, they qualify. And I feel like TE is about to punt. They bunted. They bunted bad. Well, anytime you think you're going to get some free kills in NBPL, ain't no such thing as free kills, Moxie. Every kill is a pain in the butt. Everyone's playing so solid right now, and momentum is just. Oh no! You see it?
Oh.
The next scratch.
I mean, they had to sit there for like 30 minutes.
Next scratch, the ice scratch.
Everyone else played.
Slightly the bend in TXJ's posture, normally fully erect and solid like a plank. But you can see the holding that L, 1 kill. That was worse. It's one of the worst cases. Goose Egg is a little bit worse.
No, 1. I think 1 is worse.
1 is worse than Goose Egg?
Yeah, because you know that they were coming into this being like, we're not going to go for the Hardy Eno zip comp. We don't want to spend hero points. We just have to go into this round and pick up kills. And they got 1. 1. Did not win hot drop fight. Did not win recovery fight.
Well, I'd be very surprised if next round XKG is able to end MVP though, because they are going to get fairly targeted unless they got some sneaky strategy to run something.
Well, they used the Tara comp before, but I feel like because they gave away the fact that they played Tara already, if they try and roll it out in game 5, everyone will just know that it's them and target them harder. But if they do want to go for that style, if they do want to try and punish the teams coming after them, Tara V2 would actually be a pretty good shout since it's up so frequently and really does well in multi-way fighting because there's so much chaos going on. You don't read out when the meteor hits, you get tagged up by it and transported alongside everyone else. Like, there is no maximum on the amount of people who can get yoinked into that spot.
Well, yeah, I feel like the key point here is to be answering this next question, ladies and gentlemen, in the Twitch chat. Which team is leading in total points after game 4? Is it A, TE, B, XKG, C, RW, or D, Zai? What? I had to reread that for a second. I was like, wait, am I hallucinating? Am I reading Z? I almost said ZAI.
ZXL? ZAI?
What is Zai? That's a crazy freebie. That's a crazy freebie. Now, looking at the teams currently exceeding the match point, XKG is at match point, RW's 3 points away, TE's 4 points away, GG's 5 points away, SR 7 points away, Wolves 13 points, OUG 17, and YZG at 25. Now, we've seen a solid game being like 10 to 13 points, or you know what, I'll make it a little bit more. 8 to 13 points is kind of that medium of having a decent game, and multiple teams can have a decent game. That's why I was saying this next round's gonna be very important, that maybe two teams are possible to have a pop-off game. Now, unfortunately, it was only was it XAG was able to pull through, and they're in striking position. Like, if you're XKG, you weren't one of the favorites, you're not even a dark horse to taking the tournament. So if you pull it through right now, you dig deep, and they have some weird gimmick to deal with being the phasing, because now they're going to be pushed back to the last phase. So it's going to be a little bit easier to isolate who they exactly are.
Actually, they changed it in solos yesterday, so I imagine it will be the same in trios. If you're match point eligible, you're not in last phase.
Not last phase? You just stay in the same phase?
Yeah, that's what happened in solos. Like, all of the teams in first phase were in first phase. We're in first so far today. So I think it's the same in trios, which would be crazy.
Interesting. I mean, I was like, if that's the case, we'll see. And when in the phasing going on, but regardless, does any team really have XKG scouted out? They're not one of the heavy hitters.
Yeah, I mean, they had to go for last round's qualifier and lower bracket runs as well when it was stage 1 and stage 2.
Usually
it's a great position to be in.
Yeah, usually eyes are on SR and TE. I mean, GG kind of lands always in the same position, but the heavy hitters, OUG, have more predictable landing spots. But now XKG newcomers, they've kind of snuck their way into a very, very good position to steal it away from all the veteran teams and surprise all of us. I never, out of all the games that I've watched it, I haven't really seen XKG pull through like they're pulling through today. But this is when it matters, you know? NBPL finals, Big 26 finals. Who cares about everything in the past? All that matters is today right now. And if we are going to be clutch one time, let's use our one time right now. XKG, we got to pull through this next round. And if what Moxie's saying is true, no phasing. Oh. It's going to be very, very curious of which comp. I mean, they
just did 37,000 damage on Eno. So,
I mean, with the new patch, I would still say that it's not as lopsided with the Enor composition doing so well. And I feel like it's very, very map dependent too. Just because that team's composition is very anti-burst, gives you a lot of sustain, and on Holoroth, it definitely gives you a great advantage. Pridoria's kind of dicey because Vipers are able to catapult around you, and the aggressive teams who want to take like too many fights, they can easily swarm you by catapulting. You don't really know whether or not you're spotted until it's a little bit too late, and they're on top of you if you commit to a fight. But looking at the overall leaderboard, we're seeing XKG pass that threshold at 44 points. RW 3 points behind. Same with TE and GG. They're right there. Oh my god, SR is right there. But I was saying before, every point kind of matters though, especially when you start trying to play it slow. I
mean, teams can't play it slow. If you play it slow, you risk going out early and then XKG having less opponents and competition to stop them.
I don't think it was the comp that messed with TE. It was just like the mentality of like, oh, we just need 5 points.
Mm-hmm.
No worries. Like we'll just
clock in, clock out, get 5 kills.
Yeah, well, we'll just play kind of slow. We'll take we won't fully go all out on our off spawn, and then we'll go Yang. So like they get 1 kill off spawn, then they transition to middle game,
and then GG griefs them.
And then they just don't get the look that they want because they're not hungry. They slow down their roll. You got to stay hungry the entire time, even if it's 5 points. Why? There's no such thing as overkill in NARAKA. What if you do 15 points instead? Now, even if the phasing, right, where you have hero points, everything, and you don't want to super invest, I still have seen this happen in solos and trios where that team right before match point gives an opportunity for the middle of the pack to have an insane game and then really close the distance because they get like this weird feeling of like point fear where they're like, all right, well, we just want to save our points and do a little bit better. When we've seen in the past that it doesn't matter what the comp is necessarily, it just matters how aggressive you are and how well you're playing these multi-way situations. Now, inside Yang, I gotta give it to the tactitional teams because they're always gonna have a little bit more loot than you as you go into Yang, but we've seen even upsets going against these veteran teams. So I'm not gonna lie, I'm choosing SR to win still, but that hurt me a little bit. That TE, I was hoping they were gonna prove me wrong, that they weren't gonna take their foot off the gas, but whew, that was a tough one, and you could see it, the feet in TE's body language. So I'm hoping they're able to shake it off. They just gotta let it go. They gotta have the talk between this round right now and just keep at it. And remember, who cares about MVPing? It can go to distance. The goal should always be get maximum points almost every single round. Like you have to go for it just in case it goes the distance, because we've seen it go the distance in solos and trios. We've also seen it end very, very short. But I'm curious what the stat is actually. I feel like we've gone the distance more than we haven't.
Yeah, for sure. Last year, I feel it was more common to see it end on the half days. And it sort of happened a little bit in stage 1 as well, fairly frequently. Stage 2, though, that was when we had the long days in both solos and trios, as I think more teams grew accustomed to the new rules. So it took a little bit of time because we changed a lot when we came in to this new 2026 spring split. Like we pushed the lobby players down. We had 12 players previously, now we have 8. We had the whole martial arts versus as well, which had not even been a thing before. Like it was a thing in solos a little bit where you would play 1 round. Trios had not even played 1 round of it, and then all of a sudden they had to play not just 1 round but the whole thing, which meant that teams had to suddenly work on like, okay, we have to look at our dueling prowess as well as our battle royale macro and split time between those things. So it took a little bit of time for teams to properly warm up into the new rule set, as well as the new map loadout as well, because this is the first time that we've had so many Firefly maps back to back to back, which again I think is probably a large reason for why we would always see one team be very dominant early on at the start of the day, because they would just be able to get those Fireflies, get those kills, and rack up the points moving from game to game with very little downtime. But speaking of very little downtime, this is the map sequences where we don't have a lot of downtime in between the series. You go straight in from the last game to this one. So not a lot of time to talk. Not a lot of time for TE to warm back up before they get thrown back into a lobby to have to get more kills just to get past the 40-point threshold.
Let's go, SKG. Let's go. I believe in the dream.
So you're flipping? No more SR? You're going XKG?
You can't flip, but I can hope that XKG just ends it right here, you know, and we can hope. But I've kind of made it a rule to never ever hope that someone ends the tournament early, just because when I did it once and it always goes to 8 rounds when you hope someone ends it. It always goes, and it's just maximum just awesome NARAKA then if it goes 8 rounds, you know what I mean? Moxie, you get to see full 8 rounds, everyone gets a chance, we're all taking turns of getting good points, you know?
It's the most atmospheric, I feel. Like, it's memorable for the other reason if it ends early. It's like, wow, that team was so dominant. They ended that quickly. They must be insane. And then, like, you look at solos yesterday where it went the distance and pretty much everyone outside of 2 people had the opportunity to walk away with the title. So every time a player or team got pushed out, it was a huge discussion of like, oh, well, there goes their chance at lifting the trophy. So I agree. I feel like when you get to game 8, especially because it's mirror match, like that's where it really comes down to who can keep up with the stress, who can play out the matchup of like everyone having the same resources and ultimates. It's purely around how well you can play those heroes and understand the game.
Yeah, and there's definitely mental boom moments, and exhaustion plays the key of trying to perform at this high level the entire time. You're kind of like on and off, on and off, on and off. And if you get put into that tough situation that TE just did, where you're just like, all right, well, we're just going to kind of just tap it in, just get a little bit more points, you know, not do anything too crazy. And you just get held to 1 point and not make it through. That is a very mental boom or tilting moment that you can totally throw off your whole tournament. So,
I mean, it happened to SR. So the last time when SR and T, like SR almost got the win, and then they got griefed by both Wolves and OUG. Literally the next game that they played, less than 2 points picked up total. Which would be really bad for TE if that happened, because that would mean that yet again they go through a round without being able to qualify to match point threshold.
They can't go. They can't go. If they go back to back and not make it through, it's gonna hurt.
That's going to kill the day. That's straight up going to kill the day.
I don't know about a day. It might be one of those memories that get tattooed into your brain. There's a couple of memories as a competitor that gets tattooed into your brain of just like, oh man, that one was special. That was a special throw right there. That was a special throw.
That's the memories that you pack up into a box and you leave in a far reach of your mind so that you don't open it again.
No, those memories come back in the shower and you just randomly scream, ah! Ah! How did
You're
we
just
not
going
get
about your day randomly falling down on the sidewalk as you collapse from embarrassment.
Yes. Everyone has those memories that you just can't stop of just like, how did I troll that situation so bad?
The box Raven. That just means that you have to staple the box lid down harder. Let's get some duct tape.
We gotta get some ultra strong triple wrap, quadruple wrap that duct tape. I want to see what.
So some could say you could get some over ultra strong gaming tape.
Oh my god, over ultra.
For those of you who did not know, Raven, when we were watching the teams walkout, because we say just like the letters, a lot of the time we don't actually know what they stand for. Also, hey look, there it is, confirmation, I was right. RW. Oh no wait, they do shuffle it, yeah. XKG goes to 4th, so XKG in the last slot for phases, but still having 5 hero points, so if they want to cash out.
Okay, see?
You could sink all of the coins.
Threw me off, Moxie, because I literally was just talking to... We watched it in solos, and me and Taki were talking about it tactically, and I was just like... Yeah, because the big question for at least a mid-season challenge is how the global teams are going to stand up to the current meta in CN and how to not get sniped since they're so used to seeing each other over and over. And TE... We're not. See, this is that type of energy we needed before. That we just gotta run best. Just let's just get over the line. You know, if we get over the line and we just get 30 more points, cool. Let's worry about MVP secondary. Just get the most points because
here's the split.
The one part I like about doing that strategy is that even if you don't have enough hero points, right, for your next couple rounds, if it goes the distance and you were playing for maximum points anyway, your worst case scenario is second place. Your worst case scenario. So like your overall average is still going to be way better than shifting your team's mentality and to be like, you know what, we just need to get a couple points. I feel like it's so detrimental, especially for these heavy-hitting NBPL teams. Like, don't get me wrong, all these teams are extremely good, but some of these teams are built so different where they're able to still get 20-plus points, a 20 bomb, 20 kills in the hardest lobby on Earth. So there's no reason to ever take your foot off the gas. I just feel like just always push.
There's a chance for free Vipers. Because phase 2 griefed it. One team went Yushan, and one team went Tianhai Zenda. Which means that so far the only comp that's more expensive is Hardy Inozep.
I think Viper hasn't had as much impact today as she normally does. Everyone's been whiffing the Akos mirror or the Akos.
Well, everyone's also been whiffing getting the triple Viper comp through. They've tried, but teams have stopped it. Okay, XKG. Do you try to MVP? Do you sink hero points Or do you conserve and wait for more teams to hit match point threshold, which will then push you up in phases?
Bet it all, bet it all, bet it all.
Wait, YZG? YZG know that they're not match point threshold, right? Why did they just spend 4 hero points to pick up a comp when they're not match point eligible? XKG I get, but YZG?
What's the point of points if you're not supposed to, you don't get to use the points that you live in this life, Moxie?
Does that mean we have 4 Yushan Lee comps?
Is it possible to have 4? I thought 3 was the max.
Hero points.
We'll see in the next screen. We shall see in the next screen.
Okay, first phases went for Hardy Inozep. Then we had the split of 1 Yushan, 1 Temi, Tianhai Xander. Then we got the Viper comps. So yeah, 3.
Let's get in there. These are XKG. You know what it is. What if they play too fast and explode?
Fairly sure it's 3. 1, 2... No, 4! It is 4!
A lot of Yushan. Well, it's double Justina versus Zai. There's basically Yushan and Shuhan plus X. Zai or Justina.
Yeah, but there's 4 Yushan. There's 4 Shunhuan.
Temi is useless.
And Viper is useless.
If the Yushans are not useless.
Yes. If the Viper gets the silence onto the Yushan to be able to set up the CC before the Yushan can use ult.
Ready, see.
Wow, XKG are going big at the start too. They're landing Arcadia. They want to finish it, or even for all intents and purposes, like spending 4 hero points. When they're the only team MVP eligible, they want to finish this, and it's going to be so hard trying to work out which team that they are because there's 4 Yushan comps.
Well, OUG is a great target to pick, and I've always felt that Vermilion's or Volpine Essence, the Red Jade is just so big. As long as the enemy team is willing to fight you. If you get an enemy team who's just gonna kite you the whole time and waste your time, and then other people are gonna come and ninja the Volpine, it makes that position pretty grief to land on. Plus, it's also surrounded by so many Fireflies, so everyone's gonna do a timing in.
Oh, they're fighting.
We are gonna get one of the most critical fights of today's tournament. It's OUG versus XTG. Juxian is going to fall down to the great sword of Peak, and XKG believes in themselves. They're going to keep fighting right here. They do find one of the parries, or no, wait, they did get parry themselves, but they do get a follow-up parry. No follow-up though. Wait a second, I spoke too soon. As OUG's baby U is going to get fried right here. Now SS, the leader of OUG, is trying to bail out this situation, but XTG does a wonderful job of denying the value of that Viper ult, and he is going to pop the Zai ultimate, lifting up SS. And what SS was so far ahead in winning this. He
Raven.
Down.
XKG's Yushan salty razzed. That's why XKG come back. Xunxuan, he got Yushan ultimate up. And salty res and ran back into the team fight. XKG have not yet closed it out though. It's not one and done. OUG were able to take up enough time that SR show up to the team because Vulpine Essence is truly a very good thing to pick up for a lot of teams. So timing attacks are rife in Arcadia, as that does mean that we turn our attention now to TE versus YZG. Forbidden Steel, no ultimates in play. TXJ will be able to get the kills off onto YZG's players though, which means Soul Blooms, and starting to rebuild our ultimates if the Forbidden Steel cancelled them out early. As XKG though, still actually surviving, but it looks like they've been ran in two split directions. We've got one headed off to Imperium to go for the catapult to escape the reaches of OUG, and in the meantime, the second player still alive will likely be kiting out SR.
Well, RW not on the board yet, but GG and TE about to get the match point threshold. First, so we have RW trying to lock down this hottie. ZK from Wolf right now is gonna get kebab right now and exploded. Ooh, we are at 1 point right now. It'd be painful to go to 39 and then die though. No more mental booms. As RW, TE both at 39 right here. I feel like just second through fifth has been a Congo line of points. Every team has slowly incremented up together.
Oh, SR got Vulpine Essence. XKG, it's actually huge that OUG weren't able to catch that Yushan in Imperium, because as I said, he'd salty rezzed in the fight earlier against OUG. So if they'd picked him off, he goes down and XKG have to buy a Rebuff Charm to bring him back, which then really limits the potential of them being able to play into first realm of Yang, as we can see. Where exactly they are all the way off the beaten track is the answer for XKG, not wanting to get caught onto by any team that has even blue armor off of the deficit from looting. Unfortunately for them though, TE have rotated this way to scout out to see if they could pick apart stragglers. And one thing, we'll be able to see ZXL and relay that to his team.
Well. TE 1 point, RW 1 point, GG 2 points, SR 6 points. Very, very close for this match point eligibility. But besides SKG, no one can end it. So the goal should be tons of points, boys. We got to get tons of points. Doesn't matter. We're gonna overkill. Get another 20 bomb. Set ourselves up pretty for guaranteed top 2 placement. If I'm one of these teams' coaches, that's all I'm saying to them. Guaranteed top 2 placement. We are good to go. If the MVP happens, it happens. But we're just gonna play our game and try to execute, because I don't see a game plan where you're not trying to maximize points at any point.
Okay, what's the game plan behind YZG picking the Yushan comp and spending 4 hero points when they're lost though?
It doesn't matter because they have nice jackets.
But surely that will mess with the phases for all of the matches hereafter. Because they won't be able to afford anything that's made more expensive. So potentially we always have a 50 split on YZG's phase. Which then means that the team who is MVP eligible will get a better composition for cheaper.
True.
So like, surely have we not just full griefed the lobby?
You know, as long as we grief and look good at the same time with our jackets, doesn't matter. Does it really matter? As long as the team has fun at the end of the day.
Sorry, there's no like tactical explanation for why they would splurge 4 hero points when they're on 0 points.
I mean, the tactical explanation is they're with the majority of the lobby when it comes to the Yushan pick, so they're harder to pick off. Even though there's like a Zai indicator, it's still going to be harder to pick off, and it does decent versus any of the Viper compositions, which you're going to assume were going to happen.
Yeah, but what happens if you have to mirror match and then pick your own composition off, which in turn will then weaken the comp as a whole, which is exactly what's occurred here. XKG versus SR, Tutik with that Zai F2 trying to get the track and drop down. Shunuan's really low, forced into using that Yushin ultimate very early on as Tutik now has to turn his attention. Gets the V2 cast off, so we get the second F2 refresh. Out comes the chains, looking to land the damage onto NY7, who's low enough that he's forced out of the fight. Tutik wants to track him down, stop him from being able to space out and get a heal off, but his team is covering for him, and he's able to get a health reset off into Scale Rush onto that pillar. Tutik now going low himself, spacing out with the F2, looking to turn back into the fight though, not going for a heal, wanting to try and drop down, greed the RMB off of that fan, costs him his life. A potential 1 versus 2 situation, as one does go low, but SR are able to close it out. We look at the second Realm of Yang instead.
Well, TE has learned from their mistakes. We gotta frag out. We gotta get all the kills of the lobby. Even with the double blue armor, it's not gonna matter. RW in no position to bring this back. Even though Zipping is full health here, even though we got a hottie, he is back. We're gonna get nice team play coming out for them, able to cover each other's light attack, restacking over and over and getting a surround. And they're keeping RW alive. Look at this, jumping LMBs. Keep this man alive. Keep him alive.
Well, they got the kills required. They're eligible. They're past 40.
That's what we wanted him to die again. Bwahahaha. Bwahahaha.
You know, the true cathartic experience would be if they matched up against GG. After GG griefed them on Realm of Yang in that last match, but GG actually get griefed by YZG. YZG win the matchup in Realm of Yang instead, as all of the teams with buff are just fighting each other. So they can rip it off earlier. NY7 looking for just corner drop down with that Zai V2 to catch someone unawares, but is being put under pressure by that Shenhuan Li. Uses the F2 to just climb higher up on top of the building, dropping down with the cone. Still not able to find that opening though, and instead turned on to, as they're just not allowing the Zai freedom of space to do much of anything. Big parry off of the spear, which means Dragon Slayers into gold frame scoop, but it does get pushed away before it can fully go into that grab. And NY7 loses the Million Birds Might as TE coming on through with an Ina ultimate, splitting the tides of fighting and capitalizing on getting all of the kills for themselves.
Yeah, YGG's here, GG is here. Vermillions is ending. No, it's not ending. We got a lot of time on Vermillions. We got a lot of time to work right here. As TXJ is putting on the moves onto, who is this? GG. His trusty old dagger.
Oh, hello.
Alex Sam jumping. I didn't know he could jump that high.
Parkour.
That was way higher than I expected. Oh no, this is so annoying. We got multiple players doing ring around the Rosie on the pillar. Slow. Oh my god, and then we just get fried by behind that. That's
well, the good news for GG is that if they go out here, at least they got to 40 points. And speaking about getting to 40 points, in the blink of an eye, XKG gone out of the lobby entirely. TE match point threshold, GG match point threshold, RW match point threshold, SR 2 points off match point threshold. Make that one. We've gone from one team, and that team no longer in the lobby, so guaranteed to go at least one more, into almost 5.
Almost 5. I mean, it was close. Plus or minus second to the 6th place. This is kind of, you know.
Oh, now 5.
The drama is ensuing. Wait a minute. Is the +9 and the +5 already added on?
No, so it's on the side.
Okay. Okay, Taggy told me the opposite. I'm so confused. I always thought it was separate. But we'll see what the actual scores looks like. We can confirm this. And we are gonna see a highlight of a fight. OUG versus XKG. This is what took the tournament leaders out of this. A little bit of a mental boom moment, not able to win their 3v3s because it doesn't look like they get third party here. They get a nice match right here. Problem is, SS and Baby U are just getting teamwork to death. As SS trying to make his way across, but doesn't get to go anywhere due to the annoying Juxian. I'll let him go through. And now, where's OUG's points? Show me OUG's points. OUG's about it. They want to have a massive game as well.
I mean, all of the teams that weren't above 30 were on like 27. So hard to ask for those teams to reach match point threshold. Within this one, as SS opens up very early on, Viper v1, QGG dodges with Yushan, and now turns to put the pressure. Good Akos F2 connecting onto Cuckoo, leading to the stagger into the follow-up Akos cage with Syra v2 stun. So CC on top of CC on top of CC as Cuckoo 2 has fallen. The Yushan cannot protect the team against the Syra v2 powerful dazzle, which means that OUG will be able to get 1 kill on the board, and it was the burst damage in the form of the Shenhuan Li. A second Akos F2 finding the connection onto the Yushan to take him down, and we've got Blistering Edge revealed on the pole sword as well, which is able to connect onto 17S and take him out for the count.
The XJ is leading the charge right now in the ultimate, pushing TE. Yeah, I'd say are they past the mental boom? Wait a minute, TXJ, a little bit of an overextension right here. No space from the teammates to get him out of that situation, and now SR is backed into a weird corner. He does get the armor swap from a teammate as Taki is going to be chasing Lexin or NY7 right here. Not able to find the lockdown though. And SR very, very low. Rico on his last leg. Zhao and NY7 trying to peel for him, looking for the flank right now. Rico creating a nice opportunity right here. XEM on the hottie. Very, very low. Still trying to fight. I'm surprised he's going in as NY7 just fades back and gets a nice crossbow kill. Woo. TE pulling out all the stops right here. Wait, I just realized. Wait. Yeah, the SR took down a TE. There's still an opportunity for SR to take this all down, Roxy. My prediction is still alive. It's still alive.
It is potentially still alive. As to OUG's chances of being able to hit match point threshold, is that currently on 30, I believe. I have to see. We're currently looking at Soul Jade setups, as OUG, SR, and RW are all going to be able to win that realm of Yangs. Is that Mortal Defiance in the back for SS?
Looks like it. Can you hear the arena in the background?
Yes.
Okay, that is throwing me off because I feel like someone's. I'm like, wait, is it someone outside? It's the casters in the actual arena.
Oh, I was hearing the cheers.
Yeah, you could hear the cheers and then also the casting as well. Something. I could just hear something in the background where it's throwing me off.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, I can hear it too.
Yeah, it sounds so organic that it sounds like someone in the other room for me. And I was like, wait a second, am I hearing them? Am I losing it? No, this is the arena casting right here. As looking at the scores now.
Yeah, they've added them. They've added all of them now. Yeah, so before there was a plus, but now they've all been added.
Okay, so they've done the quick maths for us, so we don't have to do the maths. As RW's past the threshold, GG's past the threshold, SR's past the threshold, and TE is now. But TE's in a weird spot right now. They do have Yang depletion. They're gonna have to take a fight right here, as all these teams are playing nice and safe and cozy, not wanting to overextend here. But YZG, no chill right here. 19 points. They want to get in there, and OUG is going to be the victim of this aggression as SS on the low ground does get cooked right here, completely all in. But nice job by Peak, the Syra of OUG, to pick up the team, keep his leader alive. But SS,
oh no,
a little bit too soon. We're getting juggled. We can't play the game.
The Mortal Defiance on the Viper. Oh,
he's not able to get away, and now YZG, they all in, and everyone else sees the blood in the water, and they just swarm in like sharks, scooping in all the kills.
Wait, Peak's still alive. Peak's still alive. He's in the purple bush. If he takes advantage of the fighting commotion, he might be able to bring one of his players back. Unfortunately for him, everyone else is fighting right on top of him, and the bodies are. It's like, no, just a little bit that way, a little bit that way.
Like 9 people alive. Yeah, he's not resing anyone, Moxie.
Yeah, no, there we go. His 2 teammates bleed out. As at the same time, YCG actually buy themselves a rebirth charm. That's such a shame because production had actually done a really good little bit of maps there. On the drop down, they said that if they got 15 kills and a 2nd place finish for OUG, they would make it to match point threshold. Unfortunately, when that pops up is the exact moment that the whole lobby decides that they want OUG for dinner. And this team just does not have a good time. 7 kills. Syra's still up at least, and rebirth charms are obviously still around with Soul Altars, so there's a potential, but it's highly unlikely. As TE going to be trying to secure a Spirit Well to extend out the duration of Yang depletion. Does anyone try and contest them? I think SR is in the area, so they could actually grief out TE's chances of being able to take it. As I say that, OUG will lose their last player, and that is them out of this lobby.
Well, they get cannibalized. Over Ultra is delicious. Lobby just completely picks them apart. Unlucky. And now Yang depletion kicks in. Now, this is what I was saying before, Moxie. I don't know. The match point eligibility is kind of whatever. When there's so many teams that close, I feel like you're just always playing to get the most amount of points in lobby. And if you get MVP, that's cool. But it doesn't really change so much mindset that you need to be always pushing. You can never get complacent in these positions because there's still a chance OUG won't be match point eligible, but they could MVP next round and the tournament keeps going. So you want to be as high as possible as a team on the leaderboard, just in case the tournament either keeps going or ends. It's only plus value for your team. The only way you could play it worse is playing it safe and only getting 2 or 3 points. It's like, oh, we're gonna save it.
Oh, the on the swap.
2 minutes 20 seconds. For GG to find, I mean, for the whole lobby to find a soul boom situation. Wolves XN on the Yushan, already activating.
Wait, did SR get flag cap? TE got spirit buff. SR must have got flag cap because yeah, no team got sent out after Yang depletion hit.
Not sure.
So damn. 2 teams in the clear. Everyone else going to have to fiend for eliminations. As Moonbane's going to be putting a slowdown to the festivities, at least for the next 40 seconds or so, as poor Wolves getting caught in the middle, taking damage from both Bane and GG, who are just sitting on the outsides of the zone with the repeater crossbow. Oh, there we go. A little bit of karma coming through for Izzy. He gets hit by a Moonbane too, but all the attention's on the rest of Wolves.
Fighting on these rocks, just not the best for Hong's sword either. Not a ton of verticality with that weapon, but you know, there just can't be choosers. 80% Moonbane is in, so everyone is pushed to these corners right here as Wolves players just get picked apart right here. And 17S from YZG ends up finding NHQ in a tough position, but NHQ going maximum grief, Super Destina mode. Able to dash up, but it's not going to matter because RW is going to be sitting there in his loving, haughty, metallic wing slashing hands. Puts him out. As we are going to go over to GG, trying to claim the Spirit Well.
T is not letting them.
For the extension, but not going to be able to go get that. But where are we going to... Where are we going instead? Are we just going zone?
I mean, everyone just has to fight. Like, for GG, they have to just fight. Unfortunately for them, they've used all of their ults trying to get the Spirit Well for the extension, which T just refused to let them have. Like, they knew that they still had Yang depletion, so they actually came through with both the Hardy ultimate as well as TXJ's Uno ult to just keep the Spirit Well contested long enough to live through GG's ult cycles. And then when GG were forced to fight to continue in the lobby, TE get the Spirit Well for free, which means second cycle of ultimates now with Mystic Might, and TE can just run the tempo with the rest of the lobby. SR's down to 2 players, GG 1. RW's the only full team left, and they're on the exact same composition as Free-Free-O, not having a fun time, getting absolutely blasted by Palm Lightning from all angles at the moment as NY7 tries to get any form of damage on that Zyv2 to make the kill hit count. Steals away 1 kill before being taken down. And it's straight up a free versus free, RW versus TE, with SR's lone Yushan left on the field as well.
Wait a second. Oh, I was like, it's weird seeing XCG getting passed right here as for RW and TE at 47 get past them as TE is looking promising to close out this game. Double gold armor, Mystic Might, RW in shambles right now. They're doing their best to kind of slow down and try to get some space to heal right now, but Youth is gonna get chopped down like a weed out in the open. The gold pole sword gonna make quick work of him as TXJ again getting in that inner ult. Mystic Might just telling him exactly where everyone is as the last player is going to be left like Zhao, but he got nowhere to go when TE picks the rest of that lobby clean. And I'm not gonna lie, it's still tilting.
Yep.
Still tilting because they got 1 point. The people's round. They could have won the tournament.
Yep.
Could have won the tournament.
They could have won the tournament. They could. I mean, they said in the interview that they'll close out game 5.
Well, you know,
that was game 5. They MVP'd, but they weren't on match point threshold.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda. We gotta keep moving along. Keep moving on. Let's not dwell.
They're looking happier, at least. I find it hilarious as well, by the way, that SR, that they outlived RW. Zhao, you're doing the play-by-play of all of the fighting going down between between the two full teams left. Xiao's just on the left side, fully alone with watching. He's got a popcorn bucket out, and he's just munching away at the kernels, watching RW and GG duke it out, and then RW realize and go, wait a moment, AV and the Hardy ultimate flies over to drag GG's position on top of Xiao. But Xiao has the Yi channel, so he just pops it and outlives RW.
Well. We are going to get an exciting... Do you think in this next game it will end?
Yeah, I mean, we have 5 teams on match point threshold.
More than half the lobby.
More than half the lobby.
It's not going to end, Moxie. We're going to see more NARAKA every time this happens, because there's still OUG at not match point. They might rally.
OUG, Wolves, YZG. Those are your 3 teams who aren't on match point, if you want to change your answer now.
I'm not changing my answer. We're going with SR all the way to the end. We wanted XKG.
Oh, I wasn't meaning like who you think lifts the trophy. I was meaning like if you want to change your answer of do you think it ends in the next round.
Oh no, I don't think it's gonna end the round. I think OUG is gonna MVP the next round.
They do have motivation. 10 points. That's all they need to be able to join the 5 teams. Those 5 being TE, RW, SR, XKG, and GG. And something to talk about as well is that the phases will have changed, because now we have multiple teams on match point eligibility. The higher up that you are for that match point eligibility, the sooner your phase comes around after we've gone through the teams that aren't match point eligible. So TE being able to MVP there does wonders for them. It gives them that motivation back after they had to pretty much sit out the whole of last round. Puts them back into first place. So if we go all the way to 8 games, they're in the best possible position to just win the whole thing off of points alone. But it also means that they're going to be in a position to get a composition when it's still pretty cheap, as opposed to poor old XKG, who spent 4 hero points in that round and went out very early on, so have been surpassed by about 3 teams, meaning that they're going to be fairly low down the phasing order, and they're going to be looking at compositions which they're probably not going to be able to afford.
Well, you know, I feel like XKG had their chance. They had a nice Cinderella story going. I don't know if they have that chance anymore. There are too many strong teams who are going to be going forward right now. And since it's happening so early in the tournament, I feel like these teams are going to still be very, very surgical with how they are going to close out this 2026 NBPL finals. But speaking of closing out, we got a question for you that you need to close out. How many teams reached match point after game 5? Was it A3, B4, C5, or D6? I swear whoever did this question was listening to Moxie. Moxie just slowed down and slowly explained this. You want to change your answer, Raven? And I was like, no. No. SR is going to be taking this. They're going to find a way. Even though...
But I say TE.
You say T.
I said TE at the start of the day. I said TE even after they walked away with 1 point. I still say TE.
Well, it's going to be TE for me when SR takes it away from TE. I don't know if they're going to be able to keep up this momentum, as
they've still got hero points. They've still got all 5 hero points to play.
Are they just going to run Hottie comp again? I just run Hottie again. Hey, the points are so close through 1 through 5. Like, no reason not to try to pop off.
I mean, there's straight up a tie between second and third. RW and SR both on 47 points.
You just get to ladder up so much. And then OUG Wolves. YZG, I feel like YZG has been very, very quiet today. Haven't seen a lot of crazy situations that they're a part of. They usually are just getting sandwiched by everyone else.
I mean, YZG are going to also be pretty early in the phases. So the fact that they have one hero point to play with is going to potentially impact the rest of the phases. But then again, they've been relatively low previously, so I don't think they've actually been able to play the Hardy, Zip comp yet. Which means that they should be able to afford it fairly easily. So maybe it doesn't create the 50-50 split? We'll have to see. Like, some team might just be sitting on a composition that no one's seen and want to use it to be able to MVP with the powerful potential. As we can have a look at the highlights coming through from Game 5. TE said that they would end it within 5 games. They didn't end it, but they do MVP this one. And it all started off with the hot drop fight inside Forbidden Seal before they moved their attention over to the Realm of Yang, which they were able to win back to back, getting back into the form that we expect to see in the 3 versus 3.
Look, I feel like, what's the second time we saw the highlights of TE? The second time we saw the highlights of TE.
Yeah, they went in martial arts.
But hearing their calls and everything, like the full battle royale comes. Oh my goodness, we're full health right now. T is just so stacked. It's not the best comp for how silly this team was against us. None of their characters can beat the outcome right here, but a little bit of a victory lap here as you're seeing the POV of Sem locking down everyone, just laying down the law with this gold pole sword. Very, very clean focus fire and cleanup from T. No mistakes anymore. They got their one mistake, Moxie. 1 point, no MVP. They could have been champions right now, but they're gonna have to hold that one and keep this going, as we are going to look at the MVP of this round, TXJ, 5-time MVP with 30,000 damage, half of it coming from, you guessed it folks, ult.
What's wild as well is that this is the patch that ult was nerfed. Not enough, apparently. Not enough.
How is it
the horizontal. So basically the horizontal like dragon got lowered in terms of the distance that it could impact. Still does big damage though. Still does big damage.
It is all about the damage at the end of the day, Moxie. When you do the most damage, you are going to be able to get kills. And when you get kills, you get points. And right now, he's back in the driver's seat, but with a van full of 4 other teams that anyone else can get on the next stop and be crowned the champion. If you're just tuning in, this is the NBPL 2026 finals, and it's about to get very dicey. Over half the lobby is on match point, so next game may be the last game. Moxie has an ending. I don't have an ending. I think OUG and Baby U and SS are going to keep it going, and they've always been one of the later tournament builders, so they can heat up and take the MVP away. But don't go anywhere, folks. There's still be a lot more action, at least one more game left after we come back from this short break.
Hello everyone and welcome back to what could be the final game of the NBPL Spring Split Trios Grand Finals. 5 teams, more than half of the lobby, are currently on match point eligibility. Raven here thinks that we go at least 1 extra with OUG is your prediction, I believe, to take the MVP.
I'm going to go even a step further. We keep going after that. OUG takes the MVP, and then Wolves takes the next one. We just go the full distance, Moxie. There's just
all the way to 8.
All the way to 8. Same thing in solos. We just go all the way to 8. You think it's going to end, but you can never have too much of a good thing, Moxie. We're going to be going all 8 rounds.
I mean, I would argue you can have too much of some good things, like too much ice cream or too much chocolate. That's a painful stomachache in the morning, but there's no such thing as too much NARAKA BLADEPOINT, especially when we get to see it at the top of play. Because, like, if we go for more rounds, given some teams have splurged the hero points, we might get to see some more unique compositions come through. Like XKG spent 4 hero points. I have a feeling it might be a return of the Tara for them in this next game.
I still can't shake the feeling of seeing T drop the bomb of the 1 point game. Or you were saying 1 point is worse than goose egg. I was like, anything less than 5 points kind of hurt me. Because especially after they do so well the next round.
Okay, it could have been worse. It could have been worse. It could have been 4.
Yeah, 4 was actually 4 is actually worse, but oh my goodness. And then the MVP the next round, you can see it, they're just nodding. They're like, yeah, that was good. We could have just won the tournament. You can see it was enough. You can see them nodding like, yeah, that was good. We could have just won the tournament. And now they're going to have to clutch it up. They're going to have to dig deep because, again, multiple people for that MVP round.
Yeah.
And it's still anyone's game. I really don't think that any one composition it has such a strong advantage versus everyone else. It really depends on how your off spawn goes and then how the Yang depletion situations play out. If you don't position well, and you don't get that momentum going, it's very easy to get sandwiched and just exploded out of nowhere. And have we seen the gold armor teams? Well, we haven't really seen any big explosions where a buff team or a team very, very sacked ends up dropping the ball. Usually, if you get to that point, with the loot, we've seen all these teams hold their loot advantage and usually close out the game and make it to the top 3 finish. Will we see mess ups this time? Because now a lot more pressure on the table. All these teams know the tournament can end right now. Now, the previous round, XKG, it's pretty easy to kind of slow down one team, but 5 teams, more than half the lobby. It's weird to me that 5 teams is more than half the lobby, just because we used to be at 12.
12, yeah.
But it's gonna be a very spicy round. You see RW vibing right now, ready.
They're in the zone.
They're very excited about this next round. They know they're in striking distance. YZG could be having a better day. You know, they've definitely performed really well throughout this season. So they still have it in them to bring this tournament back.
The phasing is going to be so interesting. Because like we said, it's not a case of if 2 of the same comp get picked in the same phase, it's locked. It's just made more expensive. And usually in regular play, that means that it is locked because you don't have hero points. But on the finals, you do have hero points, 5 of them. You used to have much more, which was one of the reasons why We saw a lot more compositions come through this season in comparison to the last ones, because like before you had more than enough hero points to be able to still play the same compositions as everyone else in the lobby at the same time. Now, if a comp does become more expensive, you really get one chance of being able to afford it, and that's it. One and done. And XKG will be on 1 hero point alongside YZG, since they both spent big to try to buy the Yushan comp and have 4 of them come through. And it truly is devastating when you look at how the last match played. The fact that there was only 1 team left in the final zone on that Yushan out of all of the 4 of them that started. As TE, first phase Raven. It's happened. I told you that it wasn't always going to be that the teams in striking distance of match point thresholds would be at a specific phase selection. TERW, they're first and second. That means that they're in first phase. They can buy the Hadi Ino Zip comp.
I feel like the Hadi Ino Zip comp doesn't have as much of an advantage as it used to. With the zipping nerf, it feels.
So do you think they go for a different one?
I think that every team kind of has their personal favorite in this current meta, like what they feel is they're very confident on. But and I still think it's very map dependent too. There's definitely an advantage of running Hadi on Holoroth just because of how wide open it is. On Predoria, I kind of give the edge to Viper, since she can maneuver around with the catapults.
Zenda Tianhai?
Ooh.
No. Zenda Temi Lee.
Kind of weird for TE right here. Have they ever MVP'd with this composition?
No.
No, I don't think
Until
so.
today, no team had MVP'd with Zenda.
All right, it's time for my call out, SR, to bring it home. Let's go, SR, baby. Let's go, SR, baby.
Well, I mean, what SR will go Hadi Ino Zip, since it's still affordable.
Ah, yes.
XKGS also get a Hadi Ino Zip, since no one picked it in first phase. So it's not made more expensive, which means that even with 1 hero point, they can still afford it.
Yes. It's time.
Hey, hold on. You were saying a moment ago the Hadi Ino Zip was on a downwards trend.
I would say, everything's like 60-40, 55-45. It's not a big edge, but we'll take our edges, Moxie. We'll take our edges. We'll take our edges where we can, and it's a call out that I just feel like SR is gonna take it. It's gonna take. But I don't think, after watching all the teams today, besides TE, I would say everyone is like very solid. Still feel like TE is kind of in a league on their own of how they approach the game right now. I'm still very impressed by their tactics. It's just
GG's happy.
Their tactics aren't enough to take it all. We gotta go with luck as well. SR, they got the luck. They got the luck on their side.
Temi, Tianhai, Zenda for YZG and the Wolves? Yeah.
Wait,
the reason why YZG is happy is because Yushan was the only thing that was more expensive. Oh, not Yushan, Lee was the thing that was more expensive. They did not have to fork out 4 hero points to be able to play the comp that they wanted. Because we have a few splits. Like, T's playing a very interesting comp. Then we had some variants of Lee before he was parceled with the Yushan Justina. Widespread. Interestingly, very few Viper teams. OUG also went for 4 hero points It's banned. They brought Syra Viper Justina. Is the comp that OUG believe will get them 10 hero points and a potential MVP to continue the day and stop 5 of their MVP eligible teams from closing out the series and walking away with a trophy and a whole lot of cash in the pocket.
Oh, wait a second, T. Looking like they're rallying.
Oh, you want to change your answer?
No, we're not changing our answer. We made the mistake before, Ultimate Caster. We're not making the same mistake.
Okay, so wait, I have to pin you on this because you said here that you think SR will close it out with the Hardy Eno Zep comp, but you said earlier that OUG would MVP this round and keep it going. So, right now, Raven, MVP team, who is it?
So it's a little bit of a toss-up, Moxie, you know? I have to root for OUG because it's going to be painful if somehow 5 teams can't MVP. So if I expect OUG to win, it's not going to hurt as much. But we still have to go with our bet that SR is taking it all. They're still going to take it all.
Mm-hmm.
It just may go with 8, and they may take it all on 8. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying is they're gonna be taking. Oh my goodness, they got 11.11 or 11.1 average points. That means their Enor composition is on fire.
Yeah, but look at TE. Pick rate 0, average points 0. This is a fully new comp for TE, which means that they've been hiding it. They were phase 1, they had all of their hero points. The only reason that this is unplayed and them playing it now is that they've been waiting for this exact moment to use it.
Or they're trolling. It's one or the other. Secret weapon or secretly trolling. Like, oopsie, we did not calculate our hero points correctly, and now this is a good backup for this situation.
No, they all have hero points. They had 4, 5, and they were phase 1. That's what I'm saying.
Well, Moxie, if you are correct, I will be standing corrected as your team TE will have won. But when SR is on top, you can safely assume TE was trolling.
Hey, like, TXJ, he's known for cooking up comps. Like, back in the day, when a new hero dropped, no one would put time into trying to fit it into their trio schedule. They would just wait for TXJ to work out how to play it and then go, okay, cool. We'll play it that way too. So I have a feeling that they've been hiding because T sort of swerved away from even using Zenda in the past a whole lot in stage 1 and stage 2, since they didn't want people to work out how they were going to play her. As we're going to be starting things off, potentially the last match of the day, RW versus Raven's team of SR, with SR already managing to get an elimination onto AB. Now taking it 3 versus 2, AB falling before he can use the Yushan ultimate and try and create cover for his team. Youth out of that blink state will be vulnerable and should get taken down, as SR now have to rally against the third-party opportunity. YZG showing up late to the party, sending out that Zenda F2 to scoop players up into position.
Or donating more kills, as SR is easily going to take the momentum against YZG. And this is the tough part of coming in with timing attacks. Unless you come in before the fight has ended, the other team who was fighting, who won, has the ultimate advantages. You see SR pop all the ultimates and find the win. We are going to move over to the Ballista area of TE, also winning their off spawn. Both TE and SR with a 5p off spawn. Wait a second here. It's like the universe is conspiring against our 2 picks. I'm not gonna lie, universe, let me win this one.
Oh, UG! Oh, I think SS goes down here. Oh, has to use the Viper V1. just to buy space, but that stun threat is done, and now you're relying on your Justina V1 instead, but the Temi ultimate is going to be able to shut the mobility down. Moonbane's dropped, but it's just pettiness on top of the fight at this point. Although I see that XEM throwing out the F2, trying to reposition so that the bird returns to his position, actually eats a Moonbane hit for his troubles, and off of the back of that goes too low to be able to try and chase down OUG's players. They pick up their fallen teammate, and TE Zenda fully has to disengage the fight and try to recover, which means that GG now get an opportunity to turn onto the two teams as well. Since they're still in the area, they saw that Moonbane go down, they know that there's fighting, and they want to join the mix.
Whoa, GG up to 2 kills. OUG at 2 kills. Multiple predictions going down. He is up to 6. SR at 5, you know, it's a really good off spawn. OUG, wait a second. I just realized OUG's got, we're running the OG Viper composition. Syra, Viper, Justina. Going back to the 2025 days. As wolves. I'm doing some monkey business here.
Well, they lost the hot drop fight. This is them rezzed.
Oh, I was more commenting on the fact they're on Monk, Timmy.
And,
monkey business. Get it? Because they're
I see.
As we are going to get G, and T. Oh my god, TE is stacked. What the heck? We got triple purple armor. Oh my god, we're so rich.
Oh, Zenda F2 at least.
Are going to get it juggled right now as XEM is going to pop the ultimate, but Yushan and Justina is going with the full rush down, trying to keep him pinned. But my man got so much health. Is the health gonna matter right now? He does have a lot of terrain to work with right here as GG is finding the connection to TXJ. Wait a second, TXJ down to his last leg as T's XEM is gonna find 3-3-0, but TXJ down to 1 HP. Can they find the kill onto him? No, TXJ is gonna be able to recover.
You got the bloom.
Sam comes around the corner. Oh no, and he gets grabbed by the bird and blown up.
Oh, clean up on Justina. And 3 more kills for TE.
Oh no, not again. We're gonna get a Jacob repeat now. Okay, you got +4 on my SR. Moxie, no need to panic. I'm not panicking, you're panicking.
Okay, well, we don't know what SR is currently up to, but we do know what YZG and RW are up to. RW's AB waiting for 17S's ultimate to drop before they try and turn the tables on YZG. Sammy ultimate trapped Cuckoo 2, which means that RW might be able to get this last pick off. No, wait, no, it's Cuckoo 2's ultimate, trapping RW's players, but unfortunately, Youth was not kept in check by the Temi ultimate, does split away from his teammates to be able to pick up the Tianhai, and now you just have to worry about Cuckoo 2 keeping RW's attention long enough that they get third-partied by a rotating through team, as first Realm of Yang is about to spawn on through, and TE are absolutely stacked. 9 kills before they go into the first Yang means they are flush with cash. All of their soul jades will be very good, and they'll all have purple armor and purple weapons. This team, I said it, that there was a risk. The TE, they hold off on showing their full hand of strategies. They knew that there was a lot of downtime between last chance qualifiers and grand finals, and if they used it, everyone would clue into the comp that they wanted to run. SR, like you said, also as stacked. What would be insane is if these two teams go head-to-head into Realm of Yang. I feel like they have the confidence to just full send into the portal the moment it spawns up. There's a possibility that TE and SR match up.
And SR is going to take it, and we're going to be crowned a new ultimate temporary interim caster as we go to Jacob. Am I?
Oh, is it happening?
Oh, it's happening! Yes! Ladies and gentlemen, the big 2026 NBPL Trios Finals. Both the lobby leaders right now. TE versus SR. We're going to be looking at the IGL. The general himself, TXJ versus SR. He's going to get jumped on by NY7. Combo break's going to be coming out, but NY7 dumps all of his standard bar, catches him. 1, 2, 3, sends it out, but TXJ gets the half charge out. Cube pops over for NY7, getting out of the stagger, but TXJ does pop a heal off. Wait a second, we just get out. That was criminal action right here. We just get the full heal off in front of the Eno ult, and he moves over and gets Rico into a custom combo, uppercut combo. Now Rico down to his last leg, the zipping, still able to back off, pop his ultimate, pick up his team. But now Rico does take down XEM. Let's go SR, as now TE is falling apart and SR is gonna turn it around. And oh yeah, oh yeah. I mean,
on the outsides though, GG are getting grouped by RW. Yuan comes on through with that Shenhuan Li. And CJS takes cover behind the hay bales. Wait, they've gone right past him. You've gone down. AV's relying on the Yushin ultimate, keeping GG in check for a little while more. But they're just turning onto Yuan. They want to take this Lee out when they know he doesn't have ult, when they know he doesn't have combo break. He's so vulnerable. CJS will be able to pick him off. And that will be GG walking away with more kills onto RW, just trying to track down that last player remaining as the Yushan tries to piece out and keep the team's hopes alive.
I mean, RW is still in striking distance too. They find another kill here. We are going to go to a replay here. XKG versus Wolves. XKG really needs to win this one if they want to keep their chances alive to MVP this round. Doesn't look like they came into this Yang very stacked. As we were watching Tudik on the Enor try to connect to NHQ, Kebab is going to be coming through, trying to keep his distance away from the Monk pressure, but he gets surrounded by Wolves. Ton of his armor getting shredded, but dropping down. Tudik takes down NHQ. Oh my goodness, NHQ just got deleted out of nowhere. Just massive burst damage coming out of that jabbing, and XKG still in the runnings, still in striking distance to take this tournament down.
Tutik really likes that stuff with jabbing. It's the second time we've seen him use it today. First time being when they MVP'd the Battle Royale game 1. Poor AV has just been on the run. Forced to use the Yushin ult to try and peel for his Lee against GG, and now runs into XKG, who are more than happy to continue this hunt into the zone, since they have the Million Birds Might, something that AB does not have. Fortunately for them, they do not get the last hit off though, so no kill credit coming on through, as SR have been able to spot out Wolves. Sammy ultimate comes down, NY7 not a care in the world coming on through with that Uno ultimate. So now you have to use the Tianhai ult instead to be able to keep up the pace with it. As Setke is going low, might be forced to de-transform early, but the moment he does, this team will be vulnerable. As I have spotted that the Tianhai is going to be low, and like Seven's out of his ultimate, potentially gets grabbed, but here comes TE with the third-party situation. The Zender ultimate is being dumped into the team as SS with the traditional Viper dropped out the V1! That all stacks up! They're all getting blended! The Syra V2 beams through 3 teams in one go. TE look like they had the lead, and then OUG show up to the party and say, hey, we're here too.
Wait a second, who even died with that? Everyone got stunned right there, but I didn't see any nose get traded out. TE's still healthy. Didn't OUG get the stun?
It was SR, but they had the Million Birds Might.
Okay. OUG got the stun. Why are they getting the kills? We're just getting shredded up now by TE, but TE has to be careful right now. They're still in the zone right now as the Shadow Corruption is capping out for him. They are going to be able to clean up part of OUG, but now Wolves showing up to the party, just white armor and just a a mean team.
Draco Storm
right here, as GG also sees them inside zone. TE is not healthy at all, as their Shadow Corruption is going to get maxed out here, but lucky for them, Wolves white armor XM is going to get taken down by Alex.
Oh, that's no damage.
One Fong.
One Fang's down. XCM maybe.
Oh my goodness, that's just a shred of health, but oh no, XKG is gonna catch TE right here, and TE's dreams to stay in this tournament, to take this down, is on the edge right now, as XEM is doing his best to create some distance, but Tudik comes with the pulsar and is gonna chop that dream in half, as TXJ, last one left standing for TE, last one to hold the line. He is gonna be surrounded by the hottie. 5% left on a Detemio. He's gonna throw the double charge down. He is gonna go for the Detemio, but he's not gonna be able to, and TE is gonna be eliminated, and SR, XKG, and GG still in the runnings to take down this MVP. Remember what I was saying, Moxie? OUG at 3 kills can still OUG can still turn this around and wipe everyone out, but it's their Cyra's looking down, but if SR,
it's Yang. I feel like if SR win Realm of Yang, they win it.
They have to go in.
They surely they have to. Wolves go for Spirit Well.
What, the NXQ's gonna get this for free? My man.
Yeah, everyone else is Celestra. OUG is trying to rotate out of zone.
And OUG looks like they're licking their wounds, trying to recover.
Yeah, they're on 2 sets of blue armor. So realistically, it's SR versus GG for Realm of Yang.
The marbles.
And the marbles. Yeah, if SR get the kills here, then it is XKG that they run into. Ho ho! Here we go. Mirror match too. Both teams on Hardy Eno Zip. There's a potential for timeout in this if they don't get the kills swiftly onto the zipping. So far, no Eno ults from both of these teams. Going to use the F to close up the distance instead first, then come through. But Tutik's already lost one of his bars of health. Has to just play aerial to wait for the Zip F to come through. But that now means that the Zip F is not there for the Zip herself. They're trying to get aggressive onto Zhao to force like the Hardy ultimate early and force the cube early so they can have more mobility for ZXL to try to survive. Tutik getting chased down by Zhao though, is going low and gets taken down. NY7 skirmishes off of the pillar, fakes out the disengage before coming back in, forcing the Zip to have to use the cube, but SL still have a cube up of their own. Will use it to try and keep up the pressure onto the Zip, but get pushed back by the Hardy's triple charge strike. So far ZXL is able to hold on just a while longer, but not off of that scale or stagger connection. Both NY7 and Rico on that zipping, teaming up to turn the pressure onto ZXL when the Zip has no space to turn, and this is just a case of cleanup. SR just having to win this last kill onto Xunhuan to pick up all 3 kills inside the second realm of Yang.
Wait, we're going for a clutch up here with OUG versus GG. This is a big round. Both these teams very close in the running, and Baby U is gonna clutch it up versus LXM. I was looking at it in the kill feed. I saw them both traded out 1v1 for the biggest tournament so far of the season. Trios Grand Finals, Game 6. Wait, let me see the scoreboard. It's OUG gonna MVP this round. Let me see. Wait, they're up to 6.
6.
They're up to 6, but SR is in a commanding lead at 12. It's gonna take a pretty big throw here from SR. They got Draco Storm, they got double gold armor.
Yeah, if they get 1 kill, they match TE's score from this round. If they go out now with only those 12 points, TE still lead them in score. So they would deny SR the MVP. But like you said, it would be a huge upset given the fact that they have Draco Storm. Like, surely they get some kill. Especially because we're about to go into ranking points as well. So if you bump off a team.
I was saying, Moxie, if I would have rooted for my pick would have been TE, and we did the 1 point into the MVP next round where we could have won a tournament, I would be in so much pain.
Hey, look, I was basing my pick off of the fact that TE are known to sit on a strategy and only use it in grand finals. I was like, I feel like we haven't seen a unique composition cooked up by TE this season. We're due one, and we got one. Even if they don't MVP, I'm still happy that I got to see them make that Zenda composition look absolutely brutal. The problem for them is that Zenda's very vulnerable outside of the burst damage that she can do with her ultimate. The F2 is a huge risk since it's not a combo break. So in trios, if you don't have a combo break and you get turned on to by all of the players in a 2 versus 1 situation, things can very quickly take a turn for the worse that you're not able to live out. As the 2 teams with Yang Depletion are now back in the field. GG, very close to SR's position. It is Celestra though, so not the greatest position for a team with Yang Depletion to be in, since it's very hard to be able to lock down a team fully. And unfortunately for XKG, the other team without Yang Depletion is currently playing Ballista Tower, which is probably the second hardest space to be able to fully lock a person down, to get the kills and pick up the Soul Bloom. That's just like stall-out positions for both of those teams to make sure that the teams with Yang Depletion don't look at them instead.
Yeah, it's just very unlucky for both of these teams rotating in. But GG, I mean, you can't really be super choosy. They're trying to bind their time for as long as possible for the buff to run out. It could still be a horrible situation here where SR gets all in by both Yang Depletion teams, and then GG just gets the full upside. They're up to 7 kills. They're only 5 points behind SR and XKG as well. Both teams can clear out the lobby and still steal it away.
Wait, they found each other. GG and XKG found each other. But XKG found Wolves first.
Well, this is one wonderful situation for SR, as they are going to see just in front of them that both Yang Depletion teams going to be all in each other. Temi ult's going to be invested. Enor ult is going to be popped, as Tudik is going to try to connect to Wolves. NHQ is getting the short end of the stick as Tudik tries to go for the kebab, as he notices just behind them GG looking in for the fight, but OUG is going to be all-inning SR right here. The Wombo combo is out, but Rico is going to pop the ultimate a little bit early, but OUG, no slouches here. They're very, very stacked as well, but Baby U is getting extremely low right now. Nice Syra ultimate, but the cube for SR is going to slow things down, but they're still going to keep going back in, challenging OUG. They do not want to leave any of this to chance. They are going to go back in, and Baby U is going to eat a double charge, and then back-to-back double charges. SS tries to land the parry to save his teammate, but one of the hits is going to go through, and SS will try to go for revenge, but a little bit ill-advised as the F2 from the Enor of NY7 comes cutting through, and now at this point SR is taking a commanding lead, but I say that a little bit too soon. As we look back over, GG is finding a ton of success, up to 9 kills as well.
But they're about to go down to XKG.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they've been able to cleanse 1, but LXM does go down, and unfortunately for GG, that's all of them. That was the player who'd cleansed. So GG's out, and SR are now going to show up in Celestia, the third party, with all of their ults intact because they got Yang Spirit Well. It's literally between SR, XKG, and Wolves. Wolves nowhere close to be able to MVP. It's down to SR and XKG, who's going to be able to walk with the trophy right now. ZK gets a grab, but it's not a double slam. He's now out of Tianhai ult state. will be potentially vulnerable, and i7 getting fried by all of the fire tick damage coming on through, but the team is strong, hunting as a pack through all of these corridors and buildings with the Hardy ultimate, just putting the pressure onto Shenhuan, who gets left behind by the rest of his team and takes it to a 3 versus 1 versus 3 situation. But one of Wolf's players still is yet to find a cleanse. Thankfully for him, he's still got 2:28 on the clock, but that desperately turning onto SKG's last player instead, meaning that SR are going to be able to fully reset all of their health and shielding and come back into this fight fresh and ready to take on Wolves inside the Moonbane. Zhao with the parry, Temi ultimate desperately tries for Wolves to hold on to the space, but SR are relentless. This is just a victory lap at this moment, as it's just a case of cleanup. They're all but ready to lift the trophy!
The pop-off from SR. The pop-off, I knew it, Moxie, I knew it.
直剑破千刃，
Ladies and
同心
gentlemen,
定山河。让我们恭喜
Team
2026 永劫无间职业联赛春季赛3排冠军 SR。
Spring Split。
此时此刻，我们的舞台上飘下了属于最高荣耀的金色的雨，捧起属于你们的冠军奖杯吧！
Your trophy first.
好的，有请我们所有的选手来到我们的舞台中间。
Please welcome all the players to our stage and our coach.
有请。哇，今天的比赛可以说是让所有线上以及线下的玩家朋友们再次感受到了这支队伍恐怖的统治力。同样，问一下小豪，此时此刻最想对你身边的队友以及教练说点什么？
牛逼！ You
话
are
筒
the
传递
best.
给到今天打得像战神一样的男友星，男友星
And I would
来到
like
这支
to
俱乐部
ask，
此时此刻
NY7
最想对身边的兄弟
What do
以
you want
及
to
教练
say
说点什么？
to your coach and
我
your
爱你们
teammates? I love you.
给到 Rico， 哇，今天这个比
Okay,
赛
to Rico
能拿下这个冠军，对于你个人而言和对于这支队伍而言，你感觉
Today
有
you
怎
can
么样
get
的
this
全新的一
championship.
个突破？
What's your feeling?
同时，我和小豪也等于是大满贯
It's our
了。然后我
motivation.
这边想先说一句，我想谢谢我的女朋友，
And
她给我的
first, I
很多鼓
want
励。
to thanks to my girlfriend.
话筒传递
She has
给到孙教练，
motivated
孙教练已经眼
myself
含泪
for
光
a
了。
long time, and we also want
来
to
到
ask our
SR， 带
coach.
领着他
And
们
you have
一路
joined
前行，
SR.
最终拿下这个冠军。
You got
那
this
最想对
championship.
这三
What
位
do you want to
你的爱
say
徒说
to
点
your
什么？
players?
都很强，
You are the
尤其
best
是
and
男
you
友
are
期来
really
到
strong.
SR 以后，一个第二赛段的赛段冠军嘛，也是成功打破自己的一个心魔，因为他之前拿了很多的亚军。
Because
我是昨天我
he
就在说了，
have
我
got
说
the
这个第二
championship.
赛段冠军拿完之后，我觉得这个世界
And
上应
after
该
he
最
got
起码
this
在我们
championship
这个比赛当中，应该没有什么能限制你的了。
There are no
所以说今天
restriction
他们，而且
in
他们
our
今天表现也
competition.
是非常的好，非常的优秀。
They are
好的，
really
那么我相信啊，
powerful
在
and
西安
strong.
在
And I
2026
believe in
NBPL
Xi'an
春决三盘
in
的舞台上，接下来
2026.
这支冠军之
Team
师
SR
将要接受他们的至高荣耀的
will
颁奖时刻。同时，让我
award
们有请
them
网易
our
集团
prize.
高级副总
And
裁
let's welcome
程龙先生登台为
Mr.
冠军
Cheng
颁奖
Long, the，
有
Vice
请。
President
我能再
of
说一句话吗
NARAKA.
关总，你的生日礼物我拿下了。
好的，那么我们先给我们的冠军颁发属于至高
Okay, it's
荣耀
time
的
to
奖牌。
reward
那么同
our
样，
prize to
我
our
相信啊
players.
在西安这一次的总决赛，不管是昨天的单排还是今天的三排，再
In
次
Xi'an
让所有热爱永劫无间的玩家朋友们感受
Today's
到
choose
了
competition and
国风竞
yesterday's
技
solo
第一游
competition
戏的魅力。
let all the audience feel the exciting
好，有请我们的
and
颁奖嘉宾和我们的冠军战队共同看一下前方，让我们
intense
用镜头记录
competition
下这
in
次的纪
our
念的时刻。同样，
2026
让我
NBPL.
们 再次恭喜
Okay, so
2026
let's congratulations
NBPL
again
春季赛
to
三
Team
排冠军
SR, our
SR。
championship of the trios competition in 2026.
好的，接下来的话呢，同样也是送上象征着三排至高无上荣耀的
we will
FMVP 的信封。我们来看一
Announce
下
our
本场的
FMVP
FMVP 获得
for
者是谁
today's competition.
那么我相信啊，通过今天的比赛，每一位选手都是拼尽全力，
And I think
每一位
every
选手
player
都
has
是
made their effort.
FMVP。来，有请。
And they are all FMVP in our heart.
好的，我们一起来见证。
Okay, so the 2026 NBPL
Rico 小懒
MVP is Rico.
恭喜小懒
Congratulations to Rico.
Rico 来到我们的嘉宾身边，我们共同看一下前面，
Rico,
让我们用镜头记录下这
please,
值得
let's
纪念的
picture
时刻
this。
同样，
unforgettable
也
moment.
恭喜 Rico 获得了本次2026 NBPL 三排的
Congratulations again to
FMVP。
Rico, the FMVP in 2026
好，
Sprint
谢谢
Split.
好，谢谢。哇，来，话筒给到 FMVP。其实拿下了这个冠军，
So
拿
after
下了这个
you
荣耀
got this
最想对
championship,
一路支持你和
what
支
do
持
you want
SR
to
的粉
say
丝们说点什么？
to your fans? I
哦
love
主
you
要
so much.
我还是想跟我对女朋友说我爱你。
好的，
Okay,
我
I
们
also want to
话筒传递
say
给
to
到小
my
豪。
girlfriend,
那
I
小
love
豪
you.
啊，一直以来在颁奖的这个舞台
I
上
would like to ask
都是
小豪
人狠话不多。但今天的话呢，我觉得其实26年上半年
In
的冠军已经拿下了，对于你
you
个
have
人
got
而言
this，
后
championship.
面还有
And
季后
what's
赛
your goal
还有秋学
for your，
还有
next
包括今年的
career？
姐妹，自己有怎么样的一个更高的目标呢？
今年大满贯。
This year I want
好
to
的，
get
话
all
筒
the
给到男友
championship.
齐。其实
And
男
also
友
I
齐
would like to ask
看 NBPL 的
NY7.
玩家朋友们都知道，一直以来都是刀子非常硬。
We know
但
that
是呢，
NY7
一直以
is
来
really
自己
powerful in
都想站
NBPL.
到更高的目标、更
And
高的颁奖的舞台
what's your
上。
goal?
拿下这个
What's your
冠军对
next
你
goal?
个人而言来说的话，有着怎么样的一种感觉？
And what's your feeling right
这
now?
也算证明自己了吧？因
I
为我
have
刚
proved
来 SR 的
myself
时候，
because in
第一天的
the
比赛打得不是
initial
很好
time when I was
然后
in
有
SR,
自信有很多比较
I'm
难
not
听一点
really,
的话，那我现在
I
想
am
说
adopted
我
to
也可以。
myself. And now I proved
他做到
myself
了。
I
那
am the
同样的
best.
话，话筒给到孙教练。孙教练
And
这支
I
队伍
would
的话
also
呢，
like
在你
to
个人而
ask
言的话，
our
也
coach.
是带领着他们继续所向披靡的前进。那拿下这个冠军，
So
有什么话
after
对
got
支持你、
this
支持
championship,
战队、支持选手的粉丝们说呢？
what do you want to say to your fans who support SR?
不知道说什么，其实，因为
Actually, I don't
对
know
我
how
个
to
人而言
say，
这个三排的
because for me
大冠
the trios
我说实话我也
competitions
等了5年
championship, I have
因
waited
为我
for 5
小的
years
三排周冠也拿了8、9个了。然
because
后我
I
一
have
直跟我
got
的选手
8
说，
and 9 weekly
第二
championship
赛段的时候，男友就说
before.
等我，
And NY7
一会儿
has
你等着上台
said,
就行了。
please
我
wait
说
for
你不了解我
us.
我说小冠我不上，我只等你们拿
We
大
are
冠的。
just
然后
waiting
他们也
for
是不断的去
a grand
努
final,
力，不断的去调整。
and we have
今天
just
也算是带我
adjusted
圆了个梦
ourselves.，
同时呢，也是感谢
And they have
俱乐部
fulfilled our
感
promise.
谢
And I
云
really
无
want
限
to
提供一个
thank
这样的
to
好的
my
环境
club，
让每个选手都
to
找到
support
了
us, to
属于自己的
give
定
us
位
a，
找到了自己
really
的
good
价值吧。
atmosphere. And we
只能
proved
只能说，因为
ourselves.
我现在也很激动，我只是
I'm
装的不
really
激动，但我其实
excited
很
right
激动
now.
我很想跳起来。
I want
在
to
西安
jump up.
他们在关中获得了这一次的冠军。
In
我相信
Xi'an,
正如教
they
练
got
员以
this
及刚才选
championship,
手
and
所
I
说，接
believe,
下来在
as the
2026
player
这
has
个
said,
属于永劫无限的赛年，还有更多的冠军等
you
待着你
will
们冲
get
击。
more
那么节目
championship
前以及现场的
for the
所有接宝
future.
们，让我们再一次恭喜
And
2026
please
NBPL
make
春季
another
赛
round of
三排冠军
applause to Team SR
一起再次捧
the
杯吧！
trios competition, the championship in 2026, and let's hold up the trophy.
Congratulations to Team SR. What a spectacular NBPL 2026 Trios Finals, Moxie. I called it. All I'm saying is I called it. I couldn't bet against SR again. I bet against them at Jacob and at EWC. I knew it in my heart. Even at Jacob, I knew it in my heart. They're just a combination of all the strongest teams in NBPL. They took, you don't know where SR comes from. They were the B team of OUG, and they did super well in one of the earlier Koi Cups to the point where they got picked up by NBPL. And their members got moved around a little bit, but they eventually came back together, and the main core is part of SR now. They've had a long road. They've dominated since they've been in the league, and I think the fundamental difference, Moxie, is they got that core solid play like GG with the ingenuity of TE and TXJ. They just don't go so far into the experimental. They just keep their aggression on the more solid compositions, and I think that's what gives them the edge over everyone else. Is they just play so solid and so aggressive, and it just works out in the long run. They just win more scenarios than other teams. But today's matches, I still think was very, very close. It could have gone either way. And I believe, he technically won it. They technically won it as well.
If it wasn't for that blasted Viper V1 drop down. Like that's the thing. It was decided, I think, in most part with the Ramov Yang fight. We said when we saw how stacked both TE and SR were, when you looked at the amount of kills both of those teams had, like there was no reason for them to hold off on going into Ramov Yang. They had full confidence. They just wanted to full send it. But that meant immovable object met unstoppable force, and one of the two of them had to break. And unfortunately, that was TE, who then got hit with Yang depletion, had to fight into the actual zone, take a fight, and then weren't able to finish off the fight because they were getting to a point where they were just closing it out. And then what comes along but OUG with Viper V1 stun into Syra V2. Everyone stacks up because everyone from TE is coordinating of like, okay, we get this kill, you pick up the Soul Bloom then I'll pick up the Soul Bloom here, you hit with this focus attack, I'll cover you. But they were so concentrated on the fighting around them that they did not look up, and the Viper V1 drop down is the traditional way. Viper's always been a problem on Morosal because of how tall those trees are, and unfortunately that same problem afflicted TE today. Everyone got hit by the stun. SR got fully hit and would have been eliminated, but because they were able to win out that Realm of Yang fight, they still had Vermilion Bird's Might. So they lived and continued in the lobby, as opposed to TE, who managed to live the third party, but exited the situation in, unfortunately, health bars being so low that the moment it got scouted by all of the rest of the teams, it was just a ticking time bomb that they would lose their team. And unless one of them was able to safely get out entirely unnoticed to start trying to recover their game with rebuff charms, there was no way they would be able to come back in the series.
Yeah, they survived a lot farther than they should have, realistically. GG caught them on their way in, and they almost were able to kite it out and find the reses. We've seen TE come back from those very, very bad situations, and TXJ was about to get his Temi ult off. That would have to be so painful. 97%. He finally gets to press his Temi ult, but he dies as casting it because he's just taking too much damage. But well played from SR, and well played from all the team. GG and XKG were still fighting all the way into the end. Same with RW. It was very, very close all the way through. And we are going to see the victory lap of the replays from SR's perspective, and you can hear the intensity of the comms of just how locked in they are. I remember watching. NY7 and his chase down, just fully lights out, no room to breathe, onto the zipping, finding the catches with his gold Hong Sword. And right here, I mean, this could have gone it was very, very close versus OUG. I was surprised how dedicated they were to pressing off this team, because this Viper team, OUG was willing to all in them, and all it would have taken is one team to look into the situation and to really find a nice frame onto both these teams. But SR, once they got going here, they were a wrecking ball. They were just rolling down this hill, just snowballing. You hear them, they know it's over. It's just a big round. They're just cleaning up the lobby. There's no way anyone could have gotten as high. And they are absolutely going crazy and popping off. NY7 moves from Alliance, and he goes to the two strongest players with SR, and they become even stronger. What a wonderful trios event, Moxie. Couldn't ask for anything better. I mean, I'll always love TXJ. He's always been my favorite player when it comes to trios. I'm not gonna lie, I'm tired of choosing the second place. They're just cursed. They're cursed at the second place. Even though they've broken it and gotten first places once in a while, there's just still... I don't even know if it's actually their fault. You pointed out perfectly that they just got really unlucky with the drop down Viper stuff. Maybe they go into second.
One Viper team. There was literally only one Viper team in the whole lobby, and they still get hit by it. It's just... that's what's been happening to TE all season. Literally all season. It's been rough. They came so close to taking stage 2 finals. Pipped to the post by SR then. Pipped to the post by SR today as well. I feel like it's a rivalry that's developed. It used to be TE versus FPX, because if you don't know the old Nbpl lore, TE and FPX basically traded teams. It was FPX, then they got picked up by TE, and FPX had to come through with a new team. So there was a very big rivalry between the two of them for the longest time. But now, in 2026, I really do feel like TE's strongest rivals are SR, and SR's strongest rivals are TE. Which it's good to see trios finally get a full top of the ranking rivalry in the way that we had in solos for the longest time, with Mike and Spider going head to head.
Looking at the overall stats here, XKG's Tudyk doing work for his team with 24 kills, 99,000 damage, almost 100,000 damage. Next to Rico of SR, just spectacular play from my man from XKG. I mean, XKG, they were first one on match point. They had a chance to take it down. Kind of like pretty much the underdogs. No one really expect them to take down the tournament. It would have came out of nowhere, and you got to be proud for that. They kept fighting all the way till the end, but once SR and TE got rolling, it's all she wrote. They absolutely decimated the lobby, splitting it in half down the middle. And my man SR's Rico, that thick neck, my man was doing work for his team, and everyone on SR is just absolute killers. They're functionally so efficient, and by their gameplay, just so flawless too. Just, it reminds me of vintage GG, just raw fundamentals, but instead of it just being an end game, it's all the time. It's off spawn, it's with the new complex situations of Yang depletions, it's Spirit Well situations. They're just so solid, backing each other up, and you're seeing that money tick up. Remember, the MVPs, a separate pot altogether. SR's gonna be taking so much moolah going home.
Yeah, because they ended the day early, which means they automatically walk away with the prize pools for MVP for both Game 7 and Game 8 alongside Game 6. So a lot of money in the bank for Team SR, which, you know, they're no stranger to. When they won EWC, they won it within 4 games out of a potential 8, so they walked away with all of the MVP prize pools from those matches too. As there it is, immortalized, the Spring Split Trios champions of Team SR, NY7, Rico, and Zhao, lifting a trophy that their manager was saying has been 5 years in the making to be able to lift that Nbpl trophy. You can see how much it meant, not just to the players, but him as well. So it's wonderful getting to see all of that hard work finally paying off, and we had some big surprises, not just from teams doing well, but also meta that we saw. Like, we went into this knowing that we were on a new patch, thinking, okay, maybe some things are going to be a little bit weakened, maybe the Zip Enor has lost some of its sparkle, but no, that's the composition that is the MVP for the championship round, and the theory that Tara would be able to slot quite quickly into the trios meta was also somewhat flawed, because we saw her played once by one team, and while yes, she performed very well, no one else really picked her up, so maybe she was released just a little bit too close to the grand finals for some teams to feel comfortable trying to field into.
Yeah, this new patch, new faces. I mean, SR, we got to give respect to them now that they are probably one of the most dominant teams NARAKA has seen, especially in the modern age. They came in to the league by storm. They never really slowed down. They did super well when they were outside the league versus the Nbpl teams at Koi, and as soon as they got in the league, they did super well, immediately sweeping and taking everything. For the SR owner, he initially came in the league just to have Spider on his team, and
yeah,
he just ends up sweeping all these tournaments in solos and trios due to their trios teams and their solos player Spider, who's now on OUG, which is kind of weird, but still, what an exciting season, Moxie. Shenyuan, the chaos of solos, taking it there, and trios. I just knew after watching that solos finals that trios was going to be just as exciting, not as chaotic, but exciting in a different way, where we saw probably some of the best team play and best tactics I've seen. There was a lot of battle royale things that I really didn't see in NARAKA when I first came to the game that I saw in other battle royales, but now at this point we saw so many teams taking advantage of every inch of the map, playing zone holds, catching TE at the end in there, and really showing the future of NARAKA is very bright. Now, this has been a wonderful season. I've had a wonderful time casting with you, Moxie, and sparkling and illuminating this NARAKA season for all of you folks at home. But I am Raven PLC, and I've been joined by the ultimate caster, Moxie. Thank you guys for watching, and stay safe out there. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Stay safe out there, guys.